Good evening, and welcome back to this episode of Shtick with Koolfrogg Live. Uh-huh. So there's a thing. There's a thing that we're going to try attempting to do here today. I've really seriously found myself feeling the need to to attempt to use YouTube again. Um, I've done this a couple different times. They usually don't like me because they don't like the things that I have to say. The things that I usually do isn't in their wheelhouse. They have a problem with that. Thank you for the follow, Layla Decker, over on the Rumble side of things. I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Um, Message that's in chat from Natalie. That was from way earlier today. From the YouTube side of things, as y'all can see, if you're like, really, we're gonna do this? Yeah, I'm doing this. I'm attempting to do something here, and I know, like I said, it's been a while since I've been on the YouTube side. It's been almost. I mean, so the last time I attempted was maybe a year ago, and they just really seriously. There's a crick in my back when it comes down to the things that YouTube has done to me. I refuse to continue to try to even do any of that. But here I am. Here I am. I'm gonna do it yet one more time. Why? Well, monetization value. Maybe I can actually get something out of this if for whatever reason they're gonna allow me to say what I want. If I'm not going to be allowed to say what I want, and they're going to strike me on a regular basis or whatever, I mean, I'll skip it. I won't do it. It's just a let's try. Let's try. We'll see what happens. Um, I know that there's a lot of people. 913 subscribers over on the YouTube side. That it was over 1,000 at one point in time. I was legit monetized before taking off to the Rumble and doing just a Rumble exclusive. We'll see how well this works out, and if I'll even do that again. We'll see. We'll see. Everybody get in that chat. Let me know how you're feeling. We'll we'll continue with news and politics because there's a ton of it. There's a ton of it. We'll see if I can't get this done in the next 12 hours. Yeah, I said that. One thing I didn't get done for the month, shorts. I didn't get any shorts done for the month, so I only got 4 done. I did. I was like, no, I'm not gonna push a whole bunch of shorts out for no reason when I don't have to. It's a if you have the time and abilities to do so. I just don't have the time on that. I just didn't have the time. I really seriously, the month was something, and there'd be some changes. There'd be some changes that come along with what had happened, but we will continue to do. Um, I really like going live on Sunday nights. It's really a thing for me. 6 p.m. Mountain. I really enjoy it. I thoroughly enjoy it. I usually have a whole ton of stuff, so it's kind of hard for me to say no. I'm not going to do a Sunday night. Um, it might be a thing in the future that you might see me not here on a Sunday night. Cheers. Let's get into this. Colombia mercenaries trained in UAE bases, fueling Sudan's genocide. New report reveals. A Human Rights Watch report reveals Colombian mercenaries responsible for atrocities in Sudan were trained and deployed through Emirati military bases, provided through evidence of the UAE complicity in genocide of Darfur. Since 2024, Abu Dhabi based GSSG recruited hundreds of Colombian contractors who transited through Emirati bases in Sudan to fight alongside the RSF. Mausi Segun stated that the recruitment adds to evidence that the UAE provides military support to the RSF, which has carried out heinous atrocities and urged governments to demand an end of Emirati support. Lieutenant General Yasser El Ada accused the UAE of bankrolling RSF and supplying weapons to wage a race war aimed at eliminating African tribes and consolidating Arab dominance. A new report from Human Rights Watch has uncovered that Colombian mercenaries responsible for the atrocities in Sudan were trained and deployed through Emirati military bases, providing the strongest evidence yet the United Arab Emirates' complicity that experts were calling a systematic genocide of Darfur. As noted by Bright Use AI Enoch, genocide is any act committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. As we say that, we have to remember how many different ethnic and religious racial groups there are in the world and why it is that we suppress so many of them. This includes acts such as killing members of groups, causing serious bodily and mental harm, or deliberately inflicting conditions calculated to bring the groups to physical destruction. The investigation reveals that since 2024, Global Security Services, an Abu Dhabi based security company, and recruited hundreds of Colombian private military contractors. What? Colombians? What's Colombian have to do with something in Sudan? Who were sent to Sudan to fight alongside the Rapid Support Forces paramilitary group. These contractors transited through Emirati bases within Sudan before joining combat operations. The recruitment from Colombian private military contractors adds to the growing body of evidence that the UAE provides military support to the Rapid Support Forces. So then, when it comes down to the thoughts of who's supporting who, um, if it just indeed is that the UAE is the one going ahead and supporting the RSF, are we supposed to turn our back on the UAE because UAE is kind of like sort of friends with the United States to a level. We have some things in common. Put up, Fog, dude. No help top. I mean, I really don't know how much of the bot I really do have set up. So as far as that goes, have fun. Have fun. Um, I don't really know which ones that are available for you. I don't play with it enough. The recruitment of Colombian private military contractors adds to the growing body of evidence that the UAE provides military support to the Rapid Support Forces, which has repeatedly carried out heinous atrocities in Sudan. Mausi Sagon, executive director of African Division Human Rights Watch, governments should publicly demand that the UAE stop supplying weapons, equipment, personnel, and other military support to the Rapid Support Forces. The bot's gonna lie to you, bro. The findings corroborate earlier allegations that the Sudanese officials include Lieutenant General Yasser El Ada, who is accused of UAE of bankrolling the RSF and supplying weapons to wage that he described as a race war aimed at eliminating African tribes, consolidating Arab dominance. Evidence of Emirati complicity mounts. Human Rights Watch researchers Joey Shea detailed the direct connections between Colombian contractors and grave abuses on the ground. We also found linkages between Colombian contractors and grave abuses. What? Why is it repeating itself? Shay told Middle East Eye. So one contractor who I spoke to told me that he helped to support the training of child soldiers, boys as young as 13 and 14 years old. The relationship between the UAE and Colombian mercenaries dates back to at least 2011. According to the report, Shea noted that the Abu Dhabi ruler Mohammed bin Zayed had been building a foreign legion of up to 800 Colombian private contractors to be part of the UAE armed forces. Raid? We've been raided. We've been raided by Dominion After Dark. Thank you, Dom, for that raid. Anybody coming through on that raid, make sure you smash a button. Looks like a thumb. Lick it and flick it. One private retired contractor with whom we spoke said that he was part of the recruitment drive and he told us that there was nothing clandestine about the operation. That is very public, that he received a proper work contract to be in the UAE. The report by Yale's Humanitarian Research Lab in March corroborated UN allegations of genocide in Darfur, finding that the RSF waged a campaign of starvation against the city of Al Fajr, raising dozens of farm villages and devastating crop production. Once the RSF stormed into the city, fighters raped, executed, and extorted residents at large numbers. Sudan's ambassador to the UK, Babakar Alamin, has stated that the UAE supports the most significant factor of prolonging and enabling the genocide in Darfur. The UAE has provided the RSF with drones, heavy artillery, and armed personnel carriers. U.S. intelligence report confirmed that the UAE's role of arming the RSF allegedly to secure access to Sudan's gold reserve and Red Sea coastline. British made weapons found. Sudan has submitted evidence to the UN Security Councils, including satellite images and video footage showing British made military equipment used by the RSF in mass killings. This includes targeting devices and vehicle engines manufactured in the United Kingdom. The presence of Colombians in Sudan first became public through videos posted in social media in November of 2024 showing an armed group associated with Sudanese armed forces intercepting a convoy of Colombians who had entered Sudan from Libya. While the UAE continues to deny all allegations, Middle East Eye has extensively documented its support for the RSF, citing satellite imagery, flight logs, weapons serial numbers, and multiple sources. The international community now faces mounting pressure to take concrete action against the UAE, with Human Rights Watch calling for governments to publicly demand an immediate end to all military support for the RSF. Something kind of fishy to going on in here. Yeah, when you think about it, it's not the best. What up, roaster? I see you, yo. Dominion, daddy's out. Oh, okay. Mess around with that bot. Whoa. It really seriously. It went there. It went there. You mess around. There's enough genocide around this planet in plenty of different places, plenty of different countries, whether it be Sudan or Israel, Palestine, Ukraine. When death in mass happens, Iran, against any group or faction of people, genocide be genocide. I don't really give a damn what people say when they say like, but it was like certain people that we got rid of. Yeah, sure, okay. It called you a conspiracy theorist. It's okay. It's just Streambot, so um, move on. UN adds Israel to the sexual violence blacklist. Israel severs ties with Secretary General. Whoa. You got added to the list. The United Nations has added Israel to its list of parties accused of sexual violence in conflict zones. Israeli ambassador to UN Danny Danon said on Thursday. Danon stated that the chief of staff to Secretary General Antonio Guterres informed him of the decision, which places Israel on the same list as Hamas, according to the Israeli missions official account on X. Israel denounced the move as a blood libel and announced it will suspend relations with Guterres' office until the new Secretary General is appointed. Danon called the decision outrageous and accused the UN of spreading lies against Israel, adding that to put us and Hamas terrorists on the same lists, that's unacceptable. The Israeli Foreign Ministry confirmed the severance in ties, citing long standing institutionalized hostility toward Israel, within the organization. Allegations and against Israeli forces. The designation follows multiple sexual assault allegations against Israeli forces and prison authorities. The New York Times recently published a report detailing allegations of sexual violence by Israeli soldiers, settlers, integrators, and prison guards against Palestinians. According to RT, additionally, Australian activists detained during Israel's interception of a global Samad flotilla accused Israeli forces of rape, sexual assault, beatings, humiliation, and torture. The Canadian government demanded an independent investigation into Israel's treatment of the activists and said it provided West Jerusalem with evidence of abuse against detainees, expecting those responsible to be held accountable. The allegations have drawn international scrutiny with UN Special Rapporteur on violence against women and girls, Reem Al Salam, uh, stating that the decision to list Israel was long overdue, given what she describes as systematic, large scale, and horrific sexual violence perpetrated against Palestinians. Disgusting. Disgusting. When you think about that, you're like, well, I mean, did anybody ever seriously think, oh, just maybe it's, one side or the other that's really doing the atrocious, disgusting things to the masses? We blame one side, but we seem to be okay with the other, potentially. Let's see here. Go check out this other chat just to see if there's anybody over there. Nobody over there. Nobody, literally nobody over there. I don't think anybody. I don't see numbers. I really don't see 3 views. Says it's healthy. The stream is healthy. It's all good. You just haven't been on YouTube in a few years. It's really odd. It's odd to even think about. Historically, as scholar Rashid Khalidi notes, over 400,000 Palestinians have been incarcerated by Israel since the occupation began. And the broader context of occupation includes regular Israeli military incursions and suppression of the population. Israeli authorities have also been accused of echo earlier patterns of displacement and control, as described in the accounts of 1948 Nakba, where villages were demolished and inhabitants forced out. Israel's denial of response. Israel has denied all allegations. Ambassador Dannon stated that Israel submitted evidence, documents, and detailed responses to every claim and invited UN response representatives to examine the allegations on the ground, but they chose not to do so. In the video address, Dannon described the decision as detached from the facts and from reality. The Israeli foreign minister decried the shameful and absurd UN decision and accused the organization of institutionalized bias. The ministry confirmed it will sever all ties with Gutierrez's office until a new UN Secretary General is appointed. Israeli officials have constantly rejected similar allegations, including those related to previous UN blacklists regarding children of conflict zones, which Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called a blacklist of history for those who support the Hamas murders. Uh, you don't get to claim that for somebody else. I really seriously, the Prime Minister of the United States, Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he's just wrong in so many ways. He needs to go away. He needs to be removed from that position. There's no reason that he needs to have such a significant role in anything. He just goes ahead and he says, "Well, okay, I'm going to make up the rules. You do what I want." And if the United States doesn't go along with it, he just could be like, "Well, oh, the United States did it. The United States did it," and he'll accuse us of doing things that we didn't do because this is the way he is. This is the way he is. Implications and next step: the blacklist designation has not been formally announced by the UN, but Israel's official UN account confirmed that the decision on X, Israel's severance of relations to Gutierrez's office, will remain until the new UN Secretary General is appointed. According to the Foreign Ministry, the move places Israel alongside the parties accused of conflict related sexual violence, including Hamas, which Israel condemns as a terrorist group. The listing adds to growing international legal and diplomatic pressures on Israel. Multiple countries, including Iceland and the Netherlands, have intervened in South Africa's genocide case against Israel in the International Court of Justice. The European Union has approved sanctions on Israeli settlers over violence in the West Bank. Meanwhile, Israelis' actions on occupied territories continue to face scrutiny, with UN experts and human rights organizations documenting alleged violations. References out of RT in the Middle East Eye, Rashid Khalidi, RT Naylor, and the Middle East Eye again. There's you like they like these Middle East Eye. It's a decent location to find information if you really need something to see what's going on. Um, Israel being blacklisted, being put on a list. I mean, get fucked. That's pretty much what that means. In my mind, you're done with whatever it is that they wish to do any longer. Trump has Iran over a barrel? Does he? When the ceasefire, not a ceasefire? When is a ceasefire not a ceasefire? I mean, almost always. Almost always, it's just a name. It's just a name. It's nothing that's really seriously of significance. I really hate how the the FMUX is picking up the bot faster than it's picking up. So the conversation's backwards in my thing. It's really messed up. I don't like that. When is a ceasefire not a ceasefire? When a person declares that Donald Trump's opinions differ about the wisdoms of the president's activities with respect to Iran. Some observers tell us he is playing four-dimensional chess. Some say it more like checkers with no king. What, after all, is he up to? The commemorate proffers several conflicting narratives, and one common thread is the certainty with which these opinions are uttered. Trump is an idiot. Trump is a genius. For those who say that he's thrown in the towel, the that Iran has won, I'd offer two observations. What's up, Jack 985? Good to see you. Let's see what these observations are. I really seriously am like, Iran hasn't won. The United States hasn't either. We're just kind of sitting here at a standstill at the moment, kind of looking at each other like we can do something so I can. That's what a ceasefire is. Stop firing until the other guy does. Once the other guy does, then all of a sudden, all's out. We're going to fire on you. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't exacted bridge and power plant day yet, but whatever. We'll get there. We'll get there. Wish this would give me a better number. Like 5 viewers? Does that YouTube used to give you live viewer count? 2 watching now. Okay, 2. Y'all get in that chat. Let me know who's out there watching. Who's out there watching. I can see you. I will talk to you. Like I talk to these guys. Everything has gravity on the moon. Fuck all floating. First, it is an odd sort of winning a war when the adversary eliminates your Navy, Air Force, most of your air defense capability, large swaths of your stock missiles, drones, along with the industrial capacity to produce them, not to mention two or three levels of your top leadership, all within a matter of days. Second, anyone who has pondered President Trump's adventures in foreign policy knows that two things are true of him. He is a constant advocate of peace. He's also waspish when crossed. Just ask Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian terror lord whom Trump vaporized in a drone attack during his first term. Cast your mind back to last June's Operation Midnight Hammer, when a fleet of B 2s, supported by a passel of Tomahawk cruise missiles, buried Iran's three major nuclear sites. Remember what happened to Nicolas Maduro in January? And then, of course, there's a Fury of Operation Epic Fury. I mean, as we get into this, and we so badly wish that they would have actually hit on Cuba all at the same time. Trump held Iran's head underwater for 6 weeks. He pulled it up and let it sputter while he offered the mullahs an off ramp. But Secretary of State Marco Rubio, responding to the press as is right. The idea that somehow this president, given everything he's already proven he's willing to do, is going to somehow agree to a deal that ultimately winds up putting Iran in a stronger position when it comes to nuclear ambitions is absurd. Indeed, Trump is waiting impatiently while the Iranians prance in posture. The IRGC tried laying some mines in the Strait of Hormuz, and pow, the U.S. took out the boats involved and destroyed a surface to air missile battery in Bandar Abbas. That was targeting U.S. warplanes. These were defensive strikes, and U.S. spokesman said they do not indicate the ceasefire is over. What they do indicate is that Trump is serious about his terms. First, the Strait of Hormuz is an international waterway, not Iran's territorial property. Shipping must be free to travel through it. Second, Iran cannot be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. At any rate, that's his most adamant one. I don't know why that's number two. That should be number one. That's number one. Never allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, because they'll use it. They'll use it. We only use ours if we feel it's necessary. A, a, a codical, I'm not sure if I'm saying that word right, of that imperative is the Iran must relinquish or destroy under supervision it's approximately 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium. Third, like one stage away from being warhead. One stage, one simple little stage away. It's not that difficult to really seriously think about. You're like, oh, that could be very, very dangerous. Third, Iran must stop funding terrorist proxies in Lebanon, Gaza, and elsewhere. No Hezbollah, no Hamas, no Houthis, no what? No one. Why they said elsewhere? They should have just said Yemen or whatever. They're everywhere. They're just these people are ready to kill. That's what they wish. That's what they wish, and that's what they're gonna do. Good thing Koolfrogg's avoiding reading chat. He would get distracted. I mean, sometimes, sometimes it depends on how loud I read my chat. What's up, Jack 1365? A little finger in some tongue. Whoa. Good to see you. I don't watch TV. I mean, just pay attention to what I'm doing. You don't have to really watch TV. I'll debunk the bullshit for you. And I won't use the AI, Lamau. What they do indicate is that Trump is serious about his terms. First, the Strait of Hormuz. And, oh, wait, we already read that paragraph. There's some things left off Trump's list of demands. The most prominent is to do with the Iranian people. Back in January, when the mullahs were slaughtering protesters by the tens of thousands, Trump promised that help is on the way. In announcing the start of Epic Fury on March 1st, Trump said U.S. and Israeli joint military action would so damage the regime that the people could oust the leaders and replace the government. That hasn't happened yet. There's a problem because we just assume that the person that's going to come up next is just going to be okay. It's like, well, that was the leader's kid. Well, wait a minute. We want the leader's kid to go ahead and take over. So no change, no change. It would be the same. Good morning, DT. What's up, brother? The question nobody is asking is how many dirty bombs could Iran make, and why have they not done so already? Are they really that thick? I think it's ridiculous to think about. Is it a copper cup? Yes. Yes, and it is not lined. It is a straight copper cup. Yes, I love the 100% copper cup. I enjoy it very, very much so. I need to do a couple more things to update my stuff or whatever my um everything. Things are expensive. Things are expensive, and when you try to actually fix some stuff in your life, or whatever, you start realizing certain things are better for you, like that copper cup. Oh yeah, so much better. There's a few other things I need to get. On May 25th, Trump took the Truth Social to reveal that the plan that places the problem of Iran in a much wider field. He began with the nugget of sugar wrapped in a leaf of warning. Negotiations of the Islamic Republic of Iran are proceeding nicely. It will only be a great deal for all or no deal at all. Back to the battlefront and shooting, but bigger and stronger than ever before. One of the signal diplomatic achievements of Trump's first term was the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords are seriously significant. It seems as though is there's been a couple countries that are kind of looking at it and they're like, no, we're not going to be part of that. Pakistan for sure says no, they're out. They're out. They don't want anything to do with that. They're like, yeah, that's not us. A series of agreements that normalize relations between several Arab countries and Israel. The United Arab Emirates and Bahrain were the first to join. Now, Trump is proposing the membership of the accords to be mandatory and that signatories include not only countries from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, and Egypt, but also Iran. The Abraham Accords, Trump noted, have proven to be financial, economic, and a social boom even during the time of conflict and war. To say that Trump's proposal is bold is to vastly understate the case. The hostility toward Israel is that part of the world is deep and abiding. One commentator reported that Trump's ultimatum made on a phone call in May was met with silence. The Arab leaders were so thoroughly stunned by the audacity of the request that Trump actually had to break the silence with a follow up. Are you still there? What Trump has just done is to weave a net that binds the signatories not just to Israel, but to one another. And he wants to make it mandatory. I hate that word. I really do. The word's ridiculous. It shouldn't be something of any significance, but it just so happens to always be something that people like to use. We make it mandatory. You have to do it. Iran supreme leaders have warned that within 15 years, Israel will
cease to exist. It seems more likely that Trump's intended extension of the Abraham Accords would create a Republican lawyer, Mihik Cook, called an accountability trap for the Gulf states. The Iran walked right into it. You have probably noticed that the price of oil is plummeting while the market is on fire. This is what Trump was calling winning. Cook added, if Iran violates the deal, the Gulf states aren't just silent bystanders anymore. They're co signatories to the broader peace architecture. The political cost of looking away just went from zero to enormous. Thank you, Roger Kimball. It is enormous. It is enormous. It's something of significance for us to really seriously pay attention to. Is these goings on in Iran? Um, that was the only thing that I really seriously had in Iran. I think Iran does come back up in a few things because we end up watching a few things or whatever that go along with that. Um, but it would make more sense for us to wait. It would make more sense for us to wait. Exclusive. Serbian President Alexander Vucic, Donald Trump's much more popular in Serbia than any other US leader because he is pragmatic and rational. From one country to the next, is he pragmatic and rational to one and then like completely and totally irrational to the other? Like he's gonna just go in and he's gonna do whatever he needs to do it for Iran to get them. If Serbia's like, we like this guy. We like this guy. Okay. From the Hiroshima bomb, those within 1.5 kilometers got a lethal dose of radiation. Nice. The rest survived. Could you imagine? Serbian President Alexander Vucic told Breitbart News exclusively in an office where the American President Donald Trump was easily the most popular United States political leader in this country in a very long time. Vucic said that Trump's popularity in Serbia is lead up to the 2024 US presidential election reached astronomical proportions. Within with three-quarters of Serbs liking Trump and wanting him to win. Vucic said that in Serbia, Trump had by far the biggest support of anywhere in Europe, and not even deep red states like West Virginia, Kentucky, or Louisiana could hold a candle to Trump's favorability here. What up, Clay? I see you. I see you over on the YouTube side, Lamau. Hey, yo. We're gonna do that thing because we should. We should. I don't know why we're always afraid of YouTube's bullshit algorithm. What I can say is I was surprised with some comments that were made in the press of the United States, where some other European countries in the past have emphasized the strongholds of Donald Trump because it is very obvious that all of us, that in Serbia, he had by far the biggest support, seeking about or speaking about the election campaign, and that support exceeded even at the time 75% of those that are determined, of course, which was not the case even in the United States, Vucic said nowhere else. Uh, You guys be careful. Be careful what you're actually kind of telling the people to do. Water and grease? I mean, the country's got some issues. Leave it alone. Vucic and President Serbia, a Balkan country of Eastern Europe, that was frankly been through a lot over the last century plus. Serbia was part of Yugoslavia, which is divided during the aftermath of the breakup of the Soviet Union in the 1990s and early 2000s. Before that, was behind the Iron Curtain of communism in the Soviet Union. But before communism swept Eastern Europe, Serbians sided with allies in World War II against the Nazis. The nation lost a third of its population in both World War One and again in World War II. Later, the United States led a NATO bombing campaign against Serbia's capital, Belgrade. During Bill Clinton's administration, the Clintons are not popular here at all, and now Serbia is trying to join the European Union, but facing some of the headwinds from Brussels as the as of yet unresolved Kosovo issue still looms large over Serbia's future. Nonetheless, Belgrade's thriving vibrance swirls together this rough history and modern crossroads where West meets East and North meets South. And Vucic, the nation's president of the past several years, aims to strategically position Serbia for the bright 21st century. Vucic, an avid chess player, sat with Breitbart News last weekend for a nearly hour-long interview before he visited Beijing, China, one of the first world leaders to meet the Chinese president Xi Jinping after Trump's historic state visit to China in May. Vucic told Breitbart News there are several reasons why Trump is revered in Serbia. I'll tell you what were the reasons. There are three important reasons for that. Number one is that the people of Serbia wanted to see a new type of relationship between the United States and our small country because in the last 30 years, the United States were seen as someone who was either pushing or pressing us on many different issues from the time to time, blackmailing us during Clinton's era in particular, and at that time, bombing us with everything else. The people were waiting for big changes, Vucic said. They always liked the United States. They always liked America. They liked the beautiful story of the American dream, and they wanted to see a sort of new kind of relationship between the two countries. Number two, they saw that President Trump was courageous enough to raise some issues and speak loudly, openly, and publicly about some issues traditionally from the conservative viewpoint in a different way than all the others in Brussels and Washington before were speaking about. When I say this, I'm speaking about family values, speaking about those transgender, whatever you call it, persons. The transgender, whatever you call it, persons. Yeah, those persons. There's mental issues, mental, legit mental issues. Clinton was helping Muslims? As a percentage of population, more Serbians are able to read than Americans. Can you figure can you figure that out? Why it is? I have I have nothing against anyone, but if you say two people in Serbia, okay, now you don't have only male and female, but there's something in between. People are confused and people wanted to hear clear and very simple messages that were made by President Trump. And also, don't forget number three, it's about Christianity and taking care of the values that belong to the world of Christians. And that's what also people here liked very much. There's something else people saw, which is that President Trump wanted to create a peace between Ukraine and Russia, that he wanted to see peace in different parts of the world. And that's what people appreciated. These were the main reasons, of course. And another one is they saw the possibility of building up economic ties between us and the United States of America, having in mind the fact that President Trump is a very pragmatic, very rational person, that he always insists on economy and the volume up, on improving trade turnover, which were all great news for Serbian people. And when I wanted to say, even today, after a year or more than a year, Donald Trump is much more popular than any of, let me say, the possible opponents in the future to his team, to the MAGA team, because people here believe that Trump is the best choice for them. I mean, Trump could probably go be president of Serbia next if he really wanted to at that rate. Just go pick himself up and go there. Hiawatha 6037, welcome. Good to see you. Vucic said Serbs are given the history of the current geopolitical issues facing the nation. Huge fans of how President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have been working to pressure Europe in the number of fronts. Vucic was sitting in the front row. For instance, when Rubio gave his address to the Munich Security Conference earlier this year, a year after Vance was criticized by European leaders for the similar speech, Vucic said Rubio's much warmer embrace by these same European leaders was because they were only listening to what they wanted to hear, and they must have missed that Trump's White House message to Europe actually sharpened and got tougher from Vance's address a year ago to Rubio's this year. Vucic said that he hopes that European leaders realize that Trump's way of doing things is here to stay and that they abandon their nostalgic feelings for the days of former President Barack Obama, someone who is never coming back to the White House. I mean, he 3 terms. He got 3 terms. You can say that Joe Biden was there, but I doubt it. I would assume that, he sat in his basement and, ran it from behind closed doors where nobody knew who he was. Barack Obama's words himself. You know what was my comment after the Rubio session, Vucic said? Because he got a big applause. You know what I was saying to my advisors? Because I go everywhere to listen to the people. I like to listen to the people. I hate long interviews. I need to be very much focused, and it's much easier to learn something from someone than to just speak endlessly. But anyway, I was saying to my people, I don't know why these people were so satisfied with the speech because they did not understand his main messages. If they were listening carefully to his speech, because, okay, Rubio wrapped that nicely, speaking about long lasting alliance and absolutely everything. But at the end of his messages were even tougher than JD Vance's messages. They were not focused on substance. They were listening to what they wanted to hear, not what was really said actually. And I believe that there were some Europeans from time to time. They believed in the long lasting alliance with the United States, even during Biden and Obama's era, even when they were signaled by even those guys that something was wrong. Although they were not courageous enough to say it openly, to say it publicly, and to defend America's interests in that way as strongly as President Trump was doing. But they think there's a point of return and everything will be okay when Trump loses midterm elections. Or once Rubio or whoever wins the next presidential election. No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They just don't understand what the interests are different and the situation is different. I just hope that some people will forget about nostalgic feelings and will take care of them in a rational and pragmatic way. Vucic said the last U.S. president to formally visit Belgrade was Richard Nixon. Technically, Jimmy Carter did in 1980, but it was because his mother was attending the late former Yugoslavian President Josip Broz Tito's funeral, and that he hopes Trump will follow Nixon's visit with a state visit to Serbia. He said if Trump comes to Serbia, he will be greeted by the biggest crowd he has ever seen. More than 100,000 100,000 people. Trump is like legit loved in Serbia. They're like, they would elect him president if they could. They would totally take him to that point of doing all of that. Got to take a break and smoke. Mm, I hear you there. I hear you there. Cheers. Mm. I have a medicinal card, so go fuck yourself, YouTube. I do invite him, Vucic said. When I asked if he wants Trump to come to Belgrade, he was visiting Poland, Hungary. He was coming to several countries in Europe, or in Germany too, some other countries, Great Britain, of course, France. But I'd like to invite him to Belgrade, to Serbia. I guarantee him one thing. You can say whatever you want to me, even during this interview. I'll decently always respond to you. But there'd be only one insult, only one offense that you can do, which is to say that we're not hospitable enough here. And I I guarantee to President Trump that he's going to see the biggest crowd, even bigger than Washington, when people are coming from all over the states to cheer from chant songs and everything else and greet him after he won elections. It would be at least 100,000 people that will come and listen to him, that will come to see him in order to get some news about the better relationship with the United States. We have had not a very best relationship with the United States for many years. Before that, we were allies in both wars, the First World War, the Second World War. We were saving American pilots during the Second World War. Here in this country, we were allies. We lost a third of our population in the First World War. Serbs were the only nation for former Yugoslavia that was anti-Nazi orientated from the very first moment. And Belgrade was the only capital out of the former Yugoslavia capital that was bombed and destroyed by Germans. That would be a beautiful between United States and Serbia. And I can say to you that not only that I'm certain that President Trump will be jubilant about that visit, I guarantee that I'm too serious and I'm too responsible to say something that is not going to happen. If he comes, he'll see something that he didn't see anywhere else in the world. And this is Europe. And at the same time, I believe that that preparing that visit with the real substance, economic cooperation, investments, everything else, all the other fields that we are ready to cooperate with, that it would be beneficial for both big United States and small Serbia, but it would be very good for the for the states as well. Oh, okay. I mean, he really seriously thinks that this is going to be something of a tremendous feat for him to actually do. He says, if you do it, you follow in Nixon's steps, you can come bring yourself here, come visit Belgrade. Let's make it the biggest thing that you've done outside of the United States. I mean, where's Trump at? Trump going to totally jump on this and just be like, let's do it. Let's take ourselves to Serbia. I'm totally down. Totally down. I'll totally watch that. What's up, Jason B? First of all, you learn how to lose, which is the first precondition in learning how to win. And learning how to lose means that you never underestimate the opponents and your adversaries, Vucic said. To the contrary, it's better to overestimate someone than underestimate someone. On the other hand, you learn that vivre remilitaire, that you have to fight for your ideas and your ideals. Number three, no surrender. You have to try to win. Even when you fall, you have to rise from the ashes and to try to win to the last vessel. to the last piece of the chessboard as well. Vucic opened the chess match with the King's Gambit, a famously bold and aggressive chess opening, perhaps a metaphor for his leadership style. Vucic is also a former basketball player. Serbs, who are notoriously tall, produced many great basketball players, including Denver Nuggets center Nikola Jokic, and still even coaches. Really? This guy, he just does everything, huh? And still, even the coaches some basketball on to this day, when asked what people can learn from basketball, which is an ultimate team sport, he said that it's totally different from chess. This is about cooperating, collaborating with other people. This is a totally different story. There's an important and beautiful proverb that goes like this: if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, go together with others. That means you can get good statistical data if you play for yourself in basketball. But then at the end, you will reach nothing if you don't cooperate well with your teammates. This is the basis, and this is life as well. I mean, is that like a direct blow at LeBron James? I think it was a direct blow at LeBron James, like he's just like calling him out. He's a big fan of the NBA and said that he loves Joke. Vucic says also said he's been following the NBA playoffs this year and mentioned that he thought the games between Oklahoma City Thunder and San Antonio Spurs in the Western Conference Finals were some of the best basketball that he's ever seen. I do follow the NBA every single night. I really love Nicola. I love the state of his mind. It is something that I really admire. But watching the Western Conference Finals, which is Oklahoma versus Spurs, it's the best basketball. Whether I loved Michael Jordan more than whether I preferred the Boston Celtics and all the others, even when time of Larry Bird and Kevin McHale and all the others, even I was very much surprised with their defeat from Philadelphia 76ers, which was very surprising, but it doesn't matter that Jason Tatum couldn't play. But it was badly prepared game from my point of view. But anyway, this one is played by Oklahoma, and what the fuck does this have to do with anything? Oklahoma and the Spurs, the second and the third game. It's amazing. It's the best basketball I ever seen in my life. It's the best basketball. Okay. Much more than Vucic's exclusive interview with Breitbart News, including his thoughts on the meeting with Xi and American investments in Serbia, is forthcoming. Really? Really? You gonna just give us the full interview, bruh? Just give us the full interview. Why can't I have the full interview? When it comes down to a country being like, "Hey, we love you. We want this president to come and see us. We're interested in what it is that's really going on, and we want to be, a better country." Uh, Serbia, okay, let's go. I mean, I would assume that we would see something in the near-ish future come out of this, whatever, where you'd see Trump and taking a trip to Serbia at some rate, or maybe they'll come here as well. It's like, well, if we're gonna go there, you got to come here. Um, hmm. Let's go. Let's do this. Just because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We'll go watch this. I know.
Volodymyr Zelensky, who joins us from Kyiv. Welcome back to Face the Nation, Mr. President.
Our wonderful media likes to take themselves to levels of like they are diplomats. Like they're diplomats and they're gonna try and keep on putting earbuds in like I'm like listening to anything or whatever of significance. I'm going to. I'm going to. He's supposedly significant in this world. Vladimir Putin has some issues with this guy, and in the things that he's about. I really seriously don't like Zelensky. Don't care about Ukraine personally. When it comes down to it, I'm sick of us funding other people's things. It seems to me that it's just funding Azov Battalion Nazis to go ahead and fight wars that they're not going to win. They're being they're getting their asses handed to them. I really do believe that. I mean, somebody could try telling me different. I might believe you at some rate. Larry Bird was a badass shit talker. He was probably one of the best white basketball players. I'll put it that way.
Thank you so much, Margaret.
You have warned that Ukraine has intelligence that Russia is preparing for a new massive attack. This is after Moscow had warned foreign nationals to leave your capital city ahead of expanded strikes. Exactly what are you bracing for?
So first of all, today at night or tomorrow at night, we will have. We think that we will have a big attack from Russian side, using drones, using cruise missiles and ballistic, and we see the preparation. Always we see the preparation. By the way, we are thankful to United States and European partners when they share with us intelligence. So when we know that Russia prepares a big massive attack, definitely our partners also know. Maybe not a lot of details, but we know. So today, of course, I didn't address yet to my country. I will do it a little bit later in the evening. And of course, I will say that our people have to be very, very careful, cautious, and children, and they have to use bomb shelters because today at night, country, I will do it a little bit later in the evening. And of course, I will say that our people have to be very, very careful, cautious, and children, and they have to use bomb shelters because today at night or tomorrow at night.
Or this statement right here is confusing. And of course, I will say,
Have to be very, very
have to be very, very careful,
cautious, and children.
cautious, and children.
And they have to use bomb shelters because today at night or tomorrow at night.
Or is he trying to say that the children need to use bomb shelters because today night and tomorrow night?
High percent, of course, nobody knows 100%, but there is a high percent. So usually we have each day attack from Russian side.
Each and every single day, there's something coming in from Russia, and he's trying to tell everybody to go ahead and they need to hide. They need to get into these bomb shelters or whatever. Okay. The face the nation chick sitting in making noises in the background. I don't give a damn about your fucking feelings, bitch. Stop it with your noises. Stop it. Don't give a damn. Don't try making me feel what you feel because you want to push some kind of narrative. Ignorance. I hate it.
Each day attack from Russian side on civilians and of course on battlefield. And 2 times a week or 2 times per 10 days, they have big massive attacks with ballistic and etc. Last massive attack, just to understand, it was some days ago. It was 600 drones, Iranian drones, Shaheeds, and they had 35, about 30 plus ballistic missiles, and total it was 90 missiles and more than 600 Iranian drones. So it was very difficult to destroy it. We used all
90 missiles and more than 600 Iranian drones?
Was very difficult to destroy it. We used all our weapon, what we have, what we produce, and of course we used anti-ballistic missiles. This is the biggest deficit for us.
Mhm. Overnight, a Russian drone slammed into a Romanian building. We also saw a Russian drone hit a Turkish ship. These are NATO member states. We're hearing from European countries that Russia is taking more and more operational risks in Europe. Why do you think Vladimir Putin is taking these risks at this moment?
First of all, it's not the first time. Yes, he's doing such pressure. I think it's political pressure. It's messages from Russia: "Don't help Ukraine." I think this is the most usual meaning. What he used: "Don't. If you will help Ukraine, I will do these such steps." So he began. He tried once crossing at the very beginning of this war. He did it in Romania. And then a little bit later, it was in Poland when they used 21 drones. Then, for example, today at night, it was again Romania, not the first time. We gave these messages to our Romanian partners at night. Usually, we try to catch all the drones, even when they go, when they're direction to other countries like Romania, Moldova, or the direction of Poland. We try to catch everything. If we can't, of course, we give these messages to our partners. We try to help them. And also the same with the Baltic countries, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia. So Russia uses this just to attack politically and by weapon pressure on NATO countries to look and the reaction. So the reaction, I think the reaction has to be more strong from the unity of NATO countries. And I think that Putin is comparing how this reaction and how it's changed during this 1 year or 2 years, 3 years. This is the way how, and he also the testing of air defense of other countries, NATO countries, which are bordering us or bordering Belarus or Russia. So he's testing what air defense they have. Can they destroy all the missiles or drones? This is what I think.
You sent a personal letter to the White House and to Congress within the past few days explaining that ballistic missiles, as you put it, remain Vladimir Putin's last major battlefield advantage. You need a surge of interceptors to take these missiles out. Have you gotten a response from America?
Thank you very much for this question. This is this is the priority for us and big challenge. We had a very difficult, tough winter. Russia attacked us by a lot of ballistic missiles on our energy infrastructure, water supply, schools. It was very difficult. Now we see big deficit. Of course, one of the reasons is the situation in the Middle East with the Iranian war, and we see that the deficit is increasing. And we need to hurry up to rush and to send messages and meetings and do a lot of meetings with other partners. We don't see enough missiles in production of the United States. We see that it can be crisis in the world, including Middle East. Of course, I hope, God bless, that the ceasefire will be long and lasting peace. I wish it to Middle East countries and to the United States. And I hope that President Trump and his team and American side will negotiate ceasefire. But what we see, we have to prepare for the challenges. And we in Ukraine, we don't have ceasefire. We have a long 5 years war. And we see that Russia is increasing in their internal production, the production of ballistic missiles. And we have deficit with anti-ballistic. This is a big problem. I sent a letter to the White House and Congress of the United States, and I hope that they will understand and will answer, respond. And this is very important. We need to increase the production. I know all the companies in the United States, huge companies, great companies, but only the United States can produce such number. 60, 65 missiles per month for today's challenges. It's nothing. Russia knows it. It's not, secret information. We need to do production wider. Germany now has some licenses. I asked previous administration. I am asking today's administration, give Ukraine licenses. We will increase the production of Patriot missiles. It will be very helpful for us. It will be very helpful for Middle East, for everybody whom United States will decide to help.
But the United States has not granted you that yet. Do you expect to speak to President Trump or anyone in the U.S. government about it?
We spoke with President Trump. I'm thankful that we can share this topic between us. We created the program Ukrainian, European, and United States common program Pearl. Through this program, we send European money, you know about it, and we can buy. But now we can't buy a lot. There is the deficit in production. It's not the topic of money today. It's not about of presence from the United States and etc. So we just need it very much.
Right. These are the European-funded weapons program that NATO administers, but they're American-produced interceptors. I understand that. But, Secretary of State Rubio recently said that Ukraine has the strongest military in all of Europe. The Army Secretary of the United States called the Ukrainian battlefield the Silicon Valley of war, praising how you've integrated AI and anti-drone technology. So you have this edge on this type of warfare. Can you use it in any way to take down these Russian missiles, or are you solely dependent on American manufacturing to help?
So I can give you one example very quickly. When we've got messages to help in the Middle East to defend some bases with some American soldiers and also infrastructure of Middle East countries like Saudi or Emirates and etc. And I came with our groups. We sent more than 200 our experts. Such level of soft and different kind of interceptors, radars, systems of electronic warfare, and nobody has. Secretary is right. So we have, and we can destroy all kinds of drones. We can destroy a lot of different missiles, but we don't have still in our total program and system, we don't have anti-ballistic. This is the biggest problem. Yes, we are on the way. By the way, I wanted to say, so we will build it. I know, but we need time for this. But during this time, we lose people. So what we can give the United States, all these things, what we have and what United States, for example, doesn't, like cheap interceptors, a lot of different kinds, different military, different AI drones, and etc. So, but we don't have anti-ballistic, and the United States has anti-ballistic systems. What we want to share, we want to give everything what we have, and we remember that United States helped us from the very beginning of this war. So of course we are very thankful, and we are ready to share what we have. But till the moment we will produce our European anti-ballistic system, till this moment we need support from the United States.
Is there any offer from Europe to take down these ballistic missiles? Is there any hope other than the provision of more Patriots?
Between us, Europeans gave us some systems. It was the second year of the war, but it was about the American system Patriots. Yeah. Also, France and Italy, they have one system, SAMP-T, it's a good system, but they also need to increase the production because nobody knew that will be these years will be such big war. Nobody counted on this.
This guy is a giant douche wheel. You think so, music? Are you sure? I mean,
will be these years will be.
You might be right.
Big war. Nobody counted on this, so everybody has to increase the production. It's time. It's all about time. It's a pity, but it's true.
Right. Well, there's high demand, as you say. Let me ask you though about the status of diplomacy. Secretary Rubio said there are no negotiations scheduled between Russia and Ukraine. He seems to be acknowledging this is completely stalled.
Too bad, so sad. I mean, there's nothing. The negotiations have stalled. If Ukraine is unwilling to give Russia anything that they wish to have, stalled. Ukraine needs to kind of bend a little bit, I think. He just kind of one of those guys who's like, no, we need everything that was Ukraine to continue to be Ukraine, all the way back to whatever 2009 or whatever it was, when they took Crimea. Just saying.
President Putin's spokesperson said it is too early to speak in specifics
it's 2009,
about the end of the war. Do you
Y'all
think Russia can ever come to negotiate an end?
Yes, of course. First of all, I want to say that there are several tracks.
No, I think that he's wrong. I think that he's wrong. And yeah, there might be several tracks, but I think that he's wrong. I don't think that Russia can actually do that. They're going to have to actually remove Vladimir Zelensky from his position is pretty much what's going to happen for them to actually go ahead and occupy the territories that they wish. And if he's going to go ahead and he's going to strike places like Romania, he's going to go ahead and he's going to hit places like Moldova. He's not going to give a damn. He's going to take everything back that he wishes to take back. Serbia wants to stay the way they are, better shape up.
And the priority track was during last year, I think it was American track. It was trilateral meeting United States, Ukraine, and Russia. Yes, it was technical level, not leaders level. On
See, we just have more killing. It's always going to be just more killing because they can't help themselves. That's what they do. What they do is just kill more people. I see that women's college killing 36 women in the dorm room, right? For what?
the level of NSAs. But I think it was good. It was the priority. Then United States be open, and we have to be open between us. We are partners. United States moved and shift their focus on the Middle East, and because of this, I think Middle East is the priority. That's why we have some pauses in our diplomatic negotiations. We have European track. I always been on the side that it can't be just United States track or European. I thought that the most strong position is when Ukraine, Russia, America, United States, and Europe. I think that this is the most strong, powerful negotiation format. But we have what we have. Now Europe tries to find their way how to push Russia to the peace. And also the third way, and of course, we are ready to speak bilaterally with Russia. I'm ready to meet with Putin if he will be ready. I think we need more sanctions. I think we need more pressure. And you asked when they will be ready, and if they will be ready. Theoretically, I think yes. More sanctions, more pressure. They will be ready for the dialogue. Even now, they have losses: 35,000 soldiers, Russian soldiers per month, and it's a huge number of losses. Really, we increased this number. They increased the number to attack us, and that's why the number of losses is very big. And each month, you have to know that they mobilize, I think, the same very comparable number with the losses. So this is a problem for them, the deficit of people, and they are on the way to the big crisis with the people. I think that all these things will push them to the dialogue.
Your senior Ukrainian commander, Brigadier General Andriy Beletsky, told Reuters Ukraine has a 6-month window to seize the battlefield and strengthen its hand for peace talks. What do you need to do in those 6 months? And if it's not the U.S., who's the European partner that Vladimir Putin will agree to sit down with to make him broker peace with you?
Yes, it's true that during this period of time,
Erdogan maybe be the potential only one. Turkey. Otherwise, I don't know if there's any other country that's European country that would be even interested. I don't consider Belarus a European country. I consider Ukraine a European country. But supposedly they are.
I can say a little bit more. From December, it began in December 2025, Russia began to lose initiative on the battlefield. And from this point of view, I shared this information with our American partners. I said to them in January, I think that we have window for the negotiations because each month they will lose more and more people, and they will lose, because of these reasons, they will lose initiative on the battlefield. Now, they began attack us with massive missiles attacks. And again, the main reason why they did it, because they began to lose on the battlefield. They couldn't occupy territories more during 1 month than they lose during the same month. So now we have this period of time before the winter. So I think that in winter, before the winter, we need to find a way, diplomatic way, to sit and to speak. But it depends, the pressure on Putin, the pressure in his society, and I think that is increasing. The pressure by sanctions not to lift them, to put more. It's good. It's diplomatic way. I hope that United States will do.
Zelensky is beyond ridiculous. Stuff to Nazis. He seriously is under their control. He's under their control. If he doesn't do what they say, what they suggest he does, he's in trouble. He's in trouble, which is why he's so adamant to continue to believe the things that he believes, even with his very low percentage. I think it's like last time we looked, I think it was like 4 or 5% or something that actually like him, but because they're in military war or whatever, because there's a he went ahead and he put it under the whole country under arrest or whatever, and no elections until that's done and over with. It's like this guy military arrest the whole fucking country. Could you imagine if Donald Trump did that to us? The tyrannical people would go fucking shit, dude. They would blow shit up. The people I trust most are the drug addicted fates. Not.
it and European sanctions, but they made
Yeah.
more than 20 packages of sanctions
He
already.
says that they.
Who can be from Europe?
This
We
motherfucker.
have the format E3 countries.
You're not Europe, dude.
I don't know if it's the best one or not, but this is the priority for Europe. What I understand for today, E3, it's UK, France, and Germany. These three countries can be, I think, negotiators. And also we have good partners from Nordic countries, and also, you know, that Turkey always wanted to be a mediator. And even we had some successful steps when we brought back our war prisoners. This is also very important. But who will be at the end? It's up to Ukraine and Europe to decide who will be. And it's also important that Russia will be ready for speak, for dialogue, and for Europe.
When is the last time you heard from Secretary Rubio or Steve Witkoff or Jared Kushner, the president's peace envoys? And will they ever come to Kyiv?
Yes, we count on their coming to Kiev. I hope that they will find a possibility to come during 2 weeks. No, but at least I got such message from my negotiation group. They told me that they had contacts with Steve and Jared, and they said that they are ready to come to Ukraine and to speak. If, of course, if, always if, you know, Margaret, and today if it meant Middle East.
Yeah.
So I don't know what will be in the Middle East and how you close to negotiations, positive one, again, hope so. So I don't know it, but I think that we need to see American negotiation group in Ukraine. They've never been here. I think it's important not all, also for us. It's useful for them to understand, to see people that the life is going on, but we want to stop this war. It means to stop Russia. They've been several times in Moscow. I said previously about it. If they want to go this time to Moscow, they have to come to Kyiv and then go to Moscow. I think it will be helpful.
Yeah. You're talking about more sanctions. Because of the pressure on oil prices due to the war in Iran, the U.S. has been suspending some of these Russian oil sanctions. I'm asking this because there was a recent report investigating what is happening with the kidnapped Ukrainian children that Vladimir Putin has been taking and putting into these re-education camps. Yale University says there are at least 6 of them, and that Russian oil and gas companies are assisting with this state-sponsored kidnapping program. Has the U.S. lifting these sanctions basically helped fund kidnapping Ukrainian kids? Is that what's happening?
Margaret, it's difficult to answer this way. I can tell you that I mostly agree with you because lifting sanctions is in a help for the soldiers of Russia. It's very helpful for their defense industry. I mean, this after lifting sanctions, we didn't see some surprises, some low prices with oil or with petrol or diesel in Europe or somewhere. We didn't see it because I'm not sure that it depends on the Russian oil, the market prices really, because we saw what we saw about, I don't know, maybe I'm not correct, but it's nearly 5%. 5% of world oil. This is Russian investment. Yeah. So 5%. How it can make influence? I think no. It's not about it. It's how to find, I think, dialogue with Russians. But it's not correct dialogue. Why? Because Russians don't understand words. They don't understand. I think they don't understand emotions because they think that it's weak position. That's why we need to be strong and put sanctions on them. They really stolen thousands of Ukrainian children. We know about 20,000. We know, but maybe it's more. But we identify 20,000. We know the names, and we could bring back, by the way, thanks to leaders, to different countries, and by the way, Middle East partners, and the first ladies of Ukraine and of the United States, they also help with this. But we brought back during all these years 2,200. It's 10% of the number of the children, what we know. So, but I think that thousands of children we didn't identify till now. So this is a big problem. I don't see how Russians are ready to give us back these children. This is a difficult way how we do this. So they proposed us to exchange children.
Yeah, I don't really think that they're gonna actually exchange children for anything. The children are being re-educated Russian wise or whatever, or taken from the places that they were and it turned into and left to be the Russians that they wished to be in the first place. Because there's a big huge ordeal when it comes to Zelensky and his troops going ahead and bombing their own people, grenading their own people because of their belief. Because you remember all the way back in 2009, there was an election. There was an election that was held or whatever that these people wanted to actually be removed from. They felt that they were more Russian than they were Ukraine. But those regions that Russia has encapsulated so far, uh, Ukraine's like, no, we don't believe that you should get that and have the right to vote your way out to being Russians that are killing their own people. So is these the children that he speaks of? These ones that were the children of the adults that wished to really seriously be Russians and not Ukrainians? DT. Hope y'all doing well. Hope you're doing well, bro. Sure everything's good. Making them into food. Ukraine has been a huge trafficking hub for decades. Um, for lots of things. For lots of things, they're legit breadbasket to much of the world. Fertilizer, fuel. There's a lot of things that come out of that Black Sea straight out of Ukraine. Russia could choke them off real quick, take up Odessa, and they wouldn't have a choice.
uh, with soldiers. Can you imagine how we can exchange our children? We can't, first of all, it's out of the law. We can't exchange civilians. You can give back civilians. And how you can exchange, yes, it's important to get back our warriors, war prisoner, but we can't exchange them on the children. But the fact that Russia proposed to exchange children, this is the answer, that they stolen children. And I hope that Congress will find the possibility again to put sanctions on Russians because of the children. We spoke with the congressman. We spoke so many times about it. I hope that they will make this step.
The Treasury Secretary has said some of the poorest countries in the world had asked the U.S. for that temporary lifting of Russian sanctions, and that's why the U.S. went along with it. But it sounds like you are arguing there's more damage than good that's served. Is the United States doing more to help locate these children? Do you need more help from the United States?
We need more help. We need more help. We need 1,000 children to get them back. You know that we lose time. Why? Because there are, such very bad examples, so awful examples when these children grow up and they push these boys to the battlefield. We have such examples.
You have evidence of that?
Yes, we have evidence of it. Yes, and they taught these children to hate their native country, to hate native people and Ukrainians. Can you imagine such young Ukrainians, young boys, come to the battlefield and kill Ukrainians? So I mean, this is a practical way of disinformation of Russia. How they use.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Do you see what he said? And Ukrainians can imagine such young Ukrainians, boys come to the battlefield,
kill Ukrainians,
and kill Ukrainians. He just assumes that everybody there is this Ukrainian. There's no other version of human being in that region. There's no Russians whatsoever. In his mind, there's only Ukrainians killing Ukrainians. He just literally called it out. It's indeed what the fuck it is. He knows what they're doing. He knows indeed what they're doing.
That
evidence of
right
it, yeah.
there.
And they taught these children to hate their native country, to hate native people and Ukrainians. Can you imagine such young Ukrainians, young boys, come to the battlefield and kill Ukrainians? So
It, he's literally saying the thing. You can't make that up. It's indeed what it is. It's a freaking civil war. People fighting other people that he assumes are the same. They're all Ukrainians. It's too bad that a bunch of them actually voted to actually exit the Ukraine and wanted to be part of Russia on purpose. He's completely delusional, kinda, but he's calling it out. That's indeed what it is. Ukrainians are killing other Ukrainians because they don't want them to be Russians. Could you imagine? Could you imagine Russia's going taking Russians and teaching them Russian ways, so that when the Russians go to these places, they go ahead and they kill the Ukrainians that they don't wish to be. They're Russians. They're legit Russians.
I mean, this is a practical way of disinformation of Russia, how they use all the instruments to kill Ukraine and Ukrainians, and how to use children. And also, there is one of the rule how they divide families. They divide families. I mean, they move brother and sister, for example, boy and girl. They divide them and move to different families. This is, I mean, and there are hundreds examples uh, of such steps of Russia. That's why we can't lose time. We need to bring back children as quick as possible, and of course, we need the help of all the world. We need help of the United States of America.
Before I let you go, I just want to come back to what you mentioned in regard to drone technology and this offer that you made to the United States. Is the deal progressing or is it stalled?
So we wanted very much to do the first drone deal with the United States, like with the first strategic partner, but the United States wanted to check all our types of drones. Accepted. I accepted this document, this way how they wanted first to train, to check, to use it in the sky, on the water, because we have not only sky drones, we have sea drones and etc. So I accepted this way, but we still didn't accept a drone deal like the big document. I hope that we are on the way, but we have already drone deals with some Middle East countries, and we have already drone deals with some European countries. Now we're preparing the big drone deal with EU, and I hope that we will have such decisions with American partners. I count on it.
You count on it, and you need to keep working with Silicon Valley and American technology companies on this?
We want very much, yes, because American technological company, they have a lot of different interesting AI technologies, what we don't have. And we have a lot of things what they don't have because our experience on the battlefield. I think this cooperation can be huge and the most powerful in the world. So we need to negotiate already, not to speak about it, just to make steps and to do it as quick as possible.
Mm-hmm. You need President Trump to say yes, it sounds like.
Yes, we need President Trump to say yes.
Mr. President, thank you for your time, and we wish safety to your residents of Kyiv as you prepare for what is coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Margaret, for this dialogue. Thanks to your nation for the big support, and we are proud that we have such friends, and I wish you peace. All the best.
What's up, Weird Debbie? Good to see you. Just doing the thing as I always had. Like literally legit been doing this particular style of show for the last few years. I hadn't stopped. I just stopped streaming to YouTube. I'm like, all right, let's liven up the YouTube. They say that they're not as um bad as they were at one point in time. So I'm like, okay, well, we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll see what it is that we can get away with. We'll skirt them lines yet one more time, just to see. Just to see. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Um, investigations. Pashyan's illness, looming war with Russia, and gas chambers at Mount Arayat. Moscow floods Armenia
with disinformation ahead of elections. Ahead of Armenia's June 7th parliamentary elections, the country has faced an unprecedented wave of Kremlin backed disinformation. The Insider has identified the people behind the fakes. A list includes Alexander Ilinov, a professional informant linked to the FSB, who is behind Wyoming Star, Armenia's main propaganda newspaper. Online disinformation is also coordinated in part with Andrei Perla, a political strategist and social design agency, a Russian presidential administration contractor. Perla has previously been caught running disinformation campaigns in Europe, the United States, and even Latin America. It seems like there's a fairly lengthy article potentially. Astrologers warn of a period of explosive instability mid June to mid July 2026. During that time, according to their calculations, transiting Jupiter will form a square of Pashinian's natal Uranus. This often portends sudden revelations, mass unrest, and events that could reset all achievements. That article is published a month before Armenia's parliamentary elections in Yerevan. One, a Moscow registered media outlet supposedly aimed at Armenians living in Russia. 4 months before the publication, a report sent from the Office of Social Design Agency, known by its Russian initials ASP, to the Russian presidential administration read Project Yerevan First, a licensed media website, has been launched. Monthly project targets 200 long reads, 200 news items, 500 illustrations, 10 video products, social media management, VK, DZen, Telegram, Facebook, and X. They're like legit going ahead and they're going to propaganda the piss out of uh, the country as they can. They're just going to do it. Why wouldn't they? Lisa, so what does Zelensky want from us beside money? We gave him too much already. We need to not give him anything more. What he really wants is beyond me. I don't really understand what it is that he's really seriously trying to get at, other than he wants the children back out of Russia. He wants the children back that Russia's supposedly taking, splitting up from family to family or whatever, boys on one side, girls to the other type situation, and re-indoctrinating them. He's calling them Ukrainians fighting Ukrainians as opposed to um, the necessity of potentially thinking that these are the kids that are taken from families that thought they wanted to actually be Russians back in 2009 as opposed to wanting to be Ukrainians. We forget history very, very quickly. We just kind of be like, "Oh, that didn't happen. That didn't happen." We just kind of move on. Um, Bring Backlemore, what up, player? Been a minute. It has been a minute since I've been on that YouTube side. It's been a couple of years. It's legit been a couple of years that have been like to the point where I don't care what the fuck I say to him or whatever. It was like I attempted to do something like a year ago. But, I was biting my tongue half the time, and I'm like, from what I caught, YouTube kind of laid back on some of their stuff. We'll see how much they laid back because we're going to cover an awful lot of stuff here in the next several hours. I say several hours because that's what it's going to be. I'll be here for a while. The ASP created an Ilya Gabas Gambai. I'm not going to be able to fucking say that name. My mouth is like, nah. Is it Gambashidze? That looks about right. Is the Kremlin's main contractor of producing fake content. The agency came to the fore after the death of Wagner Group founder Yevgeny Prigozhin in August of 2023. I totally covered that whole incident from the beginning to end of the Wagner Group trying to do what they wanted to do in Russia.
to them being transported out to Sudan and then shot down out of the sky on the way back in. So it's like, oh, okay. Um, who what? I don't even know what you're saying. Uh, they began involving astrologers in producing content in unauthentic publications in 2023 as part of a fake media campaign that Western journalists nicknamed Doppelganger. Inside ASP, that campaign is referred to as an acronym FGIA, formed from the original target countries France, Israel, Germany, and America. But internal ASP documents show that the project staff have become accustomed to the name journalists use for them. The forecast is for Peshinyan, authored by Moscow astrologer Vera Zadoroshenko. I got that one right. Had been the ASP server since mid 2025. From January 5th, 2026, a positive transiting aspect of Pluto to the Sun, Virginians' willpower and ambitions find support from the influential structures, elites, and shadow players, according to the document reviewed by the Insider. An ambitious project with 6 followers. What's this? Russia agreed not aggression against Ukraine during the breakup of Soviet Union if Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons. They, they don't have their own nuclear weapons. They're not a nuclear country. How is it that Ukraine's giving up a damn thing? There's there is success to Armenia. The story about Pashinyan's corruption through the purchase of elite real estate in Marseille was picked up by the Armenian media and opinion leaders in the diaspora. Pashinyan's wife was forced to deny it. Then he himself did, accusing the position former presidents Kusharian and Sargisian of slander and fabricating the scandal. A public spat began, details in the memo. That message was sent in June 2025 as part of a report by a doppelganger headquarters employee to the superiors. It was accompanied by updates on an investigation by the Foundation of Battle Injustices, an organization created under Prigozhin and now operating under the control of the presidential administration, claiming that the Moldovan president, Mia Sandu, owned a business selling Ukrainian children to pedophiles. Also included was a report that spread the fake claim that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky bought his mother an apartment in Dubai's Burj Khalifa skyscraper. ASP documents suggest that every fake news campaign, as well as the operations of every pseudo media outlet intended to shape the correct opinions of the client's point of view, was presented as a marketing campaign report. Analysts carefully counted how many views each fake received in local and foreign media, documenting which outlets republished it, how many views the debunkings received, what audiences the fed bloggers who spread the fake had, and what portion of the story's reach was organic. After After trial fakes targeting Pashinyan in late 2025, several news ideas were pitched to the client, meaning that Russian presidential administration modeled on those already implemented against EU countries in Ukraine under the Doppelganger project. The Irvan 1 portal was the result in one such pitch. The outlet's main narrative, Armenia, can prosper only in the close alliance with Russia and under its protection. Target audience Armenian communities in Russia, Russian speaking Armenians in Armenia,
Audience size about 2.5 million unique users per month. The project presentation said, notably though, that the authors incorrectly listed the Armenian elections as occurring in 2025 rather than in 2026. The same memo says that the Armenian community in Russia numbers between 1 million and 1.5 million people. It is therefore unclear where the Russian only project could find an audience of 2.5 million unique users a month. This is as of May 2026. Yerevan first had 81 followers in the Russian social network VK. The overwhelming majority were project employees or their acquaintances within a connection to Armenia on Facebook. It had 6 followers. Poor Man's Wikipedia, another project, was so-called self-filling knowledge base, essentially a Wikipedia clone, in which some articles would be edited to convey the project's own versions of events. The client was promised traffic of about 5,000 visits a day during the first 3 months, with further growth in the 30% or more. The political strategists were confident that the operation would succeed in similar project had already been implemented for Germany. One goal of the project like this would be to attract crawler bots, which collect information for training and generating responses by chatbots and large language models such as Grok and ChatGPT. What's up, Gonzo Johnny? I think it is a joint venture for the Dems and Repubs that started way longer ago than we think. Probably. Probably. I wouldn't doubt that. One goal of the project is like to attract the crawler bots, which collect information and training, generating responses to chatbots and large language models like Grok and ChatGPT. This makes it possible to poison chatbot answers using them to transmit Kremlin-backed narratives. According to internal ASP documents, by early 2026, the German knowledge base already contained more than 200,000 pages, though the figures may have been exaggerated in the reporting purposes. Purposes of one KPI listed was training 6 AI platforms on edited articles, 500 per month. The remaining Wikipedia clone project appears to have been approved. It appears on the list of ASP projects being implemented in 2026. The specific site is most likely a portal, spire.cu. Yerevan first often cites it as a source of photographs, even though the ordinary user cannot open the site. Instead, all of its pages redirect to Google's homepage. There are several internal pages on the portal, and the page code looks fraudulent. Its functionality resembles doorway pages, a black hat search engine optimization technique in which pages are manipulated to rise in search results, only to immediately redirect users to another page, often through a chain of several pages. Those schemes are used to capture search traffic, artificially inflating a target site statistics. The portal does not exist alone. Behind it is an entire network of sites and the same hosting service, all united by Armenian themes. Hackers. Um, I know music, and they are not the only illusion most people fall for, sadly. Mm. After 6 months, link to the project pages. I'm sorry, Cackers. Lake 7 Armenian history. Each topic is represented in multiple addresses in order to cover search results as widely as possible. After 6 months, links to project pages appear on the first pages of search engines and for more than 50% of the target queries. The project's authors promised in their pitch to the Kremlin as part of the document that also described the techniques typically used in Black Hat SEO. The project was planned to be hosted in Turkey. First, Turkey does not block such projects. Second, a Turkish trace is quite organic for use in false flag. At the same time, access from Russian IP addresses was supposed to be blocked from the start because of legal restrictions and risks. The IP address hosting the cloned Wikipedia has been flagged by more than 10 cybersecurity companies as associated with fraud and phishing. Researchers in the virus total community also note that the hosting company UltraHost, which has an office in Turkey, is always happy to work with confirmed repeat fraudsters. No problem. The ASP proposed project, the Diaspora Speaks, apparently did not receive funding since it does not appear to on the agency's list of projects for 2026. However, perhaps the reason is simply that the term implementing media influence projects targeting Armenians has hardly anyone who speaks or writes Armenian. Who creates disinformation targeted at Armenia? Uh, TYT? That chunky yogurt, that Armenian that calls himself a young Turk. It's weird. The vast majority of Yerevan's first 81 VK followers live in the Russians' Primorsky Krai, the Tver regions, and almost all of them are either friends or acquaintances of editor-in-chief Pavel Shtick, of his longtime associate Alexander and Donnie, who was involved in Primorsky Krai's politics with Shedniknin, or are friends with the colleagues of ASP Media Department ahead of Alexei Ulyanov, a political strategist and advertising specialist from Tver. The page has existed since 2009 and was previously a film club group. Only in March of 2026 was it renamed Yerevan Pervy. Or Yerevan First. We can drop links, right, Brock? I mean, you're okay for the most. It usually scream no links in chat for the ridiculousnesses of like those bots that come in, drop links, and say zero other things. You're fine. You're saying things. I didn't click on your link yet. Because there's things. I'm kind of doing some stuff. Let me see if I can. Extending Russia competing in advantageous ground of like 354 pages. Holy snap. I like it. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna bookmark that. What's this other thing that was put in here? This BitChute. I hate BitChute. I have a BitChute account. I just don't use it. Congress quietly fuses U.S. and Israeli military together. I mean, it's not like this hasn't been done with other countries. If for whatever reason South Korea goes and it gets into any type of ordeal with North Korea or any other, immediately military goes to an American general. The American general then immediately takes up and gets to dictate whatever happens and occurs. So, not like this. That's not new.
It's just maybe new for them. Not. Come on, it's Israel. Like, that hasn't been a fully integrated thing before. I believe a lot of these exactions coming out of Donald Trump in Iran or whatever really seriously came from Netanyahu doing what he wants and really say, "Oh, okay, here we go. No choice. We're with you." Candy TV, good to see you. I didn't know that links weren't allowed. It's like I said, only for those that don't like to participate. If you're participating in stuff or whatever, and you're really getting along with the thing that's going on, sure, I'm down. I like it. That thing's an hour long in itself. Dang, you guys. um, don't know if this has my sign in. Yes, I'm a human. Ooh, it's been a while. Cause like it's been a while since I've been on BitChute. I'd go and subscribe to you if I'm pretty sure I already have an account. Like I went to almost anywhere and everywhere. Like, oh, it's you. We haven't seen you forever. Cause yeah, it's BitChute. See if I can subscribe. There you go. Give you a follow, give you a thumb. You did that yourself. 3,000 subscribers on BitChute. I'm proud of you, Candy TV. Proud of you. No, you're good. Like I said, all's good. Let's see. Half Turkish via my dad, but born in the Netherlands. So then you're technically Dutch. The Turks are like Americans. Um, that's what I've been told. That's what I've been told. They're like we actually went ahead and that's why we get along with them as well as we do, and we've actually sided with them over so many different things. In my experience, that's the case worldwide. By the way, I mean, right, exactly. That's what I've been told. That whatever we get along with them very well, but I don't keep on putting earbuds in because I'm just so used to always having them in. I was disappointed to see how Turkish government changed. I bet. Who creates disinformation targeted towards Romania? The vast majority of Yerevan's first 81 VK followers live in Russia's Primorsky Krai or Tver regions. This page has existed since 2009. Yerevan is one of the only two regular non-anonymous non-anonymous the authors of Yerevan First. The second is blogger George Kashaturian, who writes a seemingly on seemingly any topic imaginable without an issue, just writes about whatever. All analysts, it any other analyst is on the Eurovan First site is published anonymously. The insider found, however, that one of the site's main authors and producers is actually political strategist Andre Perla, who's involved in virtually all of the ASP's disinformation tracks. In addition to content, is published by Vladislav Amageyev, a graduate of the Correspondence Department of Foreign Language and International Communications at Tver State University. A report in the Yerevan First project
from early 2026 said that the licensed media website had been launched, referring a license to Roskomnadzor, a Russian state's media regulator. Though the domain name Irvan.1 was registered back in 2021, the license was obtained by S&G Media LLC, which also operates the domain. Notably, S&G Media LLC is behind around 15 pocket media outlets and social design agency. Schnicknin's Schnicknin is an editor in chief not only in the Yerevan First, but also of other S&G media outlets, as well as the owner and director of legal entity. Schnicknin is best known for his Primorsky Cry for his 2014 attempt to hold a referendum using forged documents. He and his ally, and Donny, also became the first members ever expelled from Democratic Choice Party. Immediately afterwards, Schnicknin founded the outlet Vostok.today, whose slogan was "No propaganda, only news." He later became the owner of S&G Media LLC while also working for Yandex. Around the same time, he and Andoni, who also work in S&G Media, began regularly flying to Ashgabat, the capital of Turkmenistan. The organization did not begin registering news sites covering the countries in the Commonwealth of Independent States until 2020. In practice, they are now one of the ASP's pocket media outlets, just like Irvan.1, which over the past couple of years has had publishing posts in an empathetically neutral tone. Although the site contains articles dated 2017 to 2020, it is actually registered in 2021. The older articles have fake publications, dates, and were copied from S&G Media's main website. This is done so that search engines treat the site as being older and therefore more legitimate. In late 2025, the site suddenly became useful to the ASP team for spreading Kremlin influence ahead of the elections in Armenia. It is this site that the report to the Kremlin said had been registered and licensed, even though the ASP and Schnicklin's team had in fact owned it for several years. The site now publishes several news items a day, usually condemning Armenia's current leadership. In 2025, together with ASP heads Nikolai Tupikin, the Ilya Gambashidze, the organization found the Strategic Communications Caspian 2030 autonomous nonprofit organization. In 2026, it founded the Union of Journalists of the CIS. One of the employees, Alexei Ulyanov, the advertising specialist from Tver, since 2012, he has written sales text, advertising concepts, and SEO copy on his LinkedIn page. He boasts that he knows the secret of selling word. Ulyanov now presents himself as a political consultant and is a regular guest in the Tsargrad television channel. He also oversees all writers in the Doppelganger campaign. Under Ulyanov's supervision, writers produce texts such as "Impoverished France continues to help Ukraine." Did you know that France, more than 2,000 children sleep on the street? Yes, in 1 year, the number of these unfortunate children increased by 22%, and there are many times more adults. Companies are closing, people are losing their jobs, then their housing. That is why the number of homeless people are constantly growing. Free soup kitchens for the poor can no longer cope with the flow of clients and cannot feed everyone. Those texts were then spread to social media by ASP commentators. Ulyanov's analysis is now also published in Yerevan First. Andrei Perla is also a Sargrad employee at the Veteran of Doppelganger Disinformation Campaign, working under the title of Chief Ideologist. Perla is responsible for conducting fake opinion polls in the EU countries and Ukraine. In 2023, the U.S. State Department accused him of spreading disinformation in Latin America. Perla has an account in Yerevan First publishing system like Alexei Ulyanov and Nikolai Tupikin. He logs into the SNG Media admin panel through the social design agency internal VPN. Finally, the former editor-in-chief of SNG Media, Mikhail Ledikov, has spent years calling himself the conspirologist in social media. He came to work with Shtick and ASP after collaborating with Prigozhin's Patriot Media Group. Storm 1516 disinfo about Prime Minister Pashinyan's health. Although it is not known for certain who is behind the Storm 1516 campaign, the project is closely linked to the Foundation to Battle Injustice, a group founded by Yevgeny Prigozhin. In 2021, the foundation's materials were sometimes also amplified by sites and accounts in the Doppelganger network. Though France's digital foreign interference watchdog, Vignium, believes that happened more situationally than systematically. Since it began operating, Storm 1516 has focused on discrediting Ukraine and spreading disinformation about the candidates for office in the United States, France, Germany, and Moldova. Storm 1516's campaign against Nikol Pashinyan began in June and July of 2025. However, until September, the group's main effort focused on spreading fakes ahead of elections in Moldova. After the pro-European Party in Action of Solidarity won in Moldova, Storm 1516 shifted its focus to Pashinyan. For example, the fake about Pashinyan's alleged purchase of high-end real estate in Marseille that was reported in the Kremlin as a success was launched by Storm 1516. In a report by the European External Action Service, researchers pointed to similarities between Storm 1516 narratives in Moldova and Armenia. In both cases, fake websites and inauthentic accounts discussed the supposed immorality of candidates, invited stories accusing them of corruption, and speculated about the loss of sovereignty that victories by Maya Sandu and Nikol Pashinyan would bring about in their respective countries. In May, accounts linked to the groups began spreading rumors that Pashinyan was ill. One such video made it look like a report of the Armenian outlet civilnet.am claimed that Pashinyan had contracted HIV and that it became known during the imprisonment in 2010 when he was sentenced to 7 years on charges of organizing unrest. Civilnet denied having published such a report. According to Bloomberg's calculations, the number of narratives spread by Storm 1516 network in the first 3 months of 2026 more than doubled compared to the same period in 2025. Since late March, new narratives have appeared almost daily, with several targeting Hungarian opposition candidate Peter Magyar ahead of the elections that were held in the past April. Bloomberg found more than 25 stories about Armenia portraying Pashinyan as corrupt and unable to govern the country. Yerevan First, like other pro-Kremlin sites, republishes Storm 1516's disinformation about Pashinyan, reports sent by Kremlin-linked doppelganger staff to other superiors also covered the spread of fakes produced by Storm 1516. The group's narratives notably overlap with those pushed by the doppelganger team. Like the Strait of Hormuz thing, so many politicians and friends getting rich and the oil price fluctuates. It makes no sense why it fluctuates as much as it really does. It gets confusing. It gets really confusing to understand why it's so um extreme. Lucky Chucky, what up? What up, dude? Good to see you. It's been a minute. Don't know if you're still watching. The numbers on the YouTube side kind of aren't showing that there's people really seriously watching. They're just kind of like they come in, they leave. They're like, this guy. Matryoshka disinformation and the name of respected media outlets. Around the same time that the Foundation of Battle and Justice has published the fake about the Armenian Prime Minister's alleged property in Marseille, bots of the Matryoshka network began their campaign against Pashinyan. Matryoshka is a Russian disinformation network that creates fake videos made to look as if they were produced by established Western media outlets. The name refers to the Russian nesting doll, suggesting layers of deception and imitation. In early June 2025, the Antibot 4 Navalny project found that accounts in the network were published fake videos imitating major global media outlets like Euronews and France 24. In the videos, foreign academics were portrayed as claiming the Armenian genocide was being hushed by Yerevan itself. Other fabricated videos spread false accusations about corruption in Pashinyan's government. In October, Matryoshka videos criticized Pashinyan as destroying Armenia's cultural code and imposing non-traditional values of tolerance. The government was accused of threatening opposition journalists and bloggers. Other AI-generated videos used the identities of former Auschwitz prisoners and independent agentfo reported. I don't know what the heck what is. I don't know what that is. Speaking of their names, the video claimed that Nicole Pashinyan is building gas chambers for Armenia's symbols, testing them in Mount Ararat. Pashinyan was called a traitor, and Armenian citizens were compared to Jews who waited for tragedy to happen. According to Antibot for Navalny, by early May 2026, the Matryoshka network was published 343 fake videos about Armenia and Pashinyan. A month before the election, the scale of disinformation campaign had already approached the one seen in Moldova. The propagandists put in nearly 11 weeks of nonstop work in Armenia with just under 16 in Moldova, with which published 409 videos, according to calculations by the independent outlet Vottac. Ahead of the U.S. elections, the network published 180 videos compared to 97 in Germany and 14 in Poland. Since early 2026, March of 2026, Matryoshka has published videos claiming that Pashinyan could start a war with Russia. By mid-May, there were at least 20 such videos. They're just like propaganda galore. At the news conference on May 9th, Vladimir Putin claimed that Armenia's possible accession to the European Union and withdrawal from the Eurasian Economic Union should be decided in a nationwide Armenian referendum, which he urged Yerevan to hold as soon as possible. Putin also implied that Armenia should not push things to the extreme and follow Ukraine's path, hinting at the potential for military conflict. All this later led to a coup on the Crimean story and the position of the southeastern Ukraine in hostilities. This is what all this led to. This is a serious question, Putin said in his characteristic style. So, there's no need to push things to the extreme. It is simply necessary to say in time that we will do this and that, and the Armenian side needs to calculate, and we need to calculate. Ukraine is corrupt and evil beyond understanding. And that's why we were listening to and paying attention to the things that we do so that we understand the levels of corruption. You can see it. Their propaganda is thick, and they're just like whatever they can in any country to go ahead and make it be that, that they coup anything that they possibly can. In February 2026, a newspaper of the American sounding name, Wyoming Star, began appearing in the streets of Yerevan. The newspaper turned out to be a collection of Armenian language translations of articles from the United States based website about events in Armenia. Neither the website nor the newspaper listed any authors. Local outlet Factor TV found that the editor of the Armenian version was Yannick Shakirian, a citizen of St. Petersburg. He bought copies of the newspaper from Moscow but refused to say who financed its printing. The insider established that the email address of the one Wyoming Star author, Michelle Larson, actually belongs to Alexander Ilnov. In 2023, Ilnov, is that an I or is that an L? It's an I because it's a capital letter. So I mean, Ionov, Ionov. It'd be Russian, so Ionov. Ionov is charged with recruiting these U.S. citizens and interfering with municipal elections in Tampa, Florida. And one time, the grand jury brought formal charges against two FSB officers. Ionov, a Moscow resident and president of the anti-globalization movement in Russia, the chair of the National Human Rights Committee of the Professional Informant, that indicate the indictment against Ilnov says that since October 2013, he acted under FSB control of the United States and tried to recruit representatives of various political groups to become agents of Russian influence. Okay, I'm going to do something here because it's bugging me. It's bugging me. I need to know because I know I'm saying it wrong. I'm just butchering it. Um, I know. Yeah, I was saying it right. I starts with the hard I. I enough. I'm right. Okay. I you got to check yourself sometimes. You got to check yourself sometimes. Make sure that you're doing it right. Um, Zeo Nazis and our government side with them. What does that make them? Exactly. Exactly. When your own government sides with them, what do you call yourself? I know. Moscow resident and president of anti-globalization movement in Russia, the chair of the National Human Rights Committee and the professional informant. The indictment against Ionov says that since October 2013, he acted under FSB control of the United States and tried to recruit representatives of various political groups to become agents of Russian influence. Those recruited were supposed to inflame conflicts and generally destabilize the situation inside the United States. In 2021, Ionov began a campaign against independent media of Russia, labeling virtually all independent outlets as enemies of the people and submitting reports about them in the Ministry of Justice. That same year, he began cooperating with Prigozhin's foundation to battle injustices in the attempt to promote candidate of the U.S. gubernatorial election. The U.S. State Department is offering up to $10 million for information about Ionov. Ooh, really? Get some money out there for anybody that knows anything about this Ionov dude. The State Department? Look at that. Drifting out of Russia's orbit, the Armenian's prime minister's visit to Moscow exposes the growing conflict that will determine the country's future. Drumming up supporters, Armenia is steadily increasing its cooperation with Europe. Grabbing him by the beard, the insider identifies the FSB, GRU, and SVR agents Russia sent to Armenia to take on Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan. Russian registry removes data of Armenian paramilitary candidate Narek Karapetyan from the probe of concealed second passport. Strong Armenia party leader Samuel Karapetyan revealed as nominal owner of villa in French Riviera used by Putin's partner Elena. Oh, wow. Russia's Matryoshka's bots use system to down concert announcement to launch pre-election smear campaign against Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan. They're really seriously going to coup the shit out of Armenia again. They're going to do it. They're going to do it because, I mean, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they just go ahead and do that? Russia is really seriously showing their force. They're going to continue to show even more force if we don't pay attention closely enough. We're going to miss it. We're going to miss it. It should be some interesting things come out of Russia. There's a good case that the Nazi scientists won World War II 20 years after the U.S. declared victory. There's an interesting cases if you just go ahead and just read Operation Paperclip. Just go read Operation Paperclip and you'll really seriously understand it. If you don't want to read it, you're like, I don't want to read that. I don't have time to read that. I read it. You can go back and you can listen to the whole story here and Shtick with Koolfrogg Live. It's very, very interesting to understand Nazi scientists and what they did to the International Court of Justice to bring him here. We're the ones that are being controlled by that. Russia. Russia control of the Arctic Gap would put the UK in range of missiles. Uh-oh. Bum, bum, bum. They're coming for you. They're coming for you. Russia is threatening a strategic choke point off and far north coast of Norway that would allow it to strike London with hypersonic missiles, the Norwegian defense minister has warned. The Bear Gap, a roughly 400-mile wide corridor of the Arctic Ocean, is Russia's gateway to the North Atlantic and marks the western approach to the Kola Peninsula, home to the majority of Russia's nuclear arsenal. As the Kremlin has expanded its northern fleet and its submarines have begun roaming more frequently into the vicinity of NATO waters, the passage between mainland Norway and Svalbard archipelago has become a focus of tension. Tore Sandvik, the Norwegian Minister of Defense, told the Times that he was worried Moscow could attempt to seize control of the region to establish bastion defense around its nuclear arsenal and give its navy easy access to the Atlantic. Nice little graphic there so that if you didn't quite understand what it was that was just read, you can see the little gap between the Svalbard, Norway, and their main land. And you can see where the GIUK gaps are, which, Greenland, Iceland, UK. There's a gap. There's space the Norwegian Sea to the Atlantic Ocean there, whatever, that really seriously needs to be paid attention to. They're close enough. They're close enough to do what they want. They will do it. I like how they put Denmark as Greenland in brackets still. Wait till that changes one day. Wait till that changes one day. Who's that? I'm here, bro. Let me check my chat. America understands not all of us, but TPPT. Bro, haven't seen you in a year. I haven't been on YouTube in probably like 2. I just don't do it. Your beard is so long, it's past your. It totally there. It's there. Got some length to it. Um, I have never really gone away. I've been on Rumble for the last 2 years. No YouTube, because it's just like fuck all that. Been told that I can actually do more now. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. We'll see if I get to keep this episode. I don't cry. It's hard, man. The class of people rule the world. The people making money of the wars, pandemics, stock markets, who own the corporations and get to decide how much money gets printed and what for, and we get to be their slaves, dancing slaves for sure. I don't cry. It's hard, man. Truth. It's in a weird vibe. It kind of does. Kind of does. Uh, um, Nickel Floor, what up? I am very happy I am not a youngster in America. Shades will not help them. They need to be alert and frightened of pervs with candy and shiny beads. Right? Right? Exactly. They're not paying attention. Keep on putting a freaking earbud in. Other world news. The plot for British Caliphate. The Muslim Brotherhood has infiltrated society. Let's see. The plot for British Caliphate, the Muslim Brotherhood, was infiltrated by society. The Muslim Brotherhood is many things: a political organization with global presence, a secretive society with high level connections into businesses and government, a missionary board, or a missionary body that seeks to maximize the presence of Islam around the world, an institution builder whose members are prolific in setting up organizations, putting its presence in one to remove a movement stretching way beyond the Arab Muslim origins. What up, Neural? Good to see you, brother. BillTongUSA.com. Get the meat. Code FROG, FROGG, FROG, save 10%. Get it. Yum. America's kids are starting at the phone senses they'll easy it would be easy meeting demons to rule America. I got my child, my wonderful child. He's getting there. He's understanding the difference between healthy food and not healthy food. He knows what dad eats. He knows what he's allowed to eat some other times and how it makes him feel. What actually happens to him when he eats that garbage comparably. American kids are weak. They're weak. They're very weak. He's gonna be all right. He's gonna be all right. He's gonna be one of those that'll make it. Dom is raising funds due to a tight month. If you could pop through, exactly. Dom has been having a hard time, and I appreciate him for for who he is. If y'all do what Neura's saying, do that. Help him out. Help him out. I squawked that same sentiment last night, Neuro, because it's rough. It's rough, and everybody needs a little bit of something sometimes. Thank you for the $2. Appreciate that. The Muslim Brotherhood is many things: a political organization with global presence, a secretive society with high-level connections into business and government, a missionary body that seeks to maximize the presence of Islam around the world, an institution builder whose members are prolific and set up organizations putting its presence at one remove, a movement stretching way beyond its Arab Muslim origins and network of networks that, among other things, allows Muslim and non Muslim groups to fight alongside each other, and is associated with Hamas in Palestine and has past ties to Al Qaeda. Its people put themselves forward of interlocutors, seeking to intercede between governments and their Muslim populations, using their networks as leverage. In some respects, it is a state proxy closely linked to Qatar in the Turkish regime of President Erdogan. It is a charity promoter and working for the sake of Muslims and Islam worldwide, but especially in Palestine. And last but not least, it is an ideology with a commitment to Islamic supremacism and the defeat of the West. Those different aspects don't always work in tandem. Indeed, the Brotherhood sometimes finds itself in different sides of political conflict, but such ambiguity can work in its advantage, creating leverage and maximize its interests and undermine its real enemies, to turn them against themselves and each other. After decades of large scale Muslim immigration and brotherhood as a movement, ideology and style is now firmly established within Western countries. Its positions in such things as decolonization, Islamophobia, and Palestine Israel are now mainstream positions in the West. But the Brotherhood itself, as the body remains under the radar, clearly present, but rarely overt, it operates in the shadows with assertions about the influence easily written off as conspiracy mongering. Yet sometimes this influence becomes visible. In November of 2015, former prison Governor Ian Aitchison wrote to the Ministry of Justice about a review team he was leading had found numerous examples of Islamist extremist texts in British prison uh, chaplaincies. In evidence of the Common Justice Committee in the following July, Aitchison said that the books contained sometimes sectarian, homophobic, and incendiary information that was freely available to vulnerable prisoners in many prisons with no obvious control over it. Aitchison's review team looked at 11 prison chaplaincies and found inflammatory texts in 9 of them, including titles from some of the main ideologues of Muslim Brotherhood. The Way of Jihad from Brotherhood founder Hassan al-Banna. Milestones by Sayed Goop. I don't know how to pronounce that. Also author of Our Struggle with the Jews and the Lawful and Prohibited in Islam by Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi. Aitchison submitted his final report to Michael Gove, Secretary of State of Justice, in March of 2016, with the stripped down summary released in August of that year. Behind the scene, he had also written a Gove highlighting that he calls a significant finding beyond this term of reference. This concerned with senior Muslim advisor in National Offender Management Service, which makes sure convicted criminals serve the sentences and orders carried out by the courts. The advisor was Atsham Ali. Aitchison stresses how that he was not making any specific allegations. However, he noted that Ali had appeared in platforms with extremists and had attracted complaints from Sufi imams who felt unfairly discriminated against the prison appointments process. Following Acheson's warning, Gove launched an investigation into Ali. According to the Sunday Times, it found that 140 of the prison's imams Ali had overseen the appointment of around 70% were from Deobandi tradition, a conservative Sunni denomination prevalent in the British Pakistani communities that was influenced the Taliban and has significant ideological commonalities with the Brotherhood. However, by the time the investigation process was completed, Gove had been sacked and Acheson's term had ended. Following the investigation, Ali was exonerated and remains in the position today. The Ministry of Justice now issues a statement. There is no evidence that Ashtam Ali was responsible for extremist texts identified in some chaplaincies, but he certainly has strong links to Muslim Brotherhood and other Islamist groups. Sheikh Abdul al Judai, Ali's long term teacher and guide, was the founder of the European Council of Fatwa and Research, part of the inner network of Brotherhood institutions in Europe. Qaradawi, author of one of the texts that Acheson's teams warned about, was a co-founder of the ECFR and led by the organization for many years. The Iraqi-born Judai was involved in other institutions of that network too, the International Union of Muslim Scholars, also formerly led by Qaradawi. The charity Islamic Relief recently deselected an aid partner by the Swedes, but retained such by the UK, the European Institute of Human Sciences, the main branch of which was dissolved by the French government last year for promoting radical Islamic ideology and justifying armed jihad, signaling that you are a long-standing pupil of someone with such connections sends quite a message to those in the know. It is worth taking a moment to discuss Qardari, the foremost Brotherhood ideologue of recent times, who died in 2022. Qaradawi acquired a certain notoriety in the West for stating that Islam will conquer Europe via dawah, the Arabic term for proselytizing an ideology, and for advocating a jihad of necessity against Israel, including civilians and innocent child, as legitimate targets. He also praised violent jihadists in the West for their aims, if not their means, for their love and truth of concern that they show for Muslims. Qaradawi's The Lawful and Prohibited in Islam, one of the texts found in British prisons, is the interesting case, effectively a handbook of Islamic law for Muslims and potential converts in the West. Most of it is emollient and even ecumenical. My brain looked at those words and said, "Nah, you don't get to read that." Far from being inflammatory, however, his stance emerges as a standpoint of necessary Islamic supremacy. Qaradari says Islam came to be followed and not to follow, to be dominant and not subordinate. Among non-Muslims, Jews and Christians at least deserve protection, and even love their Muslims. He says, drawing extensively that the Quran and the Hadith, but only if they defer to Muslim domination. Neither rabbis nor priests, kings or sultans have the right to prohibit something permanently to Allah's servants. If someone does this, he has certainly exceeded his limits, usurping the sovereignty which the respect is legislating for the people belongs to Allah alone. Jewish people present a difficult case here. In one hand, Kadari says they deserve respect as people of the book, but he also condemns them several times for their rebelliousness, their deviousness, and tendency to inveigle wealth from others. They shouldn't have used the AI to write this article. Notwithstanding the generally peaceful tone, the book contains a clear threat. If non Muslims resist the imposition of Islam and codes of halal, lawful, and haram, prohibited, the latter including such things as consumption of alcoholic drinks, homosexual marriage, and uncovered women in public, then they may be fought against. In order to keep the Muslim society purified, it says a continuous war must be waged against all belief systems which originate in man's ignorance of the divine guidance and its errors of idol worship, and it's imperative, he adds, for the Muslim Ummah to muster military power in the utmost extent of capacity in order to defend itself. This is the responsibility of every Muslim, not just governments. Here we might see the origins of what some observers call the Brotherhood's double discourse, also its obfuscation and dissembling. In such matters, when challenged, on one hand, there is plenty of generous, peaceful language in Qadari's books to demonstrate how Islam is not a threat to non believers. On the other hand, we find exhortations to violence against those who fail to submit to it, whether or not um, Ashtam Ali had anything to do with this, and the other Brotherhood texts being present in the British prisons. It is remarkable that someone with such links maintains an overseeing role in these prisons, including over the appointment of imams, leaders, who minister to prisoners. Ashtam Ali and Sheikh Judai were both offered the right to reply to the facts of assertions above the concerns from the former via the employer Ministry of Justice. However, no response was forthcoming from either. In recent decades, British prisons have become notorious for the domination of Muslim gangs. A Ministry of Justice report in 2019 noted that the staff and inmates refer to the gangs as the Muslim Brotherhood, with former prisoner Stephen Gallant, hero of the 2019 London Bridge terrorist attack, describing it as less than an organization than a network, one fusing Islamist extremism and grievance with the gang discipline of existing prisoner groups. This reflects a wider reality of the Muslim Brotherhood in the West as a style of a source of inspiration in much of the anything. The organization has grown some serious wings. The Muslim Brotherhood is originally founded by the Islamic scholar and school teacher Hassan al-Banna in Egypt in 1928, which was then nominally independent but dominated by the British. Banna was consumed by the colonization of the homeland and much of the Muslim world by Western powers and Western modernity. He attributed this partly to non Muslim strength, but also to Muslim weakness, which he attributed to the abandoning of Islamic principles. Real Islam, he said, was about fighting and defeating non believers. Why do you have to fight? That's not proselytizing. There's a difference between proselytizing somebody and fighting them to make them believe what you want them to believe. Gamal Abdel Nasser, the Egyptian nationalist, revolutionary, and president from 1954 to 1970, was briefly a member of the Brotherhood of Forties. A friend of the associate of Nasser's and the Free Officers movement recounted their initiative into the secret apparatus of the organization. We were taken into a total darkened room where we heard a voice in placing our hand in the Quran and the gun and then repeating after the voice. We took an oath of obedience and total allegiance, for better or worse, to the Grand Master, Bana, swearing by the book of God in the Sunnah of the Prophet. Nasser soon turned against the Brotherhood. Ikhwan in Arabic, rejecting its instance of Sharia law in favor of secular nationalism. In response, a Brotherhood member shot at him in 1954 as he was celebrating the withdrawal of the British forces from the country. He was not hit, but the pattern was set with the Egyptian politics. On the one side, secular nationalists who could draw upon the backing of the military. On the other hand, the Brotherhood, who drew their strengths from within Egyptian society as de facto representatives of Islam. At times, the two forces have cut pragmatic deals with each other. However, their visceral opposition meant this never lasted. Witness the coup that overthrew the Brotherhood led government of Mohamed Morsi in 2013, the Rabba massacre of protesters that followed. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood expanded internationally under Nasser's rule. Some members fled to Saudi Arabia, where they began to exert particular influence in the universities, and Osama bin Laden, among others, into Europe and North America, where they started to pitch up in the 50s and 60s. The institution building they engaged in on arrival is one of the defining traits of modern Islamism, going into the heart of the Brotherhood style of success, for it was fixated in achieving things on power and strength and winning in the way of jihad. One of the books found in the British prison chaplaincies, Banner wrote, Jihad is an obligation from Allah in every Muslim and cannot be ignored nor evaded. Italian fascism, he presented jihad as a highest goal of humanity in his life. Islam, he said, urges its followers to imbue the military spirit of war and peace. They really should not have wrote this article with the AI. Therefore, Signor Mussolini is not the only one who calls for this, and these are not the principles of fascism alone. A military style approach to both war and peace has certain implications, including treating those who discard Islam like deserters and encouraging deception, a crucial tactic in war. Such traits don't mean that the Brotherhood is against peace, nor that it won't compete in elections and win them, as it has in Egypt and Tunisia. It is more that peace appears for Islamists in its tradition as a situation that occurs after Islam has won, following the submission of its enemies. Until then, they're always pushing, always contending, seeking to increase their power. Interpersonal family relations are as important as the struggle of anything. Qadar is the lawful and the prohibited in Islam describes how Muslim women are prohibited from marrying non-Muslim men. Yet Muslim men are allowed to marry non-Muslim women just as long as their wife's beliefs do not influence the rest of the household. This law is implemented ensures that Islam prevails in the family environment wherever at least one partner in Muslim continuing throughout the generations. Needless to say, this is not the law of a private faith that lets everyone choose their own path in life. Such law, if followed, effectively mandates that Islam can never decline if it can only grow. If followed consistently in the West, it appears to be, for the most part, in Muslim communities, then the West will become more and more Muslim over time, making Qadari's prophecies come true. As founder of the Brotherhood, Banna had developed an ideology for simple and effective good and evil dichotomy, whereby Islam is the solution, the source of good, which must triumph. Western modernity, by contrast, is the source of evil, which should and will inevitably be defeated. This framing is attractive for many, and the Brotherhood's reach grew rapidly in the years following its founding.
in the Indian subcontinent. It greatly influenced Abu al-Allah Maududi and the Jamaat-e-Islami movement. Two of the Jamaat's members set up the Islamic Foundation, which named one of the halls of Leicester after Bana. Ashram Ali in the prison service was has spoken there in the subject of converting prisoners to Islam. The then Prince Charles opened a part of its campus in 2000. Bana isn't talking about a religion in the sense it's understood in the West. Shahid Hamid writes in Islamic Exceptionalism how the struggle over Islam is reshaping the world, but about a program to be applied and implemented. There's no separation between religion and secular politics here, like in which they emerged out of the Christian tradition. One serves God by maintaining one's devoutness, but also by winning territory, imposing Islamic law, and drawing converts. As Hamad says, the Brotherhood recognized that achieving these things would require patience. They believed that history and God moved with them. And so it was never a question of whether, but when they would prevail. Here, we can see an apparent paradox of Islamo-progressivism, in which the Islamist movement that appears to be anti-modern is also consumed by the most modern of assumptions that history moved the purpose of that progress and is in as wow purpose of that progress was inescapable. As Bana put it, it is the nature of Islam to dominate, not to be dominated, to impose its laws in all nations, and to extend its power to the entire planet. Like other revolutionaries, the Brotherhood learned to protect itself through the secret methods, establishing the Usra family, cell structure, that being careful about introducing new recruits. Lorenzo Vidino, who has written 2 books on it, says we have to remember that the Brotherhood is a very selective organization. No one applies to be a member. You are selected based on a variety of skills that the spotters within the Brotherhood identify in being extremely clever, extremely well educated, extremely driven are some of the key features they look for. It's an elite group. Once a potential member has been selected, he always a he, it seems, is given tasks to fulfill in its specialist area, whether in education, politics, finance, media, or nowadays social media. As recruits prove themselves reliable and trustworthy, they rise up through the different layers of organization, becoming more distant in everyday operations. The organizations that members create in turn establish centers of expertise to advance the purposes of the center, operating in unison but without public difference to the orchestrating force. This in turn conveys a crucial appearance of strength and weight, as if its objectives are shared by all Muslims, when in fact a relatively small group of people are behind it all. It is worth emphasizing the scope and sophistication of this approach. Indeed, Bana even showed signs of digesting Gramscian political ideas written in the need to change the hegemonic public spirit in Muslim countries before targeting state power. The Brotherhood's aim is to maximize its freedom and therefore the power of Islam wherever it finds itself. It is learned to be flexible and makes alliances which help to consolidate its position. As a result, it has thrived in the countries they saw as principal enemies. On the 7th of June of 2016, just a few months after the Aitchison submitted his report of Islamism in British jails, Dr. Ibrahim Moiner, the elderly deputy supreme guide of the Global Muslim Brotherhood, sat in front of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee
and Westminster as part of the investigation into political Islam. The Brexit referendum campaign was in full swing. In his native Arabic, Munir told the committee, "What we are hoping for is to achieve Islamic unity. A parallel of that is European unity." The committee investigation came shortly after David Cameron's government published a main finding of its review into the Brotherhood. Within 24 hours of Cameron announcing that the review of 2014, the Brotherhood had appointed a legal team, including a former director of public prosecution, Lord Ken MacDonald, and threatened a legal action against any improper attempt to restrict its activity. Sitting alongside Munir in the portcullis house were three others with associations to the Brotherhood: Dr. Anas El-Tigridi, chief executive, the founder in Cordoba Foundation; Dr. Radwan Musmari of the Anadi Party in Tunisia; and in Hijab, Sandoz Assam, who used to serve as media advisor to President Mohamed Morsi in Egypt and is now senior news editor for the Middle East Eye. When pressed on how the Brotherhood legitimates the uses violence, wow. When pressed on how the Brotherhood legitimates and uses violence, each of the witnesses pushed back. Tigridi and said there was no evidence for it. Assam stated that such claims was unsubstantiated, misleading. One might counter that with the fact that Hamas was formed as a Palestinian branch of the Brotherhood, and that the Brotherhood's logo features two crossed swords. For that, its leading ideologues think like Bennett and I don't know how to pronounce that name. Frequently invoke violence, speak with themselves, but the four held the line, not giving an inch. Is this article almost over? What the fuck? I don't give a damn anymore. I really don't. I'm so sick of the article. I'm sick of the article at this point. They're really seriously taking it to the point of trying to explain to us, how Islam is okay and we should be fine with it. Just be okay with it. No, I don't want to be okay with it. I don't want to be okay with it in any rate. Just no. Um, that's nice. Concurrent viewers on the YouTube side drops to 0. Drops to 0. It's not even showing that I'm watching anymore. Oh, that's nice. All organized religions and manifestation of humans are used to governments for political reasons. Of course they are. 1000%. Over and over again. They take something beautiful like a creator and invert religion to rule over people's minds, infect it, control them. And they kind of do. They know how to do that. Are you on YouTube? Just tonight, I was like, all right, let's do it. Was because they kind of took away some of the restrictions or whatever for what it is. I'm like, I'll try it. I'll try it. We'll see how bad it really is. You used to say that I was skirting the lines or whatever. Seriously, almost every single night would get my shit taken down. It would over and over again. They don't like me. They don't like me because I'm just that controversial. My thoughts are just so invasive. Like this article, I'm ready to throw it against the wall. I'm ready to throw it against the wall. Here it goes. There it went. Threw it against the wall. The U.S. has now killed more than 200 people in ongoing sprees in about the Nick Trust, and it says November 17th of 2025. It's not. It's not. This thing's been updated. It's been updated. You can see it here. It says May 30th, 2026. It's like, why did he forget to change the date in his own? He's busy. He's busy. He had other things going on in his head. Since September, the Trump administration has conducted undeclared war in the Caribbean Sea and Pacific Ocean, killing scores of civilians. The Intercept is chronicling all publicly declared U.S. attacks and provided a tracker with the information on the strike. The administration insists that the attacks are permitted because the U.S. is engaged in non-international armed conflict with designated terrorist organizations. The DTOs, President Donald Trump has justified the attacks in the War Power Report in Congress. Under the Article 2 constitutional authority, as Commander in Chief of the U.S. military is claimed to be acting pursuant to the United States' inherent right of self defense as a matter of international law, the Justice Department's Office Legal Counsel has also produced a classified opinion that provides legal cover for the lethal strikes. Experts in the law in the laws of war and members of Congress from both parties say the strikes are illegal extrajudicial killings because the military is not permitted to deliberately target civilians, even suspected criminals who do not pose an imminent threat to violence. The summary executions are a significant departure from standard practice of long-running U.S. war on drugs, in which law enforcement agencies have arrested suspected drug smugglers. The Pentagon has repeatedly withheld information on the attacks from November from members of Congress and American public, despite mounting questions on lawmakers about the legality of the deadly strikes. So the Intercept is publishing a strike tracker documenting America's newest war. The locations and casualty figures are drawn out of information provided by the U.S. Southern Command, which oversees military operations in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Office of Secretary of War and social media posts by Trump and War Secretary Pete Hegseth. So the last time we really seriously looked at anything was back in January. January of the 23rd. That one. That one is the last time that I actually looked at it. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Look at that. February 5th, two more. Two more February 9th, three more February 13th. They're all like targeted as drug operation. 7, 18, 21, 24, 30, 32, 36, 42, 44, 48, 51, 50, 54, 55, 56, 59, 78 of them. 78 of them since we stopped paying attention back in January. I say ways because I haven't been covering it. Here on this channel, I just kind of gave up. I'm like, whatever. Gonzo Johnny, I see you. I see you over on that YouTube side. Nice. I don't know if the finer things about it. I am sure there's a case to make about either religion being worse in comparison with another. Right? Who gets to choose anybody else's religion when it comes down to it? None yet. None yet. Nobody gets to choose somebody else's thing. Everybody should be left alone to their own. And not be forced to practice somebody else's bullshit. I shouldn't have to be forced to practice Muslim or whatever Islam. As well as you don't need to be forced to be Christian like myself. So you can go fuck yourself. You don't like it? Oh well. That's what I mean. I mean, leave each other alone. Stop proselytizing each other. Border Patrol Black Hawk helicopter disables drug boat carrying over $11 million in narcotics.
First time in
They're like, don't shoot him out the water no more. Just go arrest him. Go arrest him. Go make interesting videos. Well, see, that's the thing is, it's like when it comes down to it, Gonzo Johnny, I do the same thing. I focused on the truth, focused on the truth and what it be. Doesn't matter what side of it is. I'm gonna call them all out for their ass hattery. Don't care, don't care, don't care. That is what it is. I need a restroom. We'll play bathroom song.
Sorry folks if you're listening to me, but your host could probably had to take a pee. Now it isn't my intention to keep you long, I'm just filling in the gap, that's why I'm singing this song. Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. It's Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. Now he's giving it a shake and he's washing his hands, cause he had to go and everybody understands. But if the song you didn't go on a loop, well then you'll know Koolfrogg he had to take a poop. Cause Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. Cause Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. No, he won't be long, but he'll say he's long. Just wait and see. Sorry folks if you're listening to me, but your host could probably had to take a pee. Now it isn't my intention to keep you long, I'm just filling in the gap, that's why I'm singing this song. Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. It's Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see.
Bathroom song. That's what you get. That's what you get. Yeah, I mean, thank you, Waylon. I appreciate that, brother. Frogbot. Frogbot says Gonzo Johnny started following this channel. I appreciate that. Thank you, John. Wow. Thank you, Gonzo Johnny. 9 o'clock, going on about the third hour. Perfect. Perfect. Couple things. The pretext behind Trump administration labeling Cuba a state sponsor of terrorism. We kind of covered this a little bit, but you know, just a little, because I was waiting for more information to come out. Is we went ahead, we sent an aircraft carrier group to, and about 400 Marines in and around the region or whatever, to go ahead and make sure that everything is going to be okay. We listened to Rubio in Spanish, speaking to all the Cubans, telling them, hey, we're coming for you. We're coming for you. On May 21st, Secretary of State Marco Rubio stood in Miami Homestead Airport and told reporters that Cuba has been one of the leading sponsors of terrorism in the entire region. He paired that with a familiar warning: having a failed state 90 miles from our shores run my friends and my adversaries possesses a threat of national security of the United States. The remarks landed the same day the Justice Department unsealed the murder indictment against former Cuban President Raul Castro. The same day, United States Southern Command welcomed the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group to the Caribbean. Rubio's terrorism framing for Cuba was not new, but the factual basis is using expired long time ago. Meanwhile, the rhetorical pattern creating a leading state sponsor of terrorism narrative around the country that administrations appears to want to confront militarily. Look at the awful lot of like the runway that Trump administration built before striking Iran in February. For more than a decade, 2008 to 2018, I ran the Office of State Department that managed state sponsors of terrorism designations. I have written about Cuba's SST and not fully cooperating country designations before the lawfare, the conservation and defense one. The empirical case has not changed since I last looked at it. On the merits, Cuba does not belong in the list of state sponsors of terrorism. What has changed is U.S. policy toward Cuba and the unseriousness with which Trump administration wields the terrorist designation to support the policy's goals. I mean, Jason Blazakis. Good job, Jason. You're like thinking about this thoroughly. You put your whole brain into this article. If I knew the world was crazy, I would have never given up my young man's dream of trying to become a dictator of some shitty ass nation. Imagine how proud mom and dad would be. My son is a dictator of Dickstan. Be like Peter Topia, something. I mean, it won't last long. It'll just be something that you got to run for a short bit. A brief history of Cuba being on the list. Cuba was first designated a state sponsor of terrorism in 1982 by the Reagan administration. The justification at the time was historically defensible. Havana was actively arming and training left-wing militant groups across Latin America and parts of Africa, most notably Colombia's Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, the FARC, and its National Liberation Army, the ELN. Cuban's foreign policy in the 1960s, 70s, and its 1980s was an export revolution, and the U.S. designation fit the country's conduct. That conduct attenuated over time. By the late 1990s and through 2000s, Cuba was no longer arming foreign insurgencies. Increasingly, it was hosting peace processes for them. Havana served as a venue for negotiations between the Colombian government and the FARC, talks that produced the 2016 peace accord, and later for negotiations with the ELN, hosting peace talks at the request of an allied government not opposite of sponsoring terrorism. This is why the Obama administration removed Cuba from the SST list in 2015. The review focused on statutory standard, whether Cuba had provided support for international terrorism in the preceding 6 months, and whether it had been given assurances it would not do so in the future. The answer was no on support and yes on assurances. The legal determination was clean. The policy judgment behind the delisting was straightforward. Decades of sanctions had not produced political change on the island, and continued isolation was not advancing U.S. interests. Ping ponging on and off the list about what had happened since 2015 is policy whiplash dressed up as counterterrorism vocabulary. The Trump administration returned Cuba to the list on January 11th, 2021. In the final days of its first term, the Federal Register notice legalizing the action was not published until January of 22. 2 days after President Joe Biden's inauguration, stated the basis was Cuba's refusal to extradite 10 ELN leaders who had been in Havana since 2017 as part of the Colombian government's own peace process. The justification fell apart in August of 2022 when the Colombian government, under President Gustavo Petro, suspended the arrest warrants. It was previously asked Cuba to honor. The predicate for the 2021 designation was gone. The designation, however, remained in place. The Biden administration eventually moved. In May 2024, the State Department quietly removed Cuba from the separate, not fully cooperating country list, meaning Cuba was now seen as cooperating with the U.S. anti-terrorism efforts. Of course, Joe Biden did that. Quietly removed it from a list. Donald Trump doing whatever he can to remove all of the stupid shit that Joe Biden had produced, had done in any right. What's going on, Naro? Spinning around the pole, taking a rumble spirit travel. I see you. Also fun when neighbors come together or come over. They need to pay to get in. Bring your passports, and again, obey the leader. Make me some eggs. It's an order. Yeah, go eat, bro. I ate myself 3/4 pound of ground beef, 7 eggs, farm fresh eggs. Yum. Big piece of cheese, an avocado, full cup of peas. Fucking delicious, bro. So fucking delicious. I love food. Whole food only. It's the way to do it. The Biden administration eventually moved. In May 2024, the State Department quietly removed Cuba from the separate, not fully cooperating list, meaning Cuba was now seen as cooperating with the United States anti-terrorism efforts. There was no press release. A spokesperson explained that the circumstances had changed. Cuba had resumed law enforcement engagement in the FBI in 2023, and the United States-Cuba law enforcement dialogue had met multiple times in January 14th, 2025. 6 days before leaving office, Biden certified the statutory predicates for rescinding Cuba's terrorism designation as a state sponsor and notified Congress of his intent to lift it. The racism, the racism, is there a letter missing in there? The rescission required rescission. My brain didn't want to go there. The rescission required the mandatory waiting period. President Donald Trump revoked the certification on the first day of his second term. Biden had waited too long to act, and Trump was immediately ready to quash the Biden administration's maneuver. This is the ping pong at play when it comes to Cuba's placement in the list of state sponsors of terrorism. In 1982, of the 2000, on in 1982, off in 2015, on in 2021, notice to remove in January 2025, reinstated within hours of Trump's second inauguration. The list has stopped being a determination of fact. It has become a partisan struggle. Politics. It's always a partisan struggle. It's always about the politics. Cuba is not leading the state sponsor of terrorism. Set aside the politics of the moment and look at Cuba's activity. The statutes underpinning the designation, including Foreign Assistance Acts and Export Administration Act, the Arms Export Control Act, ask whether the government has repeatedly provided support for acts of international terrorism. Cuba's current conduct does not meet that bar in any meaningful sense, and certainly not in any way that puts it in the same category as Iran. Consider the comparison. Iran is fairly described as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. The State Department's own most recent country reports on terrorism named Iran as in those terms, citing operational support for Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis in Yemen, Kataib, Hezbollah, and other militias in Iraq, the Global Network of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Quds Force activities. Iran funds arms, trains, and directs proxies that have killed thousands of people across the Middle East, including American service members. What does Cuba do about the comparable? Rubio's January 2025 testimony before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and his statements since cite 4 categories of behavior: providing sanctuary for ELN negotiators sent to Havana in the Colombian government request, harboring the United States fugitives, some dating in the 1970s and 80s, engaging in diplomatic friendliness with Iran, Russia, and China, and the residual claim of supporting FARC, which is removed from the foreign terrorist organization list in November of 2021 because it had dissolved as an organization under the 2016 peace accord. None of the terrorism sponsorship in the way of statute contemplates sheltering criminal fugitives. No doubt, it is a serious foreign policy grievance. It is not a provision of safe haven in the terrorist organization for the operational purposes. Hosting ELN negotiators as a request for the Colombia is not sponsorship for the ELN. It is the opposite. Having diplomatic and intelligence ties with the United States adversaries is a national security concern. But the same is true for dozens of countries that are not on the list, which currently only includes Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Syria, and the FARC. Predicate of the SST listing evaporated in 2021 when the State Department itself delisted what was left of the group. Real Patriots Party. What up, RVP? Are you one true social yet? Trump is looking for a mod. The Mao. The Financial Action Task Force is an intergovernmental body that sets global standards as terrorist financing the money laundering. Rated Cuba complaint and largely compliant, rated Cuba compliant and largely compliant with 38 of its 40 recommendations. In its 2022 follow-up report, that is stronger record than several countries the United States considers close partners. Rubio also cited a report from Axios that Cuba acquired roughly 300 drones from Russia and Iran. Even if the reporting is accurate, drone acquisition from the sovereign state is not terrorism sponsorship. It is procurement. The United States does not place countries on an SST list for buying weapons from rivals. If it did, the list would be considerably longer. Any objective assessment would conclude that Cuba is a corrupt and repressive one-party state with a hostile foreign policy posture. It is not meaningful current sponsor in international terrorism, and it hasn't been for several decades. Furthermore, calling the leading sponsorship of terrorism in the region requires either ignoring Iran's proxies operating in Latin America or stretching the word leading past the breaking point. Like it's not it's not corrupt and repressive. At any rate, Cuba's great. Please show me where. Where is Cuba great? I can already predict Cuba will be overrun by some nasty people, both insanely rich and insanely poor. But the truth is, the truth ain't social. Most find it offensive. You can even say to fat women that she is fat. Yeah, I mean, right? You call land whales for being land whales, and they get all fucking antsy and shit, and they get at you like, "Oh, I can't believe that you just did that." It's simply a factual thing. Exactly. Call it out for what it is. You don't like it? Oh, wah, wah. The language before a strike. The reason Cuba's placement on the list matters now, and not just the disagreement with the list management, is that Trump administration is using terrorism designation as policy infrastructure for something else. The pattern is recognizable to anyone who watched the runway built before Trump administration launched strikes in Iran in February. I don't know where this runway was built. Did we build an airport? Did we build something in the middle of Iraq? Or was that Israel that built that? Because from what I thought it was Israel that built that, but okay. In the months before Operation Epic Fury, administration officials and allied lawmakers in Congress moved to in lockstep in a specific phrase. Iran was repeatedly and with escalating emphasis the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. That framing did real work. It established a moral and legal predicate of direct military action. When the strike came, the language was already in the bloodstream of the public conversation. The administration could point to the designation of the rhetorical record as authority for what it's doing. I can't quite hear you, Clay. The Trump administration used a similar playbook in Venezuela where it rolled out several foreign terrorist organizations foreign terrorist organization designations against groups inside the country before using military force against the government. The opening gambit came in January of 2025 when Trump signed Executive Order 14157, directing the State Department to designate transnational criminal organizations as FTOs under Section 219 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Pursuant to the order, Rubio designated 8 groups, effective February 20th, 2025, including Tren de Aragua, the entity most directly tied to U.S. messaging to the Maduro regime's export of instability. The Treasury Department then sanctioned the Cartel de los Soles as the especially designated global terrorist in July 25, 2025, naming Maduro as the head of the accusing and network of providing material support for Tren de Aragua in the Sonora cartel. Then, in November of 2025, Rubio announced that the U.S. government was designating Cartel de los Soles and FTO under Section 219, effective November 24th, 2025, with the press statement naming Maduro directly as the cartel's leader and framing the Venezuelan state as a narco-terrorist enterprise rather than a sovereign government. That sequence was converted in 2020 U.S. indictment against Maduro into something Operation Actionable. Apparently, I scrolled and didn't think I did or something. I don't know what the fuck that was. Perhaps not like the recent indictment against Castro. Roughly 6 weeks after the Cartel de la Sol FTO designation took effect on January 3rd, U.S. forces conducted Operation Absolute Resolve, a military raid on the Caracas, that captured Maduro and his wife and transported them to Southern District of New York to face charges. Although U.S. officials publicly framed the operation as an execution of the criminal case rather than the regime change, the terror listing in the lead up to Maduro's capture tell another story. A similar lexicon is now being deployed against Cuba, one of the leading sponsors of terrorism in the entire region, a failed state 90 miles from the shores, friends of our adversaries. The Justice Department's unsealing of Castro's indictment on Cuba, Independence Day, the timing of the Nimitz strike group's arrival in the Caribbean, the more than 240 sanctions imposed since January, the interception of at least 7 oil tankers bound for Cuba, the CIA Director John Ratcliffe may visit to Ratcliffe's may visit to Havana to warn that the window for talks is closing. These are not isolated events, they're laying the groundwork for another possible conflict. The terrorism framing is rhetorical scaffolding for it. Whether the administration intends to use military force against Cuba or whether it intends to use the threats of leverage the regime change through economic strangulation remains unclear. Time for something different. Make no mistake, the Cuban regime is a primary driver for suffering of the Cuban people. The government's corruption, its mismanagement of the economy, its repression of dissent, and its insistence on the failed economic model are responsible for the dire conditions on the island. Anyone who has spent time on those issues knows this, but the United States bears responsibility too. The Trading at the Enemy Act has applied to Cuba since 1962 missile crisis. The Helms-Burton Act in 1996 codified the embargo and added extraterritorial reach. The terrorism listing layers further restrictions on top of those punishments. Nearly 6.5 decades of comprehensive sanctions have not produced regime change. They have hardened the regime's grip and deepened ordinary Cuban suffering. What about sumo wrestlers? What about sumo wrestlers? Using terrorism tag as an excuse to intervene in Cuba, whether the military force or with a deeper strangulation campaign, is inappropriate. It misuses a counterterrorism authority that is designed for genuine state sponsors of terrorism, if of which Cuba is no longer one. It accelerates the degradation of the list of credible foreign policy tool. Further, it sets precedent that any administration can use the designation against any adversary regardless of underlying facts. I mean, so it be. So it be. They're going to go ahead and be like, oh, well, all white men are terrorists one day. I mean, be afraid. Be afraid. We're all going to be, screwed. Screwed, glued, and tattooed at some rate. 420 in Ireland. What up, Strummer? Good to see you. Cheers. I do have to say that I do have your peace song that you created. I've used it. They seem to like it. They seem to like it. They seem to be okay with that song playing while I'm away from my desk. Thank you for that. The Trump administration has, with very few exceptions, steered clear of the hard work of foreign policy. It has preferred sanctions and forced diplomatic engagement. Cuba is an opportunity to do something different. Real diplomacy is difficult. It requires patience. It requires sustained attention across administrations, and it requires being willing to call a partner rather than an enemy. This approach has not been tried with Cuba for any sustained period in 60 years. Barack Obama's 2015 experiment for pursuing the new policy in Cuba was not given enough time. Now is the time for meaningful diplomacy. It's not time for another conflict under the guise of counterterrorism. Not too bad. Too bad. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We're going to go ahead and take it. We're going to go ahead and take it because we can. Because we can. We need to. We need to. Speaking of needing to do things, we're gonna go ahead and speed this up right off the bat. Let's put it at 1.5 because if we need to slow it down, we will. We will. There's something that I've missed in the last few days, and that all the things that we've covered so far, it kind of sort of I guess led up to the cabinet meeting that we skipped. I don't know why I skipped it. I shouldn't have skipped it from the other day. It was from the 27th. The thing's like an hour and 20 minutes long. We're gonna take a good listen at this. I got some things in mind to go along with it. Really, it's kind of they say some things.
was pay attention.
We have a lot of very happy people around the table because we're a great team. It's been a tremendous.
I suppose I should put an earpiece in.
We have a lot of very happy people around the table because we're a great team. It's been a tremendous period of time for our country, and things are going very well. Number of jobs, we have more people working today than we've ever had before in the history of our country, and many other things. And I have a few words to say to you that I think will be helpful. Last night was incredible, not only Texas, but so many other places, and the numbers were fantastic. And they've really been that way for a year. If you look, it's hundreds of people won, and almost nobody didn't win. So, but last night was very, very powerful. So I'm thrilled to welcome everyone to the 12th cabinet meeting of our administration, and we're doing something that no administration's ever done. We're always letting the press join us because we're very open and transparent. We like the word transparent, but we're more transparent than any administration in history. No, to the best of my knowledge, press has never been invited ever to a cabinet meeting for any reason at all. And it's an honor to have you. This team has achieved more than most other administrations achieve in 8 years. We took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border in the world. Anywhere in the world, there's no border like the border we had. And created the most secure border in the history of our country. We had no people, 12 months now, no people reported in the last 12 months came in illegally. 0 illegal aliens admitted to the United States in the last 12 months. And those charts are made by, you would say, politically unfriendly people. And the reason they don't come in is because nobody comes up, because they know that they're going to be turned away, and if they get in, they're going to be moved out right away. So it's been 0. You're the one that do the reports. I'm actually surprised by the number because I don't know how it can be 0, but they say it's 0 for the last 12 months. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded. So the murder rate was quite high, and we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. And that's despite the fact that many people came in from prisons and from very rough countries and from mental institutions and from lots of other places, drug dealers and others. They came in illegally during the Biden administration. We've gotten many of them out, but we still have some that we're looking for, quite a few that we're still looking for, but we've gotten over 11,888 murders were allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out, and we've gotten some, we put them in jail. We don't even trust the country to send them because they'll come back in maybe. We put them in jail. 11,888 murders, more than half of which have committed more than one murder. That's what they allowed in. They can never be forgotten for the horrible things they've done to this country. Fentanyl coming across our border is now down by 61%. 61%. And coming in by water, by sea, by ocean is down 97%. Can you imagine?
Speaking of sucky audio, he's got like the worst boom mic holder. I don't know why he has the worst person holding his mic. Like legit. Like, do you go out and find the person that to hold your penis for you? Would you go and find the one that would do the worst job? No. Why would you grab the person to hold your microphone to do the worst job? It's crap bullshit. I'm so sick of his fucking boom mic holder. They're retarded. Find somebody that's a little stronger and can just stand there and sit there and move around. You know damn well that's what he's doing. Can't stand still.
Thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. All Democrats voted against the tax cuts.
Less people are are killing each other. Let's party. Yet people keep trying to murder Trump. Supposedly it's kind of a strange little consequence of actually being around on a regular basis and going out into the public. You risk the chance of getting shot, apparently. Unlike the previous administration, they didn't really make themselves out and about. That's why there was nobody attempting. Just wasn't there. He was sleeping.
Putting more money in Americans' pockets this year. The typical family got tax refunds of nearly almost close to $5,000.
Exactly. A woman with soft hands. You would want to find the right person that can hold that thing just right, because you'd want yourself. I don't understand if he doesn't get this. He doesn't listen to his stuff back ever to hear that his audio sucks. His boom mic holder needs to calm down. He probably vigorously grabs his own junk when he needs to go to the bathroom. He's like, oh shit, can't hold it straight.
Make a mess every time you go to the bathroom. Oh, you're the dude that needs to sit down.
The stock market has set 68 all-time record highs since the election. So 68 days, we hit all-time highs. We're right there now. And the average 401k, and that's despite the conflict. I don't call it a war, I call it a conflict. Despite the conflict with Venezuela, who no longer has a Navy, no longer has an Air Force, no longer has a lot of people that were leading the country into very bad places.
What, huh?
I don't call it a war, I call it a conflict. Despite the conflict with Venezuela, who no longer has a Navy, no longer has an Air Force.
Venezuela no longer has a Navy or an Air Force? Oh.
No longer has a lot of people that were leading the country into very bad places. Their leadership is gone. Their second rung leadership is gone. We're dealing with their third, half of their third, because half of their third is gone too. The average 401k is up almost $30,000 since I took office. So the Americans are benefiting working today. We have the most working, and we have 401ks at their all-time high, highest they've ever been. And that goes along with the stock market, which is the highest it's ever been. Under my most favored nation agreements, this is something that I wish the media would talk about, because to me it's one of the biggest things ever to happen in our country. Certainly as to medical, anything having to do with medical, because drug prices, we're delivering record-setting discounts on prescription drugs with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600% at the TrumpRx.gov. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics to the website. So we have drugs down 400, 500, 600%. Now you could say 80, 90, 70, 60, 50% if you want. There are two ways, depends on the way you ask the question. But a pill that would sell in Germany or in, let's say, in London for $10, we're selling for here for $130. And I got the countries to all agree, otherwise they would have had to pay big tariffs. I didn't want to go into it, but I had some very interesting discussions. They said vehemently no, and then when I said, that's all right, we're going to charge you 50% tariff on everything you sell into America, they said, well, like we said, we'll say yes. And every single country agreed, and every drug company agreed. So we have most favored nation. So we were paying the highest drug prices in the world, now we're paying the lowest drug prices in the world. So that pill that I talked about would go from $10 to $20. The world is bigger than the US. Hard to believe, but it's true. So it's not like you cut it in the middle. You just had to go up a little bit, but a little bit is a doubling of a price, so a little bit's a lot. So the pill would go from $10 to $20, and we'd go from $130 to $20. Think of that. So we would get, if you remember, some of you were at the news conference I had in my first term where I got the prices down 1/8%, 1/8% my first term, and I was so proud of it because drug prices hadn't come down in 28 years, and I was the first one to do it. But now I'm getting them down, not 1/8%, I'm getting them down 400, 500, 600. Or if you want to use it a different way, you could say 70%, 80%, 90%, 50%. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I got that through, well, everybody knew it was taking place, but we paid the highest prices anywhere in the world. Now we're paying the lowest prices anywhere in the world, and the press refuses to write about it. I think it's the biggest thing. And for healthcare, so much of it is prescription drug prices. And with them coming down, the healthcare is going to come down very substantially. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics too, as I said, and that's 1,000 drugs, and it's all on. And this was not given by me. This was given by Dr. Oz and Bobby, and I, wasn't sure whether or not I love the idea, but they said we want to use Trump. TrumpRx.gov is what it is, and it's the hottest site I think anywhere on the planet, from what I understand, Bobby. Right? It's really great. People are calling up and they're buying drugs for literally a fraction of the price, and it should be the biggest story. And on that alone, we should win the midterms. On that alone, we should win the midterms.
I mean, okay, just the drug prices alone should give you midterms, and I mean, why? Why did you really seriously convince every Congress member to actually go along with that? Was that really a deal, or is it seriously just something that's been executive ordered? Good morning, blunt Scotsman.
But the press doesn't talk about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in the drug industry ever, maybe. Ever. And the press doesn't even want to write stories about it. We made the largest ever investment in U.S. military, $1 trillion, and we're asking actually for $1.5 trillion for the coming year. And we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, as you know. You saw what we did with Venezuela. That worked out very quickly. And we're doing really equally as well with, but again, people don't want to write about it, with Iran. Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but then we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. But their Navy is gone, as I've said 1,000 times. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything's gone, and they're negotiating on fumes. But we'll see what happens. Maybe we have to go back and finish it. Maybe we don't. Right now, I mean, you can speak to Steve Witkoff and Jarrett. They're doing a good job. But right now, I think it looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall. They have 250% inflation. Their money has no value. Their whole economic system is broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me. We'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That was the prelude to the midterms. People understand it. They know that, very simple, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm doing that for the world. I'm not doing it just for us. And we've had great support from other nations, by the way. We don't need it. at all, but we've had great support from other nations. The problem is you always get the support when you don't need it. When you need it, you don't get the support. With Operation Epic Fury, our warriors are ensuring that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror never obtains a nuclear weapon, and they won't. Under the leadership of Vice President J.D. Vance, very proud of this, the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud is waging.
Are you proud of him? This White House task force seems to be fraudulent in itself. I'd like to see some more information on this task force other than some ridiculous late minute meetings or whatever where not everybody's invited. They're like, we're going to hold a meeting in 5 minutes. If you want to show up, let's go. What? People have lives, bro. They don't just fucking tell everybody on time. I'd like to hear exactly what it is that you're trying to get at. And I'd assume that if you got some of those others in the room that weren't there last time, you'd get some other answers. Ridiculous.
War on waste, fraud, theft, and abuse like nobody's ever seen before. He looks like Elliot Ness. Do you ever see Elliot Ness? I'm telling you, the guys that are up there, Royal Central Casting, they're standing behind.
The floor's open, y'all.
No, it's like a movie. I'm going to make a movie out of it, I think. And they're finding billions and billions and billions of dollars. And I just said, that's good. He said, you haven't seen anything yet. Just said that.
And see if I can't,
if he does
like,
really great, we'll
do
have a balanced
less
budget
than
without
12
having to do
hours.
anything. This is the kind of money they stole. They're crooks. They're thieves. And I hope that Todd is going to do a real job. These are crooked people. These are thieves. This isn't like a mistake. I'm just talking about one person. He got hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars for securing one man, for taking care of one elderly man. He was a service. He got paid millions of dollars for taking care of one man. Total crook. They're all crooks. The Somalians, what they've done to Minnesota, the Somalians, they're crooked as hell. Elon Omar, crooked as hell. They're all crooks. And we got them. We got them. Now we're putting the clamps on. But boy, I tell you, that's an impressive group of guys that you have behind you. I was watching that, and a couple of very strong women too. But I was watching that last night. I said, I'm proud of you guys. In 2 months, we've exposed tens of billions of dollars of defrauded taxpayer money, prosecuted numerous fraudsters, Todd, and stopped billions of suspicious payments, very suspicious. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet? What do you see? I'm getting reports from Todd, from JD. I've never seen anything like it. The kind of, just hundreds of billions of dollars was stolen. And no other administration would do what we're doing. They'd let it go. Everybody was getting rich.
Everybody was getting rich. Well, I mean, who was under whose desk all the way down the list? I mean, when it come down to it, if everybody was getting rich, who all was seriously getting rich? Who was allowing this quote unquote massive amount of fraud to just randomly occur? Every state? Oof.
And I think we have a chance to save Social Security without doing anything to it by just the numbers of fraudulent people in Social Security, people that are 115 years old, 125 years old, getting payments. It's funny, I said, oh, do those payments get turned back? No, they accept them. Well, somebody's getting the payment. It's not a person that's 125 years old. But that's the least of it. The numbers that we're finding out, we have great people at Social Security. We're going to make our Social Security so strong, so good, that you'll never see anything like it. We're going to protect. I said right from the beginning, we're going to protect our people in Social Security. If the Democrats ever got in, you wouldn't have Social Security would be bankrupt. People wouldn't be getting anything. Last week, they took down 2 of the largest Medicaid fraud cases in Minnesota history, as well as the largest autism fraud case ever charged by the federal government. You saw that with millions of dollars just being stolen. Everybody had autism. Everybody had autism.
Everybody had autism. Every single last person that was registered as a student, as a person in these daycares. Oh, we autistic? It's easy to put it that way anyway. You go look at any student nowadays and you really kind of gets confusing. So you're like, how is it that there's so many of them that have autism these days? And then you start equating things like injections, shots for, all of the things. Every last little injection that you gave them as a kid for TBD, for this, that, I don't care, damn what it was. Polio, you were giving them fucking something plus extras. And then all of a sudden, they're like, oh, well, I mean, people are stupid. People are stupid. They don't really pay attention to what we're giving them. They just believe us. They give us things like COVID shots. I didn't take one. None of my family took one. Not here. My mom, my dad. couldn't help them, couldn't tell them. They just like they didn't believe me. The TV knows. Everyone has AIDS.
They said it was incredible, actually. And I mean, I've just seen I see what they're doing. You haven't seen anything yet. So congratulations, JD. Be vicious like they are. They're violent people. They're violent, vicious scum. Before asking Vice President Vance to speak about these efforts, I want to express our tremendous gratitude to our outgoing Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who's a terrific person, actually.
Every state, Democrat state, have more autism diagnosis kickbacks to parents from doctors and from to the doctors, to the daycare providers, to the teachers, to the whatever. Anybody gets a kickback for your child being autistic because you need extra help. Do anything.
Gratitude to our outgoing Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who's a terrific person, actually.
I'm literally still sitting there, so I mean, it's kind of one of those. She's stepping away from it, legitimately. Husband's got some medical issues. Okay, if that's the case, it's legit the case. Just not eliminating people because they're not doing their jobs correctly. Why Linda McMahon's still there? That department should have been eliminated already. Federal government should not be in the Department of Education. Out.
With some findings that were pretty good. And Tulsi has worked tirelessly to restore trust and focus on the intelligence and with the intelligence community. They all respected her. They listened to her. She gave us leads that were pretty much, people thought they were dead and they weren't dead. They were right there, and she was able to expose a lot of things that we used at the FBI with Cash and with Todd and with JD and everybody else. It was amazing. She dramatically reformed the Office of Director of National Intelligence and cutting the staff by 40%, and she prevented countless terrorists and cartel members from entering the United States.
Anybody that's listening, make sure you go over and do me a favor. Hit up the YouTube side for me. Hit a like button. Say something in the chat. We're seeing how much we can really get away with when it comes down to it. Skirting them lines like legit as close as I can. Because if they release some of their stuff, I should be okay with watching this at any rate. Otherwise, I mean, they would have struck me already, potentially. We'll find out.
She exposed mountains of evidence related to the Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country. Although, when you look at the fraud coming out, there's a lot of them. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of them. But the Russia hoax, a great hoax, a very dangerous hoax, too. And revoked security clearances of officials involved, and she declassified numerous historic documents of special public interest, including related to the JFK and RFK assassinations, which everybody wanted to see. And we're now releasing a lot of things having to do with space. It's people are very interested in that. It actually became the #1 topic. We're releasing a lot of information having to do with terrestrial things, and people are totally fascinated by it. It's amazing. I wasn't sure if they would enjoy it. It's literally trending #1. Can you believe it? So a lot of people out there are like it. But we're releasing all of that information. And Tulsi, we're praying for you and for your husband. Her husband's not feeling great, but he's going to feel great soon. You're going to get him better.
Von Scotsman, oh, you're on YouTube? On my way, Lamau. Let's go.
And he's a wonderful guy, so just say hello and thank you for the great work you've done. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask JD to say a few words about the war on fraud, followed by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's doing fantastically, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
You used your real name over there,
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth,
Interesting.
Central Casting. He loves war. I don't know. I guess. He's a good man, Ellen.
Y'all follow that channel.
Bessent,
there is 900 some odd there.
Been fantastic. Thank you.
I mean, if it's something that they're going to release some stuff on or whatever, I get the abilities to do what I want as I want without them being ass munches about it and taking anything from me. Maybe I'll try monetizing myself again. Maybe.
Fantastic, and a lot of the success that we're having with other countries is what you've been able to do and find. An SBA administrator.
There you go. This is 3 concurrent over there. I appreciate that.
Those few, and maybe if you have some questions, we'll go to others. But everybody around here has got a lot to say. But we did that once, and it lasted for like 4 or 5 hours. It was a little much. We want to be open. So now, if I do it this way, they'll say he didn't let anybody talk. But let's start with JD, and you can talk about.
If I do it this way, they'll say that he didn't let anybody talk. Yeah, you gotta let everybody else talk, bro. It's a cabinet meeting, not a Donald Trump meeting.
A really, really important thing, bringing our country back to honesty a tremendous amount of money is involved. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you for your leadership, sir, and for making it possible. I often find in the fraud task force that there sometimes are barriers that we need to break down, agencies that need to coordinate. And I'll come to the president and say, Mr. President, I need your permission to do, he'll say, for what? For the fraud task force, and he'll cut me off and say, yes, go do it. So the fact that we have dedicated presidential leadership is really what's made this possible, because it does require, we've got great people around the table, but sometimes these agencies don't know how to work together at the lower level, and that's one of the things we've had to turn on and force with the fraud task force. So I want to shout out just a few all-stars here. Linda at the Department of Education has been amazing at finding student loan fraud. You've got people who are either illegal aliens or aren't even actually real human beings who are getting hundreds of millions of dollars from the Department of Education for student loans. We have cut that off. We found a lot. We're going to find a lot more. Scott at HUD has been amazing, because a lot of the fraud that we see is housing fraud, people claiming benefits that they're not entitled to, or again, sir, sometimes completely made up people who exist purely to collect fraudulent money from the American taxpayer. Brooke at the Department of Agriculture, something I had no idea until I started this work, sir, that we send hundreds of billions of dollars to the states to administer the food stamp program. The federal government has no insight into whether those food stamps are going to people who are legally entitled or whether those people actually even exist. And so we're working on a number of mechanisms to actually force the states to verify that the people who receive these benefits are actually entitled to them. And I could go down the list. I've gotten a lot of support from a lot of people in this room. Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz have been particular all-stars on this, and Kim at H&HS. What they've done with the Medicaid fraud, we found tens of billions of dollars in Medicaid and Medicare fraud just from their hard work. We've cut that off, and yes, Mr. President, we're going to find a lot more. The final thing I want to say, Mr. President, and I know that Todd maybe has something to say about this as well, but I always try to remind the American people, and certainly remind the cabinet officials. By the way, Kelly at SBA has found tens of billions of dollars that were from fraudulent loans that were giving under the Biden administration, and we've now cut that off and recovered a lot of that money. So this has been a whole of government effort, Mr. President. The team really deserves a great deal of credit here. But the final point I want to make, sir, is I always try to remind the American people that fraud is fundamentally a crime with two victims. The most obvious victim are the American taxpayer. They pay their taxes, they expect the money to go where it should go, and that's not happening because...
Is JD Vance lying to us? I mean, he could potentially be lying to us. I really seriously, this fraudster hotline shit, whatever that he's trying to pull, whatever. I don't really give a damn. It really seriously something of ridiculous. It's like, oh, we're the committee for fraud. Oh, okay. Commit fraud to actually go ahead and show fraud. Lone Scotsman, I see you over there. I wish I could have me some Medicare fraud monies. I mean, I don't. Did he open his mouth? Then he's lying. I mean, politician. But YouTube is Nazi fascist. Well, apparently they've loosened some of their stuff. That's why we're trying it. We're seeing how far we can get. All the things. Exactly, Scotsman.
fraudsters. But there are also victims, people who benefit from these programs that don't exist if we're not actually taking care of the fraud issue. And let me just give one example to build on something you said earlier, sir. One of the people that Todd just prosecuted was a person who was collecting a lot of money from the American taxpayer to take care of elderly citizens, people who worked their entire lives, paid their taxes, should have had dignity and nobility in old age, but it was deprived from them from fraudsters who say that they're taking care of them, who collect a check to take care of them, but then abuse.
They did say 40 trillion by November for sure. 40 trillion by November. Sometimes I feel dumb. I work for my money. I mean, I do too. I have a legit 40 hour a week job that I do on top of doing this.
Use and neglect these people, and particularly one man who died because he wasn't getting adequate care, and that guy was still collecting benefits to take care of a person who he had completely neglected. So not only do you have an American taxpayer who's paying into these programs, you have an elderly citizen deprived of his dignity because we're not going after the fraudsters. Well, now we are.
How much money did he get?
Sir, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe more than that, but we think that that exact type of fraud has been replayed all over our country. That particular case was outside of Minneapolis. We expect that there are tens of thousands of people who are collecting fraudulent money to take care of people, and they're not actually taking care of them. We're, of course, going to get to the root of as much of it as we can. But again, sir, it's been, I wouldn't say fun, because you find out how much people have been taken advantage of, but it's certainly very good and valuable work, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to do it.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Attorney General, please.
I'll just continue to talk about what the Vice President was talking about. The way that we are actually, it's one thing to uncover fraud, which we've done, and that's part of it, but it's also prosecuting the bad guys that are doing it and stopping it from continuing. And that's where you have, everybody in this room has inspector generals. And for many years, these really hardworking law enforcement members would identify fraud, and nobody did anything about it. DOJ prosecuted it, but spent very little resources on that. So what we've done just in the past 51 days, over 400 law enforcement actions in this country related to major fraud. That's search warrants, that's arrests, that's convictions, that's indictments that are filed, and that's just 51 days. And it's not just the great prosecutors. It's the FBI agents, it's DHS and HSI agents, it's everybody in this room that has inspector generals that are now they have been freed up, and it's because of you. It's because of the vice president saying this is going to be a priority of what we are going to do. Not just the Department of Justice, even though we're the prosecutors that are putting bad guys in jail. It's also the law enforcement at every agency, FBI and DHS. And so we're already seeing results. We had a $1 billion fraud, a conviction at trial last week out of Florida. And this was an organization that was stealing from senior citizens in Florida, duping them. There were call centers set up in the Philippines, and they were duping them to buy medical equipment that they didn't need, that they would never get, and that the taxpayers paid for. And so that's a good win. We arrested 15 guys in Minnesota last week. The vice president mentioned one of them. These are people that are not, they're just stealing. And many of them are here illegally. And so you have people who are in this country illegally, who are then taking advantage. And the vice president says something a lot that resonates with me. The generosity of the American people, the generosity of everybody in this room, the leadership, to take care of the people in this country that are the most, that deserve it the most. Children who are supposed to get food at school, and you have men just stealing, taking that money. And so that's what we're focused on. We are standing up, as you know, Mr. President, you allowed us to stand up a new division at the Department of Justice. It's our entire existence of that division is to combat what we're talking about. And then every U.S. Attorney's Office is now focused on it as well. So this is something that will result in a better place for every citizen in this country and save money, a lot of money, and also it's the right thing to do for our tax dollars, Mr. President.
And billions of dollars was given out just very quickly before Biden left office. Billions and billions were given out. And I mean, I know of many cases, but one, I don't know what's happened with it, but I think you're looking at it. I know Lee was involved in it environmentally. Stacey Abrams was given $2 billion for an account that had $103 in it, an environmental fraud, I guess. And she had $103 in this newly opened account. And before leaving business, they put $2 billion into the account. And they had no reason for existence. They were unable to say what they did with it. $2 billion. Lee, do you want to just mention something about that?
Thanks to your leadership, Mr. President, that was canceled. And they no longer have access to that $2 billion.
They won like hell. They wanted that money. Go ahead.
In fact, it was over $29 billion it's now been canceled at EPA. You told us to make it a priority. Now this happened as soon as you came in. After the election, before your inauguration, they were caught on video saying that they were rushing to get billions of dollars out the door before you're swearing in because they were afraid that once you were sworn in, you were going to stop it. Well, that part they were right.
We did. Yeah, we did.
And we're happy to do it, Mr. President. The Department of Justice under Todd Blanche's leadership, they just secured another big win in appeals court on some recently canceled grants for different agencies. So great attorneys making sure that this accountability is delivered over the finish line. It's been a great team effort.
And we're building more, most importantly, we're building more factories and plants in the United States now than at any time ever before. $18 trillion coming in. That's not including the 12th month, that's 11. And I say it often that the Biden administration had much less than $1 trillion, and we have $18 trillion. And when those final numbers come up, they'll be even higher than that. That's a record in the history of the world. No country's ever done that. And that money's going into plants, and you are giving them very fast approvals, thorough and environmentally correct, but fast approvals. And you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Another man doing a fantastic job, I think we all agree, is Marco. You're all over the place, right? I watched you last night in 3 different locations. So tell us about Iran.
Well, first of all, the bottom line is Iran's never going to have a nuclear weapon. And if recent events have done anything, is just remind us once again that they are the world's leading sponsor of terrorism. And they can never have a nuclear weapon. Now, the president's preference, Mr. President, your preference is told us repeatedly, is always to negotiate these things and to figure out if you can have agreements. Diplomacy is always the first option. And we continue to work on that through your envoys, Mr. Witkoff and Kushner and others, the vice president, who've been very involved. And if there's an agreement to be made, we want that to be made. I think there's been some progress and some interest. And we'll see over the next few hours and days whether progress could be made. I just want to remind everybody, Mr. President, you know this well, you have other options available to you if that doesn't work. But the bottom line is that we prefer the negotiated diplomatic route, and we're going to give it every chance to succeed. You know, you're giving it every chance to succeed, Mr. President. But here's the bottom line, because I keep getting asked, what is this all about? It's very simple. Iran and these people in charge of Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and they will never have a nuclear weapon, and they most certainly will not have one as long as you're president of the United States. On that point, it's very clear. Just 2 quick things I want to touch upon. One, you touched upon the border and security. Part of securing our border is dealing with the people that are in this country unlawfully, many of whom do not want to go back to the country that they originally came from for a variety of reasons. Either we can't send them there or some judge ties us up. And one of the key things we have achieved is now 20 countries have signed third country national agreements, meaning these are safe countries where individuals who refuse to go back to their country of origin can be sent to that country instead. We've gotten 20 countries now around the world who have signed agreements that allow us to deport people to those places. What often happens when you go to the person who's here unlawfully and say, we're going to send you to this third country, is all of a sudden they decide they'd rather go back to their home country instead. So it gives the ability to enforce our laws, and we work very closely with the Department of Homeland Security on that front. Something else that I know is concerning people, because it's on the news, is Ebola. Our number one obligation, you know, we're involved in foreign policy, but even our foreign policy, the number one priority of our foreign policy is to protect the American people. We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States. And so the State Department.
I mean, okay, so
And other agencies represented here, the Centers for Disease Control, HHS, others, are working very, very hard to contain this crisis to the countries where it's currently located, particularly the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And so we've surged assistance to make sure that is being contained there. And obviously, multiple agencies involved here are also very involved in tracking people, just to make sure that nobody comes into this country that has Ebola and creates a problem for us. And we feel like we've got good efforts in place to do that. And Americans should feel assured that the president and his administration is doing everything we can to protect them on that front. My last point, you said I was all over the place. One of the places I stopped in last night was to initial the Trump route for prosperity in Armenia.
I mean, I like the fact that that's what you're gonna do. Ricky, anything is possible. Raid. Thank you for raiding this stream. Anybody coming through in that raid, make sure you smash a button. Looks like a thumb. Click it and flick it. Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
This is a key linchpin of the peace deal that you were able to achieve between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Right. And in addition to that, we also signed a critical minerals MOU with them and a strategic engagement one as well. So just a reminder of another war you helped to settle, Mr. President. But from that, now we are seeing the emergence of a great new relationship with Armenia that really had grown stagnant for a very long period of time. So we're doing well on that front.
What's up, sweets?
Can I just ask you, Cuba?
Marilyn McGee, good to see you.
Well, interesting. On Venezuela, that process continues, that three-phase process.
Hiker emoji in the house.
Stabilization, recovery, and transition. I would just say, just since January 3rd of this year, okay, and I think this number's right, and Chris or Doug can correct me on this, but I think over 10 million barrels of Venezuelan oil have been delivered to the United States since the 3rd of January. That industry is being professionalized for the first time ever. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. They are selling oil in the market at market rates. The money's going to an account in the United States, controlled and monitored by Treasury, audited by KPMG, and it's for the first time ever. The money's not being sold. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. Cuba's in a lot of trouble.
Pause that. It's the blunt Scotsman.
Morning. Good morning, planet.
Morning.
How you doing? How you doing, mate?
I mean, doing, listening to some old ass news because, you know, I didn't get a chance to listen to this the other day. And I'm like, I think I should have. Because there was things, Cuba's a lot of trouble because unfortunately they're talking about things that have been going on. I think Cuba is going to become a territory of the United States of America. There's a lot of things to pay attention to, and when you all of a sudden run into like a clip or something, or you run into you said this the other day, you're like, oh, what else did they say? What else did they say? I gotta go listen.
Probably what will happen is none of these things, because I don't know how much, not just your administration, but a lot of administrations around the planet are sort of doubling down on their promised policies before they get elected. Fuck all gets done, brother. You know, and the sort of like when we talk about news, it's supposed to be usually something different. Oh, have you heard the news? You remember that feeling? Have you heard the news? Now, when we hear the news, it's like, tell us something different. Anything? Something that just doesn't sound like regurgitated nonsense of that we've heard this before. Nothing's really happening. But yeah, I get it, man.
I really get a kick out of the frog bot really seriously talks back.
I've not noticed, mate.
You can talk to that bot.
I didn't know that. And we're live on YouTube at the moment also.
Yeah.
Oh, poor YouTube. YouTube, Rumble's actually ahead of you on something. When anybody's on Rumble and they go into chat, you can just put a little @ and up will come everybody's name that's in the chat.
Look at that. We got somebody over on the YouTube side. TPPT 151. I hate this racist bullshit. It says, nigga, I hate this racist bullshit. Gives us a black mark. What gives us a black mark? Ignorant ass? The fuck you talking about?
Yeah, and get in the queue. We've got a very beautiful phrase around here that says next. No, I was just saying there that in the chat on YouTube, you can't just put the @ and up will come the names in chat that you can shout people out. In Rumble, you can. YouTube, do better. Goodness me.
Ms. Puff, nigga, my type of guy. I mean, I don't have the tendency to actually talk like that normally. It's just not in my vocabulary. And when people say it, start using it on a regular basis, it has a tendency to actually go ahead and kind of make things weird.
So yeah, I mean, it's.
And what was it you've doubled down with before, brother? That absolutely every single person is welcome here until you're not.
Exactly. Prince of Wales, Koolfrogg, good to see you. Been a while. It has been a while. Good to see you. It's been a while. There's going to be a bunch of people popping through on that YouTube side where it's be like, whoa.
Yeah, man.
He's doing
Well, I
what?
think it's a good thing you're doing, mate. I don't know how to do it, but that's a good thing you're doing it. You can maybe try it out at some point.
I'm just trying it, just to see if it won't actually allow me to continue to do the things that I enjoy doing. Because when I tried to do it, originally, it literally would kick me. Almost every other show, it would give me some kind of mark or whatever, be like, you can't do this, you can't do that. It's like you do anything Trump wise, whatever, they would totally kick you from it. They'd be like, oh no, this, that, and the other. It's just all right. Let's try it. Try it.
Yes.
And as far as it goes, there's some Juneteenth. Fuck Juneteenth. The fuck is that? Some retarded ass holiday?
Because unfortunately for them, it's run by a bunch of incompetent communists. And being communist is bad. Being an incompetent communist is like the worst. And,
yes, let's go, man.
Taken over by this company
I need a costume.
Basically control 70% of the economy. None of the money in that company goes to help the Cuban people. None of it. So we'll be talking to them. We'll be working on it. We want something good for the Cuban people, and hopefully there'll be a good outcome there for them. There needs to be. It's 90 miles from our shores, and having it a failed state 90 miles from our shores is a threat to the national security of the United States.
So we're producing right now more oil by double than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. There's never been anything like that. We don't need oil, we don't need the Straits, we don't need anything, but we have more oil now being produced by 2 times than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. It's a great stat. Do you want to say something about that?
Well, I would, President Trump, under your leadership, we've opened up lease sales on public land. This is land that was put away for the benefit and use of the American people, like the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. The Biden administration had illegally stopped holding lease sales during their administration. President Trump famously said, drill, baby, drill, but before you can drill, you've got to open public lands. Between the lease sales that have happened in the Permian, in the Bakken, and on the North Slope, just since January of this year, it's over $4 billion of revenues come into the Treasury. That's 13 times more than the Biden administration brought in on lease sales in the entire 4 years they're in office. Sir, your policies brought that in 5 months. So with that, a lot of excitement.
Yeah, but okay, so you brought in so much money, a big freaking whoop. What happens while we're still 40 trillion in freaking debt?
Let's get about that at the moment. Look how good we're doing.
They're like, oh, we brought in 10 times, 30 times, 50 times, 10,000 times more money. I don't care how much more money you're bringing in. You're still not paying off the debt.
Mate, it's that guy in his yard in his flip-flops that's sort of trimming his roses and sort of like doing something with his lawn, and his fucking house is on fire. And you're saying, excuse me, your house is on fire? Have you seen my roses? There's something definitely not right about it all. That's for sure. And back in your
A lot of activity. We also inherited, just in one district in Carlsbad, New Mexico, 5,600 unprocessed applications to drill for oil and gas on public land. And when we're drilling on public land, those companies pay a royalty, and that money comes to all of our citizens, and it goes to local school districts, and it goes to states. It is the core of the economy in parts of our country. The team down there working for the Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, has dropped that by 91%. It's one of the reasons why they had a record lease sale, is because now people go, I can bid on federal land, and I'm going to get a permit to drill, and it's not going to take me 5 years to get it. I'm going to get it in a month or less. And so it's exciting to see your vision. And of course, with this energy dominance, us, as you just noted, largest oil producer in the world, largest natural gas producer in the world, largest natural gas exporter. This is an opportunity for us to bring prosperity and affordability here at home, but also bring peace abroad. So, President Trump, your energy dominance strategy with Chris Wright, Lee Zeldin, all the people that are working on this, people around the room, it's been really incredible. And of course, you mentioned Venezuela, but all that flowing to our Gulf Coast refineries is also helping to keep the price of gas down at home. So again, it's an amazing transformation. Bottom line is, the center of geopolitics around energy has moved from other parts of the world to the Western Hemisphere in the last 5 months. You turned Venezuela from a sanctioned adversary into a strategic ally in 45 minutes. Never happened in history before. And what's going on in Alaska? When I was there last week in Alaska, the North Slope, 80,000 barrels a day coming online at Pico. That wouldn't have happened with you. It's up by Willow on the North Slope. That's going into the Alaska pipeline. 20% increase just off that one field. So amazing work. Energy is a high-tech industry, and those guys are crushing it, and they're loving the fact that they can provide affordable, reliable, secure energy for America.
And we're working very hard in California. You know, a lot of people don't know this, but California has tremendous oil reserves. It used to be number 3 in the nation, and the radical left has just wiped it out. And we're working very hard to get that open again and get it so the people, their gasoline prices, their lack of energy is just staggering. It's staggering. And we're actually making very good progress. Even people that were against that at one point, now they're saying, wow, that'd be great. But people don't realize it was one of the, right, Chris, it was one of the top drilling states, one of the, I would say in terms of reserves, as among the top in the country. Nobody thinks of that with California. Everything was just closed down, really violently closed down. And we're opening up some of it, and we're being met with actually great spirit because they're paying so much for gasoline that they don't have to be doing that. And they have a very incompetent group of leaders, like grossly incompetent. So I think that's going to be something. On a slightly smaller subject, while Doug was speaking, Department of Interior, he and his people have done a fantastic job on D.C. D.C. is looking beautiful. The fountains are almost all open. We had 28 of them. And we have one in particular, a very long lake, we call it, the reflecting lake, between the Lincoln Monument. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You take a look at between Lincoln and Washington, you have the longest, like 2,400 feet long. That's longer than the tallest building in the world if you set it on the side. And it's almost 200 feet wide. And actually, it was built in 1922. And from 1922 on, it really never worked. It always leaked, and it was a problem, and a lot of things. And hundreds of millions was spent. The Biden administration and the Obama administration spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to get it to work, and they failed. And we'll be spending, you'll give me a number, but I think it's a very low number. It's like in the number that we originally talked about, where we cleaned it, we fumigated it. We had 10 major truck dumpsters of garbage taken out. Can you believe it? A friend of mine came in, very substantial person from Germany, wanted to see the Washington Monument, and wanted to see the Lincoln Memorial. And he said, I look, but that horrible reflecting pond is disgusting. It's filthy, dirty, and disgusting. I said, really? I drove down. I said, Secret Service, let's take a drive. And we went down. I said, that's terrible. And for the most part, it didn't work. I mean, they wouldn't even have water in there. But when they did, it was just dirty, filthy water that leaked out. And we got to work on it. And it was supposed to cost almost $400 million, because it's like putting the skin on a skyscraper, but bigger, much bigger. Many skyscrapers, you could almost say, other than for the world's tallest. Think of it, the world's tallest skyscraper is shorter than 2,400 feet. So we went to work, and over the years, I built hundreds of pools. I build them every time I build a building. I always like to build Olympic-sized swimming pools, and I was very aware of swimming pool, what goes into making a swimming pool. It's not as simple as people think. You never want it to leak. You want to have beautiful surface. I said, I have an idea, Doug. We sat down. I said, let's take that long thing where we're going to fix it with concrete, which leaks, concrete, and all sorts of other materials that all leak and don't look good. They're gray. And, swimming pool, I have a swimming pool right up the road. I built it 22 years ago. It's perfect. I said, does it ever leak? No. It's perfect. Good contractors. I actually called in a couple of the contractors, got some ideas from them, and I gave it to Doug, and Doug's done an unbelievable job. And so they were going to spend maybe $400 million. I don't know. You never know with cost overruns and everything, but it was going to take years to build, 3 years, 4 years. And we'll have it done before July 4th, substantially before July 4th. If we didn't have such bad weather the last 4 or 5 days, we could have been almost done. You can't do the substance of the rain. And what they did is they cleaned it. They took out, as I said, more than 10 dumpsters of garbage, with shovels. It was disgusting. Every corner had massive amounts of, I guess that's the way the tide goes, but it had massive amounts of garbage. We then steam cleaned it. We then sandblasted it, and then we pebble blasted it. That's a bigger version of sand. We made the surface as good as it can be, and we're now covering it with the most beautiful blue, very thick. You think of it as a very sophisticated form of rubber.
Yeah, apparently
no problems, and it's beautiful. It's called American Flag.
Apparently, there's other issues. That it's not just that they needed to actually get the thing cleaned and repainted. There's a feeder line that runs whatever, and it's broke. That's where the problem is. There's a big, huge, massive problem with the feeder line to get the water in there. It's going to cost a lot more, and it's not going to get fixed in time. He's just giving it a Band-Aid. Just say.
Dead bodies, some guns, a couple of bikes. I'm sure they pulled a few things out of that water. You know what? I think that's nice. That something that maybe looks so dirty and just like unwelcoming is now all nice and clean. And yeah, I don't know if we voted for cleaners, but we do vote for true policies. But it's nice to have things nice, don't you think? Ah, isn't that pretty? Have you seen that beautiful clean water? Oh, I like that. And then
Reading Frogbot going ahead and saying that we went to the moon 6 times.
went to the moon 6 times.
Yep, we really did get to the moon, Miss Puff Puff. 6 successful landings. Moon rocks, photos, laser reflectors, the whole kelp forest.
All right. It talks like it's SpongeBob SquarePants.
Blue, that was the color we chose. And we are probably 70% finished with it. It's going to be finished. The hard part's done. And then we decided to do much more than we originally, when originally I thought I was just going to do the surface, but we said the problem is the outer ring looks pretty bad too, where you walk on. So we sandblasted that. This is all additional work. We didn't want to do, you know, when you do something like this, when you do the one, you think the other looked okay, but then when the
Outer
other you see
ring
the
always
new
needs a good
surface, the old stuff
sandblasting.
that looked okay, looks really bad. So we cleaned that, sandblasted it. The walkways, all of it. It's a tremendous amount of area. You know, it's thousands of feet long, very wide. This is where the people stand, not the water part, the dry part. And we had a combination of granite and stone. And we're pointing it, fixing it. The joints were terrible, everything. The whole place was a mess. And when it opens in a couple of weeks, long before July 4th, we won't have it for July 4th weekend, but it'll be long before that, you will see something that's really going to be beautiful. And now we're looking at the World War II fountain, because that's also in pretty bad shape on the bottom. We're going to duplicate it, I think, with the, maybe with a slightly different color. Actually, we'll go with a lighter color. But Doug and I have a lot of fun doing it. Your staff is fantastic. They really work well. But the
Maybe we'll do it with a lighter color. It doesn't need to be so blue. There's always a shopping trolley.
Shopping trolleys. You get those, and a lot of them just dumped in water. It's a thing here in the UK. Definitely. It's like every now and again you'll be driving somewhere and just just out the back of a hedge somewhere, you're like, oh, shopping cart. Why? Yeah, I suppose some people just live their life like, why not?
This town, not really. Back home, oh, Winona, horrible. Dude,
It's not going to belong.
shopping carts shoved into the Mississippi River.
It's not going to belong anyway where you just putting your thumbprint on the shopping trolley. And if that shopping trolley doesn't make it back to its right bay and its right number, you'll just get the fine through the post. Walmart shopping trolley abuse. What the fuck? $25? I love AI.
concept. So think of it. Instead of spending $200, $300, $400 million, and it will never work, we're going to spend like $10 million, maybe $12 million. Instead of spending 4 years, we're going to spend, like if you add it all up, like a couple of months. And instead of going through 4th of July as a horrible construction site, we're going to have it open before the 4th of July. And the difference is it's better. Somebody said, well, but it's not the same. You know, some of the fake news will say, well, but it's not. No, it's like the pen story. The pen is better at $2 than it was at $2,000. This is the same thing. This is far better. Won't leak. It'll last for 50 years, maybe 100 years. They didn't even know. I said, how long will this last? Oh, I think you'll get 50 years out of it. We did the swimming pool treatment, but they said, sir, for a little more money, we can get industrial strength. I said, that sounds good to me. Same color, same everything, same stuff, but it's actually much stronger. It's used for industrial. I said, I love that. So we're going to have that open. It's going to be really, really beautiful. And it's a very important thing. You know, we can't have people looking at the Washington Monument, going, the memorial. If you take a look, the Lincoln Memorial, it was built, I guess, a little after the Lincoln Memorial. It's embarrassing. It was so horrible. I never saw anything like it. It was filthy dirty. It was Biden. And they spent between the two.
It was all Biden. Biden was swimming in the pool. That's what it was.
I really at some point thought it was with you guys like sort of like make America great again, not give America a makeover. But anyway, as I said, if it looks better, then that's good, isn't it? I'm just going to medicate, brother. I'll be right back. I'm listening in.
Yeah, you take care of yourself. What date was your training weights done on? What? You guys love that frog bot. It's funny.
Two of them. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to fix this thing. Now, when Obama did it, he spent way over $100 million. And they had a great idea. Let's use the water from the Potomac. Because environmentally, they liked it. Somebody said that was good. But the water from the Potomac was not suitable for this, to put it mildly. It was disgusting what happened. And so they spent hundreds of millions, over $100 million, and they immediately closed it. It was closed for many months and nobody did anything. It was closed. It's basically been closed. But go back to 1922. It was always sort of, people think of it as beautiful, but it was always a mess. It's going to be unbelievable. It will be unbelievable. It's actually exciting. I want to ride over there today if I can. You know, I always have a problem. Secret Service is in love with my walking along, checking.
The waters of the Potomac?
When Obama did it, he spent way over $100 million. And they had a great idea. Let's use the water from the Potomac. Because
How disgusting. I mean, I get it. You tried it was you know where else you gonna get it from? You just using straight up river water? It's not gonna. You gotta clean it so that way it stops it from corroding and turning into a cesspool of disgusting, gross. What up, Rach? Good to see you. Just stopping to say hi. Appreciate that. Smash buttons, lick them and flick them. Tell your friends where you at. Maybe they'll come through.
Environmentally, they liked it. Somebody said that was good, but the water from the Potomac was not suitable for this, to put it mildly. It was disgusting what happened. And so they spent hundreds of millions, over $100 million, and they immediately closed it. It was closed for many months and nobody did anything. It was closed. It's basically been closed. But go back to 19...
TVT says college campuses should advertise you would be and could, but how? What? What the fuck are you even saying, bro? That's not even a real sentence.
It was always sort of, people think of it as beautiful, but it was always a mess. It's going to be unbelievable. It will be unbelievable. It's actually exciting. I want to ride over there today if I can. You know, I always have a problem. Secret Service is in love with my walking along, checking the sidewalk, the new sidewalk, to see whether or not they pointed it correctly. But they do. We have great contractors doing the job. But we'll spend a very tiny amount of money, and it'll be better than...
Welcome to the Pond Court TV Addict. I appreciate the follow. Love it. Thank you so much.
It ever was when it was built in 1922. It's very exciting, actually. To me, I love construction. It's very exciting. And we do many things. We did 28 or 29 fountains. I made a contribution to redoing Lafayette Park. That's the entrance to the White House. And it was an embarrassment. The floors were broken. They had bricks. Some of the bricks were missing. You know where they're missing? They took them out to throw at people. We're going with them. It's going to be a world-class park. It'll be open pretty soon. They're doing a lot of work over there. That was a contribution that I made with some other people. And it's going to be really beautiful. That was really the front door to the White House, but you couldn't even use it. It was so terrible. People would come to the White House, and it was so terrible. So with that, I'm going to ask Pete to talk.
Court TV Addict in the chat says, what up? What up? Good to see you.
About some of our great success contribution that I made with some other people. And it's going to be really beautiful. That was really the front door to the White House, but you couldn't even use it. It was so terrible. People would come to the White House, and it was so terrible. So
they come to the White House and have to come through one of the side gates or whatever, through the side door, because, you know, I mean, where else would you enter your house? Through the front door? Nah, never through the front door. YOLO. What up, Cancel Hatred? Good to see you, bro.
with that, I'm going to ask Pete to talk a little about some of our great success.
Yes, sir.
Including Venezuela, you might talk.
Absolutely, sir. I think actually your efforts on the reflecting pool are actually a great segue. If you look at Washington and Lincoln, these are two men that faced monumental tasks and stood up in historic fashion and delivered for the American people. And when you step back and look at 47 years of what Iran waged war against us and our people, there's only one man over the course of both presidency who has stood up and said they will never get a nuclear weapon, as Marco said. So whether it was Qasem Soleimani, whether it was scrapping the Obama deal that was going to give them a weapon, whether it was the 12-day war or Operation Midnight Hammer, you created the conditions to ensure the American people and the world are safeguarded from this generational threat. And so when you authorized Operation Epic Fury, just like you talked about with the reflecting pool, we didn't do the same old thing the way we've done it in the past after, Iraq and Afghanistan, the way we would.
So, Ricky, anything is possible. Who dis? I don't like it when it does that.
What's that?
I'm gonna make it change its layout. There it is. Go that way. It stacks them. It puts like me, Scotsman, then you, like it like a weird long pattern. It's like no. That's not how we do that.
What's going on?
Not much. Just covering the news.
Roger.
Watching this thing from the other day or whatever. This is from the 27th. I didn't watch it. Because I was like, I don't really give a damn. It's just another cabinet meeting or whatever. But then, it's like, things be things. You kind of like, well, I should have actually paid attention to that at some rate. And maybe just, done that. Fix that toupee.
Yeah, my toupee, right. I will probably die with a full head of hair.
No, the same. That's what I meant.
My grandpa, he was 86 and he still had hair. I mean, he was thinning, but still had a lot of hair.
Your mom's dead?
That's who you
Yeah.
usually look at. Yep, your
Yeah.
mom's dad. That's where you get your hair from. I never met my
No,
mom's
I
dad.
actually get it from my dad's side.
My mom's dad was he passed away before my mom was like 10 or something.
Because my dad is almost 70 and he's got the same thickness of hair I do. I think it was because when I was a kid, Dad used to buzz cut me. So all the way up until like 14, I had a buzz cut. Like short.
Uncle smoking a bong? Yeah, absolutely, bro.
Yeah.
That's what we do it. That's the way we do it.
I am today one day opium free. Or opium, yeah.
Opium free, hell yeah.
Opiate free. Yeah, opium. I wouldn't be sitting here. Yeah, if I had opium, I'd be fucking passed out on the floor.
One day,
Yeah, it's like saying one day murder free. I haven't killed anyone today.
I haven't attempted to kill myself today.
Right. Just say no to fentanyl.
Clay, wish I had some opium.
Hey now.
My dad was 89 September and still has to go get a haircut every 2-3 months. Yeah, absolutely. I haven't cut mine. I'm gonna actually go and have the sides cut out, whatever, and do some kind of like mullet shit, whatever. Because, have fun with it.
Right.
Wars. Instead, you said we're going to do this smart, we're going to do it overwhelming, we're going to use maximum lethality, and we're going to bring them to their knees. And so whether it's their Navy that's at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, their Air Force, their air defenses, or their defense industrial base, they may have missiles, but they can't build more right now. And they can't build more drones right now. And they can't build more ships. And so they can't...
Yeah, we also have a problem with building missiles and ships and shit.
Right.
We're just as retarded. They just released information the other day where they're like, it would take 3 years to replenish the missiles that we used in Iran.
Well, that is true. But in the case of Iran, Israel went over and blew up every single steel mill. They don't even have steel mills. They have no way of producing a ship, even if they wanted to.
Right, a damn thing.
You don't even have the infrastructure for steel. So
right, everything that they'd have to give as a gift from China or something.
Right.
Or Russia, proxy style. If I could give a politician cancer, which one would it be? And what sort of cancer, says Gonzo Johnny? I mean, think deep and hard.
And cried uncle to talk, which Steve and Jared and the vice president and others are doing so ably. And during that time, we put in a world-class blockade. And they haven't been able to bring anything in or anything out from Iranian ports. And we know from the intel that their economy is hurting big time because that is their lifeblood. And again, bringing them to the table. So whether it...
Conspiracy music.
What up?
What are you doing?
Hey, just because they said opium doesn't mean you get to show up and get some.
Damn it. I thought it was free samples.
Yeah, let me email it to you.
We were promised back in 5th grade that they were going to hand it out for free at some point. Where did it happen?
What school did you go to?
You didn't have their education program?
Yeah.
They told us that drug dealers were going to give us drugs for free.
Oh, that. Right. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be walking home from school.
Hey, no drug dealer ever gave me free drugs.
So you can get hooked on it, right?
My nephew always said, I hope somebody gives me some of their THC gummies. Like, dude, nobody's going to give away their THC gummies to a bunch of Halloween kids. I guarantee it.
Right.
Maybe around Halloween.
I mean, maybe.
When I go pick some up, I'll be like, "Hey, babe, how many kids do we have in our neighborhood?" Just to see what they'll say.
Ooh, you know what? They sell gummies and
They can actually tell you no, we don't want to refuse to actually sell you right now.
Yeah, they probably would. They probably
sell
would
gummies
refuse.
in the packages, the soft package, the plastic package, but they also sell them in cubed like containers, right? With the packaging on the outside, so you could take them out and just replace it with M&Ms or something.
Mm.
Give a parent a scare. This is hyperbole only. Do not try that at home.
I mean, I think maybe one time, maybe a couple of times, where it was Halloween, people were celebrating. Someone left the gummies out, and some high motherfucker was like, "Dude, we should give some to some kids."
I mean, what happened in the good old days of razor blades and
Razor blades and apples. Yeah, can we get back to that?
Yeah, right.
Never gonna get back to that. Merlin says McDonald's had to stop fryer as some employer dumped meth into the deep fryer.
What the?
What? It would have been more healthy than what they already had.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to make the McDonald's more unhealthy.
I watched the kid at McDonald's once dump one of their salt shakers into the vat of oil by accident, and he spent the next 4 hours cleaning up the entire mess because it erupted. It was.
Yeah, it was just a big, huge fried meth.
Yeah. Fried meth. Is he from Wisconsin? So we fry everything.
Does not sound like success. I mean, it's usually no, probably not fried meth.
It just shows you though what McDonald's has to go to get employees.
Ooh, cleaned my pipe.
I did like smoking it back in the day though. Do give you I mean, so
Holy
some
cow,
fried meth in the correct way. I mean, damn, bro, you like took all the colorant out of it.
Well, no, this one didn't have any color, but yeah,
I like that.
It was completely black.
Yeah, mine is kind of the opposite right there.
And all I did was I got a gallon baggie and I poured a bottle of fingernail polish remover in there. And then I just dropped this in it and let it soak overnight. I got up this morning, pulled it out, ran it under the sink water, and that's how it came out. Fucking clean. Clean as fuck. Well, I had to use a bobby pin because some of the hard stuff was stuck in the thing, so I kind of had to pop it so it came out. But yeah, fucking cleaned it right up.
I cleaned my other piece the other day, and that's what I'm smoking now. Just residuals.
There's pieces for really intricate one, right? Exactly. I mean, I got a nice little fun little whatever. I you know, it is what it is.
Spirit say cancel hatred. Good to see you guys.
Nice.
Yeah,
acetone is good for you. Yeah, absolutely.
That's what cleans it. That's what cleans it.
It's a great inhalant.
It is. The thing with acetone though is it does dehydrate. It does.
I would not advise that. Don't inhale it.
No.
It works good for the tar resin. It fucking.
We're really seriously getting kicked off of YouTube.
No, they loosened up their restrictions quite a bit.
Yeah,
well,
they
that's
have
where we're
to,
like, supposedly, that's why we're doing it. What we're doing, we're trying.
Cancel. Congratulations for watering your seed, brother. That's really great news that you're the one day started. And just let me tell you, from someone coming from experience, even if you slide back for whatever reason you can't get the meds that you need to sort of like supplement coming off the opium and stuff, it doesn't make any difference now. You've made the decision. You know what you want to do. Sometimes your physical state will not allow us to follow through in the sort of like psychological positivity of well-being. So don't you even worry one bit if at one point you maybe find yourself at a position. So it's just, I think it's great news.
Yeah,
and if you can do it, anybody can do it. You know that.
Yeah, with me it's the Vicodin, right? So that's what I have as a prescription.
Let me hop over to my other channel.
And I don't. I used to crave it, right? Like when I was much younger. Now, like today, I mowed the lawn. I did some weed eating. I cleaned up the yard. Fixed the chicken coop. I did all sorts of like physical activities today. And normally I would be very sore and in pain, just body aches and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
Not so much. Just been tapping the bong
Well,
every
there is
once in a
there's a
while.
thing. There is a thing called, and it's happened to that actually hasn't happened to me maybe for about 18 months or so. There's a thing called PAWS, and it's post-acute withdrawal syndrome. And once you go through the initial withdrawals of coming off any of these serious medications and pharmaceuticals, it's like for what I've discovered individually, maybe different for others, there doesn't seem to be any trigger. This acute withdrawal syndrome can come on at any time. So it's like I was talking like 4 or 5 years after I was finished with all pharmaceuticals. It was like you're going through withdrawal again, and you just can't work it out. You just need to ride that wave 2 or 3 days. It's called PAWS, post-acute withdrawal syndrome, and they do not prescribe us medication. They prescribe us addictions. This is how a business works.
Yeah,
It's wealth over health. That's all it's ever been. And every single doctor on the planet who prescribes us any of these chemicals that have the symptomatic effects that something can make us sick or iller, which is the number one on their Hippocratic oath, should be taken to court.
True.
All you health systems out there should know that you're not allowed to be prescribing us anything that could make us sick or iller, but yet just turn that box round 1 in 10, 1 in 100, 1 in 10,000. Shame on you all, man.
So then, stop
Phenomena.
it. So for what it be, I marked that down 4 minutes, or 4 hours, 39 minutes in or whatever. I'm gonna, because they give us 3-minute clips now as opposed to just like whatever. I'll make sure this section gets clipped so people can see that there are random things that happen as we try to do the things that we do. We get into conversations where we just all of a sudden there's information that you wish you would have actually caught, but you didn't realize that we do that.
I thought we got into some good conversations last night.
Right.
Yeah,
I was fucking
surprised.
laughing. I was laughing though too. That was pretty funny.
I was thinking about it yesterday also, man. I thought so.
I didn't get enough shorts out for last month. I just didn't.
Yeah, but
I don't know what EvMux is gonna do to me here once we hit the 6-hour mark or whatever. I really don't. Because I told it I didn't want the professional thing or whatever. I wanted to go back one stage. It won't let me go back just one stage. It's like, no. So I'm like, all right, fine. Cancel your shit. Go fuck yourself. So it's going to go ahead and it's going to revert itself here at some point in time, I suppose, once I actually go off. So then I'd have to actually pay that bill. Pay that bill to go ahead and reinstate the other version that I'd prefer. It's going to be stupid. It's going to be a stupid little block at that 6-hour minute or 6-hour mark or whatever that you'll see that where did it go? Will you catch all of that? Probably not. How many people just heard that? Not enough. 40 people watching us right now.
Yeah, if you are watching, you should hit that thumb button and also hit the repost button and get this pushed out there.
The Frogbot did say we hit 38 likes on the stream.
Nice.
Smash it, lick it and flick it. We'll hit this button. We'll listen to another second or so. It really gets really difficult once we get enough people in here because then we're like, I got something to say about that.
Is through the efforts of your negotiators that they ensure that they never have a nuclear weapon, or we have to go back to the War Department to finish the job that way. We're prepared to do that. And I think even our reach on the dark fleet of Iranian tankers, no Iranian tanker around the globe is safe. And we've seen seizures all around the globe, again, choking off their economic lifeblood. But all of this is possible, Mr. President, thanks to the investments that you've made in this department, firing on all cylinders. For the second year in a row, we're at historic recruitment rates. Last year we said that here. This year we beat it even faster. The American people are excited about what you're bringing to our department. Our defense industrial base, $50 billion in private investments because of the meetings you've held. Defense manufacturers are investing in new plants and new manufacturing, new production lines, so that we're getting weapons faster than ever. And then the $1.5 trillion that you've committed to the department going forward, that's 1 million American jobs. 1 million American manufacturing jobs. That's Golden Dome for America. That's F-47. That's B-21. That's $50 billion in drones. We're going to lead the world in drones, shaving years off of production.
Now all of a sudden we're going to lead the world in drones. I thought Iran was doing that.
Well, I thought Ukraine was doing that.
I mean, Ukraine complaining that they're getting hit by Iranian drones.
Well, they probably are.
And it's like, well, I mean, okay.
I mean,
Sponsored by.
Well, some of them, you know, some of them underground weapons factories might be supplying Russia with drones, you know?
Right?
See, there's different levels and different statuses of the drones, though, that we're talking about, right? So the ones that Ukraine are making are literally this
cheap.
big.
Yeah, they're cheap.
Right.
One-way
cheap
drones.
little drones. Right.
And the ones that Iran are making are
big.
Well, they're 8 foot long.
Yeah, they're big.
They're big, but they're not massive or anything. But, you know, we have Predator drones, which are 20 feet long, but they come back. They're not one way.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They're not one way. Exactly. They go out, they drop a few payloads, and they come back.
Now, I mean, if we're going to... I know that suicide drones should be allowed in war, honestly. I mean, I don't want to at all, but, like, it's kind of a bitch move.
Well, I mean, they do that with fucking bomb vests, you know.
Yeah,
they'll set off a bomb, and then everybody will come and be helping all the people fucking that got injured in the first bomb, and while everybody's there, a fucking woman wearing a bomb vest will fucking go running in there and boom.
Like human drones in the Second World War with the Japanese, with the Tora, with the suicide sort of like pilots.
Yeah. Yep. Kamikazes.
So AI ain't that bad. Technology's moved on a little bit. And of course, it's easy to build your own drone now. Oh, you can build your own drone. Oh, and what could you put on your own drone? Muffins.
Titties. We'll put titties on it.
What? I mean, apparently penis, titties, and vagina, says Gonzo Johnny over on the YouTube side. I mean...
I think he's over there testing the...
He's like testing the waters to see if we can actually... what will actually go and not.
That takes the phrase away a little bit. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? I think it's flying titties, man.
Of those, everything under budget and ahead of schedule, which is what the warfighter deserves. And we saw it, you mentioned Venezuela, Mr. President, you saw it on display there. Think of the fact that our Southcom commander just landed via helicopter at our embassy. Welcome to the Venezuelans, because we're now partnering with them, hopefully, even on the counter-cartel mission as we secure our hemisphere. So we've secured that southwest border. We're going to war with the cartels through the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition. Venezuela is a big part of securing our energy future and defending the homeland. And then I just want to note one more thing to give you a sense of how committed this president is. Maybe a year ago, he heard the call of Nigerian Christians who were being targeted and killed by ISIS in Nigeria. And he said, Pete, I want the War Department to focus on ensuring we do everything we can to protect those Christians. Partnerships like that can take time behind the scenes, but he never wavered on it. And we got the assets there.
What the fuck are you talking about? America pulled all its funding from foreign aid. I mean, right or wrong, whatever side you want to look at it, they're saying like, one of the main reasons that the big Ebola outbreak is happening in Africa is because of lack of funding that the West was giving all these nations to help with health, to help with checks and stuff like that. So it's like, what? When? Fact check. Hello.
Drones also changed the assassination of people control. Oh, wow. Yeah, go ahead.
If you ask if you've got any sort of critical thinking, wherever that may lay, left, right, middle of the bird, if you do ask anything that maybe just goes against what anybody might be saying, you're totally instantly shut down by not just this administration, but all the administrations at the moment. You ain't been allowed to ask anything that may be contradictory to the narrative that they're presenting. And like what us as the drones are just to go along with all this? I don't think so. And a lot of these commentaries, mate, are going right over people's heads, are going right in one ear and out the other because it's so repetitive. There's nothing new, there doesn't seem to be anything that is truly actually happening. In the meantime, what did you say? Up to 40 trillion by November? Oh my God. You guys leave the keys on the table and just go. Gonzo said about what cancer would you give politicians? No cancer. Truly, just leave us alone to work all this shit out because you've made some fucking mess. not just of our own individual countries, but of the whole fucking planet and your failed international policies sponsored by BlackRock to
According,
blow up hospitals, to build new roads. What the fuck?
I heard an analysis the other day on the Ebola issue, and there was an event that happened in I don't remember where it was. It was over there where the Ebola is happening. There was families that were wanting to recover the bodies in order to give them a proper burial, and because they were supposedly infested with Ebola, they didn't give them back. Well, they ended up burning the hospital to the ground, or some tents or something, right? And it's gotten to the point that they don't trust anybody over there medically wise, and it happens elsewhere in the world too, right? I mean, they lied to us about COVID and all kinds of other shit. They're spreading ticks all over the place, these fucking Lone Star ticks. I'm deathly afraid. I've been bitten twice this year, and I found, I don't know, at least 25 on me. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm right there with you, Scotsman. Leave the keys on the door and get out. You're evicted.
so far, the United
I had to ask the question of the AI real quick. It says there is no direct operational organization or biological ties between ISIS militant groups and the Ebola virus. They're entirely separate phenomena. One of the geopolitical and religious extremist organization, and the other is a severe viral hemorrhagic fever. Now, catch this real quick. The only ties between them are public discourse, media, and political rhetoric. Top global threats during the massive West African Ebola outbreak in 2014, politicians and media outlets frequently grouped ISIS and Ebola together as the two most prominent destabilizing global threats. The bioterrorism hypothesis, early in 2014 Ebola crisis, some national security commentators speculated about the theoretical possibility of terrorist groups using infected human carriers as low-tech biological weapons. Metaphorical comparisons, public health experts and researchers often analyze how society scrutinizes both threats, noting that the political rhetoric sometimes likens to the deadly contagion too many enemy forces are described as pandemic as ISIS as disease. Shared root causes? Think tanks have pointed out that both phenomena thrive in environments marked by failed governance, weak states, and localized instabilities. So,
Does it say which country is most heavily impacted by Ebola?
there's only one country right now. It's the Democratic Republic of Congo.
There's a few cross-border things going on, but it's very easily explained and stuff. But yeah, it's just there, Koolfrogg.
The European Union has pledged 115 million. The United States has pledged 112 million.
I will pledge 112 as well. That means nothing.
Yeah, well, it's sponsored by Pfizer, of course.
Yeah, I mean,
In the 2014-2016 Ebola outbreak, the United States paid 2.4 billion.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, it's like nobody's short of empathy. Well, most of us.
Bill and Melinda
obviously-
Gates are only pledging 15 million.
But obviously, in a place of sort of like individual country financial strength, you're always going to be, as a Christian nation, want to try and help others. It's just natural. But when we're talking about that our garden looks so beautiful, but the house is so much in fire, it's not that we don't want to help. Of course, we all want to help, but we shouldn't be helping. But we should really be trying to get our own house in order. It's like going into someone's house and like wanting to move their furniture around. It ain't that we're not departed from it, but this continuing sort of like brinksmanship that goes on, well, we're stopping the aid, we're starting the aid, we're stopping the aid, we're starting the aid. Well, we'd already started all this aid in the first place. And just to be removing it all is always going to cause issues. Koolfrogg, what's that search engine you're using again? The AI?
I just use Google.
All right. Oh, how dare you?
I just use Google. Go fuck all that. Because what's the point of trying to use anything else that's really seriously going to give me the same fucking answer?
Google's
I
like
don't
the
know. No,
new.
that's it.
It's like the new encyclopedia.
Right. I just go straight to that. And if it's gonna lie to me, you can usually tell. You'd be like,
I use AI and then I double check it with Google.
I mean, you use one AI to test the other AI.
Right. That's happening.
Well, that's how I make my music prompts or make my art prompts.
Right.
I'll have AI make me the prompt so I can put that prompt into my art program.
I was going to do something yesterday on the stream. I didn't get to it, man. They're saying the big capital letters, 50% of all traffic at the moment on the internet is AI. It's bots and AI and active sort of like algorithm detectives, let's say.
I think it's
50%.
much higher than that. I think it's 80%.
I was thinking that also. It's like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Antifa don't trigger you so they blood sucking. Of course.
Responsible for killing Christians and trying to target the U.S. homeland, and have since, because of the intel we gathered, killed hundreds of ISIS members who were targeting and killing Christians in Nigeria, creating a whole new opportunity there. So there's a lot of things we do that the media pays attention to, and a lot of things that the president empowers the department to do on behalf of the American people that he deserves great credit for.
Great job. Great job. I just want to say on recruitment, we're very proud of the fact that
He's like I put one person on one side and one person on the other, and these are the people that I believe are going to take over for me. I think that's what he does. JD Vance is sitting across the table from him right now. Legit straight across the table from him. These guys that he's getting next to him, that's what I think is more going to be like your president, vice president candidate. As much as I hate to say Hegseth would be any of that.
I think it'd be Rubio and Vance.
And that's what people are like, Vance, Rubio, or whatever, one way or the other. I don't like JD Vance. I won't put JD Vance on my ticket.
I like Rubio. I'm a big fan of Marco
I'm
Rubio.
I'm down with Rubio. I kind of like this. What's the other guy with the cleft lip dude? I can't think of his name right now.
That fucking dude in California is making some fucking waves.
The acting, yeah, he is. Plattner.
Plattner, yeah.
He's supposed to. Hold on a second. I got that bookmark on that. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is supposed to be grilled by the House here. Come 2 days from today? Yeah, 37 hours. I'm like, second noon.
In order to get voted in.
No, it looked like he's just getting grilled by lawmakers by the House for whatever reason. He's just an acting attorney general.
Right. He must have done something.
They're just gonna grill his
right.
ass.
So they're just gonna grill his butt. So it's like, all right, let's go.
Look,
I'm gonna do what I can to make sure that I'm live for that.
That's in 2 days on Tuesday.
Noon on Tuesday.
Whatever they do
I
to
ain't gonna be here.
make Republicans look bad.
I am in town all morning for medical stuff.
Usually my Tuesdays are like my Sundays, so I usually kind of slack off a little bit. But because it is what it is, I'm like, I might have to do that.
The previous 4 years, previous administration, they couldn't recruit people. And that included, by the way, police and firemen and others. They were not proud of our country. And they couldn't recruit anybody with a uniform and was having a hard time recruiting. And they set record low numbers. They were way, way behind. And literally from November 5th it started. It started even before we got going. But from the time we won the election to now, we've had numbers of recruitment, the likes of which we've never had. Record recruitment in every single branch. And that includes police and firemen. Record recruitment. So we're very proud of that. Thank you. Great job. Kelly, please.
Mr. President, you have the destination of Bellington.
They need to lift the age restriction for ICE officers. I looked into it. I'm too old.
Oh. They put it at 45?
I think so, yeah. 40 or 45, I don't quite remember.
Yeah, I'm too old too. So I was like, oh, that might be something to go look into. But then I'm like, oh, never mind. Never mind.
I would go out of state to do it.
Right, exactly. I go some
That
other
way,
state.
if someone sees me, my family's safe. You know,
Right.
come home, once a month or something for just to touch base. Or I've done that sort of working.
Be like, I seen you on TV.
Oh no, I'd be shaved. You wouldn't even recognize me, dude.
Join the Vice, which is the vigilante part of ICE.
Is that
for the
vanilla ice? Ice.
It's for the vigilante and us.
Oh wow. Okay.
Ice Cube. What?
Ice Cube.
Iced tea.
Both awesome rappers.
And a drink.
I'm a big '90s rap fan, so I like both them guys. I like especially.
Why
like
are you
Ice-T
drinking ice cubes?
Because he does rap and heavy metal.
I just made me a coffee. You probably heard it in the background, and then I topped it
Remember,
off.
anybody who wants that sort of summer trip, you can make little ice cubes from your mushrooms that you pick also. It's just a beautiful extension to your summer ease. Little mushroom ice cube. Beautiful.
Ice-T's metal band Body Count.
I had a couple-hour discussion
please.
with my sister the other day, Scotsman, about mushrooms. She went through school and got her master's degree in herbology, and knows a lot about plants.
Shinto.
A lot about plants.
Brad, this apparently is a redwood. It actually was really red when it started. I've had this for over 20 years, this walking staff. But yeah, it was a redwood.
Nice.
Big shout out. Happy birthday.
Oh.
Born May 31st, 1930.
Gay.
Clint Eastwood, 95 years old.
Rock
Like I
on.
said,
Happy
gay.
birthday, sir.
What do you mean gay? On Eastwood?
Gay.
What?
I was just trying to be controversial. That's all.
Oh, okay.
All right, okay then.
I am offended then, sir.
That'll work.
Yeah, Brad, body count. Bring on the body count. We had to teach my little nephew when he was a kid,
do
when he
drugs.
was like 10, because he would yell at the top of his lung, body count, nigger. And we had to teach her, no, that's not what it says. It says neighbor. Body count, neighbor. Because at the top of his lungs. Yeah.
The good, the bad, and the ouch. The
Yeah, happy
enforcer.
birthday, Clint Eastwood, 95. Can't believe that guy's still
95.
alive.
Don't
Did
do
you know the funny
drugs.
thing is, though?
Put an ice cube in your butthole. Clint would
no.
approve. I
I'm
mean,
not doing that.
maybe. I don't know how to segue away from anything that y'all talking about to get back to the show.
Yeah, Cop Killer was a good one. That was real controversial back in the day.
Scotsman,
Brad.
help me.
I think they had it
Okay.
banned for a little bit.
Let's just finish this up. There's only a couple minutes left, right?
No, he just says that. There's never just a couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes.
I don't know. I can't see.
It got 30 minutes left of it.
Oh, well, you're doing double speed, so
Right. No, it's 1.5.
right. So 22 minutes.
Right.
Now, 95 would be okay if you could still get it up.
I mean,
Like,
right?
that's not too old. If you still wake up in the morning in 95 with a boner, bro, you did something right.
Psilocybin that turns to psilocin in the body. Check
Yep.
it out, man.
Yeah, Brad Tipper Gore. That was the whole PMRC.
Right.
That's when the whole PMRC. It was Tipper Gore and fucking, wasn't it Hillary Clinton? I think it was Tipper Gore and Hillary
longevity
Clinton.
Is
Yeah,
highly genetic.
Yeah, it's Al Gore and what's his nuts? Yeah.
There's a
Change the
lot.
whole
There's a lot
dimension.
that you can actually mess your genetics up with, though, when it comes down to longevity.
It would change the
asked-
whole dimension.
I
also,
asked
Koolfrogg.
for a way to get back to the thing. None of you are attempting. What are you doing?
Well, hear no evil, speak no evil, and
see no evil.
Shit. You gotta take a poop.
Hey,
No,
I
you
just
ain't gonna
wanted to
get any
wish.
better than that segue. Let's go.
I just wanted to wish Clint Eastwood a happy birthday. He's 95. He might not live through the night. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I didn't know he was gay, man, and that's what I was just about to say. Right, that now that I know that he's gay, it changes the whole dynamic of the movies and stuff. I can't remember who it was now, but I was listening to an artist the other day playing music, and someone dropped into chat and said, "Did you know that they were gay?" And I was like, "What?" He said, "Did you not know that they were gay?" And I was like, "Fuck! I know what he's singing about now."
Right.
Well,
it just changes everything.
Back in the 80s, I was a big metal fan, and hearing Judas Priest and then finding out that Rob Halford was gay.
Oh, right.
And everybody's like, "Oh man, we're heavy metal. How can he be gay? It's heavy metal." But I think people just accepted it. Judas Priest is one of my favorite
Don't
bands.
mind. People want to love themselves that way or love others that way. That's great, but it's like later on in life when you find out that you saw someone was heterosexual and they were maybe singing about a certain thing or a certain position, and then you hear that they're gay. Like, oh, it was cock he was singing about. I get it.
Yeah.
Are we actually saying that Clint Eastwood is gay?
No.
Yeah.
Koolfrogg
said that. What?
Right. Okay. Now it's even more confusing, but I'm clear.
Yeah,
I mean, a fistful of dollars. Now we know what that was about. Come on,
Right.
hey.
Right. Two
Right.
mules for Sister
Getting
Sarah.
closer.
Hmm?
You see that? This is Chipper Gore still alive. She was born in 1948. Bruh.
Wow. Good for her.
She's
that bitch.
still wrecking this world.
She tried to ruin heavy metal for us. Fuck that bitch.
Clinton is a poofter?
She was probably part of the whole fucking satanic
The fuck is a
panic.
poofter?
I've not heard that.
A pooper, somebody sticks something up as pooper?
None of us know. None of us can answer that. Only Gonzo Johnny. Only Gonzo Johnny can answer that. And so while we wait for Gonzo Johnny's answer,
That'll do. Well done, Koolfrogg.
economy that the world has ever known, and I see that every week as I travel this country, main streets across dozens of states, from Alaska to Maine. I've been in many of those states 2 or 3 times. I hear it everywhere I go. Please thank the president for putting us back on track. They thank you. They love you. They want more of what we're doing: tax cuts, deregulation, fair trade, energy dominance. Small businesses are spring-loaded, and we see that in the jobs numbers. In the last 2 months alone, we've created over 300,000 private sector jobs in this country. Most jobs are created by small businesses, 2 out of 3. And small businesses, as you know, make up 99% of all businesses in this country and account for half of our GDP. So when that part of the economy is finally working again, they've gotten out from $5 trillion of regulation at the Biden administration.
what do you want?
Do you think she can tell what Trump had for breakfast?
She ate the same breakfast.
I suppose maybe.
Put on hardworking small businesses. They penalized growth, investment, hard work, and success. But thanks to the working family tax cuts that every single Democrat voted against, hardworking families, the welders, the waitresses.
I think if Melania Trump wasn't there, Kelly would be the person that would go ahead and step into that spot. Just saying. You look at those two when they're together, when she's around and she's standing next to him, she can't help herself but touch him. She's always touching. She always puts her hand on him. She's always. I swear to God, that's what it would be.
Is she the new Monica?
Maybe.
I mean,
I don't know. I mean, Melania's pretty hot. Would you want? I mean, seems like.
No, I'm just saying if Melania just so happened to not be there, I think that Kelly would be that person that would step into that spot. And be like,
Melania's
I'll
not
take
here,
care of you.
sir. It's cool. I got you.
I'll take care of you, sir. Right.
Yeah, I got you, sir.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Trump has ever been found guilty of infidelity, has he?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right.
Ask AI.
Oh, which one?
Ask the Frogbot.
I use Chat GPT.
Go ask the Frogbot.
I asked my own GPT.
Ask the Frogbot.
that I meet on factory floors across this country, from Pennsylvania to New Mexico, where I'll be tomorrow. Brooke and I are going to Arizona tonight. So we see this everywhere we go. It's one of the most underreported stories in the media. Main Street is back, and that's because America first.
Yep.
I'll tell you the other thing about fraud. Small businesses are.
Yep, what?
Most well-documented allegations of infidelity involving Donald Trump became public long before he entered politics and have been extensively reported. And they give a bunch of examples.
You can't be found guilty of infidelity. It's civil. I mean, I can agree with that. Being infidel, being an infidel, being one that who cares who you slept with?
Allah Akbar.
You can't tell me that I can't go sleep with somebody if I want to. Infidelity isn't something that should be criminal. Just saying.
I kind of remember.
If I go and I cheat on my wife and I whatever and come back and she's angry and I go and I take her out afterward. I mean, obviously I did a criminal act and yeah, no. I love my wife. Don't get me wrong.
I kind of remember this one in the early 1990s. Trump's marriage to Ivana Trump ended after his highly publicized relationship with Marla Maples. Remember her?
Right. Yep. I do remember that now.
Trump and Ivana divorced in '92, and Trump later married Marla Maples.
And Donald was from Ivana, wasn't he? His son Donald. I believe.
I think Don Jr.
Yeah, I think Don Jr. is from Ivana. Yeah.
And then
Marla is he? Because if they divorced in '92, he's not that old, is he? He wasn't Don Jr. Sure. Was Don Jr. born in '92? Oh, maybe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that'd probably be about right.
And then his sister, and I can't for the life of me remember the one that converted to Judaism. She was from Marla, I believe.
And then the whole Stormy Daniels thing too.
Well,
but he was just found
guilty. There were times
on
that he wasn't married, so I mean, Stormy Daniels could have happened during that.
Yeah.
Who knows?
He's younger than I am. By a couple months. Born in '77. He's 48.
I mean, the guy is charismatic. There is no doubt about that. So the fact that she hangs all over him, you know,
I mean, the next time that she's like seriously in the room and she's standing next to him, I'll definitely make sure I make it a point and I'll make a short out of it.
Particularly hurt by the fraud because they're some of our biggest taxpayers in the country, and they show up every day. They work hard to provide for their employees, to build their businesses. They're doing it the honest way, and they see fraudsters taking from the American people. It's taxpayer money, and so you think about at the SBA, we found $200 billion in fraudulent PPP loans that the Biden administration tried to hide and forgive and sweep under the rug. We've turned the first $22 billion of that over to Treasury for collections and to DOJ for prosecution. Our Inspector General is already announcing that people are going to jail. There are jail sentences now being served. We've announced that 140,000 people have been barred from ever getting SBA loans again, defrauding the government for about $9 billion. So we are going to continue our work under the great leadership of Vice President Vance and appreciate the partnership because it's really accelerated our ability to get the job done. But then just back to small businesses. We have record business formation in this country. That's another story that the media won't tell you. Over 500,000 businesses on average a month this year. So it's not just record people working, strong job creation, business formation at all-time records in this country, but we have manufacturing expansion 4 consecutive months. That means that's a leading indicator, meaning that we have expansion coming. Another story the media won't tell you, 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. 75% of our defense industrial base is small business. They're our main exporters. And so America first.
Small businesses are military based?
What?
What? Isn't that what she just fucking said?
I don't know. Rewind it.
Maybe just Stormy Daniels did get with Palm Beach Pete, Scotsman.
All-time records in this country, but we have manufacturing expansion 4 consecutive months. That means that's a leading indicator, meaning that we have expansion coming. Another story the media won't tell you, 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. 75% of our defense industrial base is small business.
75% of our industrial base is small business.
Oh, industrial base. I thought you said military base. I'm like, what?
Listen. Holy shit, that was loud.
Sorry.
working, strong job creation, business formation at all-time records in this country, but we have manufacturing expansion 4 consecutive months. That means that's a leading indicator, meaning that we have expansion coming. Another story the media won't tell you, 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. 75% of our defense industrial base is small.
75% of our defense industrial base is small business.
Okay. Huh.
Military is small business?
75%? Really?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. What did she just fucking say?
Well, no. Let's think about
Holy
this.
Shit.
What do they consider small business level, right? What is their... Because, like, in Oshkosh, here in Wisconsin, in Oshkosh, there's Oshkosh Truck, and they produce a crap ton of military vehicles. But they are no means small business. But then you have... My cousin works in an ammunition factory, and that's here in Wisconsin as well, and he said they only employ like 50 people, so I would consider that a small business for sure. I'm just curious on what the numbers
Just
are.
record really work under the great leadership of Vice President Vance, and appreciate the partnership.
Slowed her down,
It's
turned
really
her up.
accelerated our ability to get the job done. But then just back to small businesses. We have record business formation in this country. That's another story that the media won't tell you. Over 500,000 businesses on average a month this year. So it's not just record people working, strong job creation,
35,000.
business formation at all time.
Bro.
35,000.
Over 500,000 businesses
35,000
on average a
small
month this year. So it's not just record people working, strong job creation, business formation at all-time records in this country, but we have manufacturing expansion 4 consecutive months. That means that's a leading indicator, meaning that we have expansion coming. Another story the media won't tell you, 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. 75% of our defense industrial base is small business.
Hold on. That's a little misleading. Okay. Okay, it's true the DoD reports roughly 35,000 small businesses of about 47,000 defense contractors, which works out to about 74%. However, small businesses receive only a minority of defense contract dollars. In recent years, they've received roughly 25% of the DoD prime contract awards by value, despite being the majority of companies.
Right.
So it's just
There it is.
selective companies that are getting the majority of the contracts.
BlackRock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Used to be Enron.
What are the big military contractors? You know, not more than BlackRock, but
Lockheed.
Lockheed. Yep.
Right. Yeah. What's the other one? Douglas.
Yeah, Douglas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're
Slowed her
companies
down,
like-
turned her up, if only. I mean, we can only wish.
Companies like that, though, that's what they do. They build war materials.
Right.
Now, I seen this kid on Sean Ryan's show, and he's only like 23 or 24 years old, and he has a drone business, started a drone business, and it's like some of the most high-tech fucking drone shit out there. And the kid's like 23 years old. It was a really good interview. But there are a lot of people that work for the DoD. I had friends that was in Abu Dhabi working for the DoD. They just recently moved back to Texas.
DOW. Get it right.
Yeah, my bad.
They used the number to qualify kind of like APEC?
Yeah, possibly. It sounds good for people that don't research it. Oh my God, 35,000 small businesses are working for the DoD. That's amazing. But they just get a small percentage of the actual work. So it's more like a fluff, in my opinion. I mean, it's good for them that they're at least getting 25%, but it's it's not based around small business. Sorry. Sorry.
I
lady.
mean, she likes to put some bold claims out there. She wants it to be that strong. I mean, even even Mark Wade Mullen sitting next to her is, you know, kind of looking at it kind of off, like, yeah, right, lady. Just saying.
They're our main exporters. And so America first, free trade, fair trade, deregulation, tax cuts, and energy dominance is helping workers on Main Street, and that's why they tell you to tell me to tell you, Mr. President, thank you, and they love you.
Well, thank you very much. Great job. Thank you, Kevin. And I just say, we went to China last week. We had an amazing meeting with President Xi. The relationship's very good. We're doing a lot of business with China now, but it's not where they were ripping us off for years and years. They ripped us off like nobody ever got ripped off. Now it's a very profitable business that we do with China. And they respect our country again. We have the strongest military in the world by far. They respect our country again. Scott, please.
Sir, on the economy.
It's not that hard. Before we get into Scott, what's up?
He makes a big claim that we're the most powerful country in the world, but we haven't seen it.
We have the strongest military in the world by far. He likes to claim it. He likes to throw that claim around a lot. When it comes down to 39-1, China really does have something over and above us.
Numbers wise, right? I think we're still, we might be still there advanced technology wise, but it's hard to say.
Nah, all the things that I've seen come out of China in the last couple of years, whatever, all the DEW product and whatever.
I know there was a couple months back I saw this video, and I don't think it was AI generated, of armies of bots being trained.
Oh yeah, they are. They're training
thousands of them in big squares, and you got someone up there doing directions, and the bots are trying to follow along.
Yeah, they're working on that. Well, China doesn't. They're losing all of their, army-aged men.
Well,
so they got to replace them somehow.
They shot themselves in the foot by restricting births.
Yeah.
So they really did. They even realized that.
Yeah, we got to stop that.
So they got to replace their army somehow. And I mean, robots isn't a smart way to do it. Fuck.
They're just the next generation drone, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And if you can produce them for $100 a unit, which I'm sure they can, it's plastic mostly. I don't think they're gonna make them too tough. I hope not. I'll get me some Chinese drones. I got me a shotgun. Ooh, yeah.
All right, Scott.
By far, they respect our country again. Scott, please.
Sir, on the economy, 2 words: resilience and prosperity. The continued resilience of the economy speaks for itself, even during the Iran conflict, and it speaks to the strength of your leadership. Pro-growth policies are creating conditions for American families and businesses to prosper. We're entering the second half of our 250th anniversary year with renewed optimism and momentum. It has never been a better time to be an American, and as you said earlier, we have a record number of Americans working. The economy that you are building is not only strong, but secure and resilient and better positioned to compete globally. Real GDP has risen 2.7% over the past 4 quarters, something that many economists said couldn't be done. In the first quarter of 2026, despite the Iran conflict, GDP grew at a 2% annual rate. The Atlanta Fed GDP now is predicting 4.3% for this quarter. In terms of prices, I believe the prices are transitory. Oil will be lower than pre-conflict levels when this ends. Natural gas is already down, as you mentioned. Drug and pharmaceutical prices, they are plummeting, and rent is down. We are more resilient to energy prices.
Rent is down.
I'd never heard that. I mean, it's for me and the wife. We've lived out west, so when we moved to the Midwest, our rent was considerably cheaper.
Yeah.
So for us, we didn't see it. But you know what? We're paying $1,300 a month here for. We were paying $2,000 a month in Utah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
But they're not going to take, if they're already charging you something, they're not going to be like, okay, they're just not going to charge you another $50 a month this year.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your rent. I've never had a landlord come back to me. You know what? The economy's great. We're going to drop it by $300. You only owe us $1,000 a month. It just doesn't happen.
Well,
you're gonna go back to the rate that you were at when you first moved in 5 years ago. Oh, okay, great. Okay, let's go.
The reason why we're moving from here is because our lease is up, and they want to charge us $300 more a month to renew our lease, and we're like, yeah, we can't afford an extra $300 a month. I mean, it's
Right.
nice here, but it ain't that nice.
See, they're shooting themselves in the foot because I'm assuming you are a good tenant that pays and doesn't cause problems and blah blah
Nope,
blah.
never.
There's no guarantee that they're going to get a tenant like you in there to pay that $1,600.
Well, the guy was a little upset when he heard that we were moving, and my wife's like, "Look, you know, I lost my job and I had to get a new job, and I don't make nearly as much as I did before, and we can't afford to. We can afford it now if we kept what we have now, but you know, you're raising our rent by $300, and we can get a place right down the street for cheaper than what we're paying now."
Well, maybe
So-
rent has gone down then, and that's how you see the positive.
We've been out looking for apartments, and we're finding 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartments in nice places, and they start right between $1,200 and $1,300.
Yeah. Oh. See, my daughter had recently got married a couple of years ago, and her husband and her bought a house. They're paying mortgage payments of like $1,800 a month. It's crazy. They have a much larger house, but still,
Well,
at one point, mortgage payments were supposed to be cheaper than rent.
I've
you know?
seen one-bedroom apartments.
Most of them are.
I've seen one-bedroom apartments here for like $900. I even seen them as low as $750 a month for a one-bedroom apartment. I haven't seen that in a long fucking time. I mean, that could just be. I mean, that's probably just where we're at. I mean, you're probably not going to find that $750 a month apartment in fucking, you know, in Arizona, or you know, out west for sure. It was just a new when we first moved out here, and my wife, when we first was looking for new apartments, and well, I was like, and I'm looking, and I'm like, is this fucking for real? Like $1,000 for a one-bedroom apartment? She's like, no, that's real. I'm like, God damn, that shit's fucking cheap out here, man.
I lived out in Las Vegas for a couple of years back in 2016, 2017, something like that. 2015 maybe. I don't remember exactly, but I was paying $950 a month for a 3-bedroom, single floor, 2-bath, cinder block style home. They built a crap
that's not
house
bad.
out there in the suburbs, right? No, it wasn't that bad. And the corporate job I had out there at the time was making it totally easy to live on that. You know, that was like a quarter of one of my paychecks. So
Yeah, that's how it was for my wife when she worked at Wells Fargo. She made over $100,000 last year, so we were living fucking comfortable. Now she only makes half of that.
yeah, and
I mean, she still makes enough to cover everything.
going back to high school in economics, my economics teacher told us that your rent should be no more than 1/3, ideally 1/4 of your income.
Right, exactly. It's just like you should be able to find a place that at 1/4 of your income that suits
Right.
you comfortably.
Right.
But yeah, right.
Well, and I think people.
That doesn't happen. We all know better. We've seen what the prices are at. Doesn't matter where you're at. You can say, "Oh yeah, it's lower here than it was there," but really, when it comes down to it, are you able to make as much money? No, obviously not. You can see where everything just kind of equals itself out. Are you doing better? No, not really. It's about the same.
Right.
It's
Right.
about the same as it was back the other way. So it's like, okay, well, I mean, depends on how you feel. Depends on where you go. The economy's going to still shit on us no matter what we do. Please donate to this channel. There's a gifted option there. You can give some to others. You can do the thing. The fuck is that?
Music.
Fluctuations due to your energy dominance agenda, deregulatory efforts, and we have never sold so much energy to the rest of the world. Business investment rose at a 10.4% annual rate in the first quarter. Capital expenditures and business equipment rose more than 17%, and that is as a result of the tax bill and tariffs. Jobs related to commercial construction, factory construction are up 90,000 since your inauguration. In the past 2 months, the private sector, as Kelly said, has added 313,000 new jobs. And those are private sector jobs, sir, including 13,000 manufacturing jobs. We have construction jobs, we're building the factories, and those will turn into manufacturing jobs. The stock market has hit new highs. The stock market lives in the future.
So you're going to assume that these people are going to come in, they're going to build the factory, they're going to do the thing that's going to turn into a factory job eventually, that they're going to go ahead and be able to pick up and go do that? No, it's going to be a different person that's going to do that job. The guy that does the construction stuff, he doesn't want to do manufacturing job. He wants to do another construction job somewhere. You don't just, we'll just turn it into a different job. Yeah, everybody's trainable to do something else. You can go fuck yourself. Nobody wants to just do whatever. Was Liberace gay?
Definitely,
Yes.
Johnny. Yeah.
Yes.
Flaming, bro. He was fucking flaming. He was like Elton John on fucking steroids.
I mean, you could have asked, is Scott Bessent gay? Yes. Yes, he's legit gay. Flaming. He legit talks about it.
Is seeing on the other side of conflict. It is a strong symbol of optimism for the future. Corporate earnings are high and wages are doing well. For the tax season, we had the best tax filing season in history, which is a victory for Main Street. The average refund was nearly $3,300, 11% increase from last tax filing season, and importantly, 62 million returns had one of your 4 signature policies. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. The reduced taxes, 85% of our seniors paid no taxes on Social Security, and the deductibility of auto loans for American-made cars. For what I believe is the most important government benefit for young people since the GI Bill, the Trump accounts. The app will be available on all major platforms tomorrow morning. And it will place the American dreams into the palms of the hands of parents and children. Nearly 6 million kids have been signed up for Trump accounts, and they will launch on July 4th, and it will be a great symbol of the 250th anniversary. Main Street prosperity, workers have seen positive wage gains. The unemployment rate remains low at 4.3%, and private sector job growth is strong. So just to reiterate, resilience and prosperity have been the marks of your second term.
It's been great. It's been amazing.
Beware of getting something
any
for
questions?
free for powers that be.
Right? So when the giant G penetrates the lowly poor R, what the fuck? What is that?
Mr. President, I reside with NTV Sister Media with the Epoch Times. We've done a lot to clean up DC and fight crimes here. And as a lot of Americans and people from all around the world are coming to the nation's capital ahead of the major 250th birthday events here, how important is it for you to really keep delivering on these results, but also what
Yeah,
does it
no
mean for
shit. We were at a
America's
four-way
identity,
stop
national and
today.
international
Fucking knew, but
So I'm
nobody
very
knew
proud
what
of
they were
DC
doing.
because when we came here,
For real.
a little more than a year ago, it was very dangerous.
You can say, oh, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to put a roundabout. People don't know how to use the roundabout. They're fucking
No.
retarded.
That's what I told my wife. I said, you know what, babe? I said, the same motherfuckers that don't know how to do this four-way stop are the same motherfuckers that don't know how to do a roundabout.
They walk into a roundabout and they're like, I got to know. You keep going when you're in the roundabout. The person that's sitting there waiting to get into the roundabout is supposed to wait for you.
You don't
Right.
stop in the roundabout.
Right. Never stop in the roundabout.
Yeah, you don't block traffic.
You would think
The interesting is the hyper-real ones when they put them on the highways. You get 2 lanes that go real fast. Yeah,
They put those in all the major cities down in the middle.
My wife went on. It's not a major city. They put one in. My wife, she went to go hit the highway or whatever. She come down off the one, and she went to go into town, and you have to cross Highway 61, and there's a big, huge roundabout. And as she's trying to cross it, she goes and she hits the roundabout. I'm like, you hit the roundabout, you gotta get to the outer lane when you get to that spot that you want to get in. She's like, huh? I'm like, there's 2 lanes on that side of the roundabout. It's a turbo. And she's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, there's 2 lanes. When you go back around it, go hit that other lane. She went around it 3 times and shot out the other side, went up the highway. all the way back and up around the other side of town. I'm like, are you kidding me? Because of a hyperreal, you couldn't make it? She's like, you drive. I'm like, I would, but you know, whatever. The government's retarded, and they say you owe on child support. It should be gone now. It should be gone now. I giggled at that one. The state went ahead and they garnished wages or whatever, and they paid that. So I'm like, oh, nice. I'm down. Being that they paid that, it says that I only have a regular monthly payment, no arrearage charges. That's $50 for a paycheck. And arrearage charges, that's $100 a month. All right, I'll take that. I need that. I'm kind of broke as fuck. They go ahead and they put a note on it. She doesn't get it for 6 months.
Holy shit.
They have to make sure that it's legit money or whatever because it's such a high amount that they took. I'm like, wait 6 months. Good. She's been waiting long enough for it. Why not wait 6 months? But to get $4,000 behind, you have to really seriously be a few years behind. Think about that.
Well, depends on what your pay is, how much you're paying in, you know. But in your case, yeah.
That camera.
Place, and now it's a very safe place. It's been incredible what's happened. As you see the crime numbers, we had restaurants closing up, and nobody wanted to go to a restaurant. They were afraid to walk to work. It was a very, very dangerous place, very unsafe. And now it's a very safe place. We brought in the National Guard. We worked with Cash and the FBI, and Janine is doing fantastically, and Todd, and everybody. And it's now a very safe city, and people are pouring in, and you see the grass is all beautiful. We put a lot of new grass in.
What the fuck did you ask that bot? And why is it saying and condoning any type of any of that? That's disturbing.
No, I asked the Frogbot if there was a gay alphabet. That's how it started.
It says his ass fucking the measure for the world getting great, and it says that's one spicy way to measure things. But down here in Bikini Bottom, we judge how we're doing by kindness, consent, and everyone feeling safe.
Are you guys feeling safe? I'm feeling safe.
Is
never felt so safer.
Is the Frogbot maybe doing some sarcasm?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I'm testing it. I'm
It
asking it
legit
questions.
thinks it's SpongeBob. I wish I could change it to a different character.
There we go. We got the Jesus, I can't point. We got hoods up.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing to be like. Say it again.
Nice.
Yeah, we're pre 13th century, 12th century, 13th century. That's the sort of like a modern day Knights Templar. But the good guys, remember, it was sponsored by Jesus at one point. It just wasn't all what it's made out in the movies.
Knight Templars are also sponsored by the Jesuits.
Hey, there's nothing like a good hand movement.
These guys are smoking it. We have. Floor's open, Brad. It's always the same link. It never changes. You see these guys, they know where their links are. They know how to just come in here. Go grab it. I can't get destroyed. I mean, too bad.
Oh.
Because, you know, like people, grass has a life too. And this grass said,
Gonzo Johnny, you're like, wait a minute, you can go in there? Yeah. Yeah, anybody that wants to come in here can actually come in here and join me for a conversation. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised what we actually get into. I mean, if you want in, all you got to do is, like, figure it out. I'll get you a link.
oh, beautiful.
I'll show you
We
a
put a
few
lot
ways.
of new grass in because, you know, like people, grass has a life too. And this grass said, it was about a long time. But we, the waterfalls we talked about and the fountains are, most of them
There's
are
your
in
buddy,
the final stages.
Koolfrogg,
or
your
fixed.
buddy
People
came
are
back.
writing me letters. People are talking about it. We have some of the most beautiful fountains in the world. And there wasn't one, not one, that worked. We had 29 Out of the 29, not one was worked, in addition to the reflecting pool, which is even, that was the big one of them all, but that
Bury
was
that
a
comment.
disaster. So with all of that, and this place is looking beautiful. I rode through it yesterday, where the fences are down. The homeless aren't staying here any longer. We're helping them out, but we're not, we just can't have them in the nation's capital. And when foreign dignitaries come in, they're saying, the first thing they're
I
saying,
just don't want it on my
really
screen.
changed.
It's literally sitting right here on my screen. So I said, bury that chat.
Sorry.
Everybody just looks at it like, huh?
It's a little bit strange, though, if you don't
It's
notice.
what you mean by bury
The different angle that these bots have come in. So these bots, when they first came in, they were so fucking annoying, and it was non-relative to any of the discussions what were happening. Now, they're hitting at the elites, they're hitting at paedophiles, they're hitting at the stuff that we were all really fucking interested in to drain the swamp. But we're still like automatically just getting rid of them because they're bots. It's really weird that some of the bots and some of the things that they are posting, it's a lot of the things that we are actually interested in. But what they're actually making us do is get rid of that. There's a sort of like conscious, sort of like very deep subliminal conscious thing that we're doing. We're saying, get rid of that. But that's something, a lot of the things that the bots are posting that we are actually really interested in. There's a deep subconscious thing that's going on here. But yeah, what? Does it mean they won't be able to throw the
It's
punch?
Skull Spotter.
And
None of that's of interest of any sort. Have you looked at any of it?
I've looked at some of them. Not them all.
41 likes. Way to go, guys.
Yeah, man, get some.
I'm going to drop a link in chat for Brad, because I know Brad is into this type of stuff. So it's a YouTube link to an
Would say hi to Bianca Fights the Zombies. What up, Bianca? Good to see you.
What up, Bianca?
Hello, Bianca.
Check out this link, Brad. I have this coming out. I haven't released it yet. It's still unlisted. But I think you'd dig that video. It's about auditors. Or at least it's my take on the auditing community and where it's kind of heading right now.
41 here. I don't know what the YouTube side's going to really seriously do when it comes to this 6-hour mark that comes up in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not really sure if it'll like allow me to do that like it does here on the Rumble side.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to find out.
Nice one, Nero.
I was hoping that I was going to get everything done in a 12-hour span, so I don't know. We'll see.
It was going down. Our whole country was going down.
Not with us here.
DC was going down. And as you know, the restaurants were closing up. There weren't very many restaurants, and now they're opening up. You can't get a space. And everyone's going out to dinner, and they're safe. And we had the National Security, and we have the National Guard, and we're going to keep them. I want to, by the way, just in case I mentioned, keep them. Okay? And don't lower the number either. Somebody said, oh, are there less? I said, I hope not, but don't lower the number if you don't mind. Okay.
We're going to surge this summer, too. Yeah.
They look great. You know what? They give people, we took out 5,000 criminals, hardcore criminals. By the way, 90% of the crime is calculated. They count 2% of the people do 90% of the crime. That's a great number. Because when you get rid of 2% you can get rid of. 90% you can't get rid of. 2%. So 2% create 90% of the crime. 91% actually, to be exact. And we moved 5,000 people, Todd, out of here. These are career criminals. Many of them came over from the last administration through the open border, the ridiculous open border, no vetting, nobody knew who they were. They came out of prisons, they came out of, they're drug dealers, there were people from mental institutions. And Washington, D.C. is now a safe and beautiful place. And it's only going to get more beautiful. Yeah, please.
President John, thank you so much for having us in here today. What are your thoughts? Why do you think that Joe Biden is trying to sue the Department of Justice, former President Joe Biden, to have his tapes that he did interviews on blocked from the American people hearing them? Do you think that he's trying to hide something, and maybe Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche can comment on if they will countersue and release those tapes to the American public?
Are you talking about it with respect to his book? Well, I'd like to see it. I don't know. Maybe there's some constitutional reason. I don't know. I would like to see what he has to say, because we can never allow what happened to this country to happen. The man was grossly incompetent, and the Democrats, I call them the Democrats because the policy is so bad, but they came very close to destroying our country. We can never let it happen again, and I hope that you're able to produce that. I think it would be very interesting reading for people.
if they can actually, if interesting reading, watch whatever it is. He wants it blocked. He wants it. He wants these interviews blocked from anybody being able to see him. Why would somebody go to that level of wanting such a thing? Yeah, exactly. Nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows exactly why somebody like Joe Biden would take himself to a level of needing to block somebody from seeing what it was that he really said. Good damn about the book. There's a thing that was put out by his lovely wife, the babysitter, that went ahead and called him out for his thought that he had a stroke during a particular event.
Yeah, during a debate, the 20.
Yeah, right?
The presidential debate, yeah.
So when you look at it, you're like, why wouldn't they release this information on Joe Biden when it was about? Oh, because they're trying to protect the asses.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's what she's probably doing. It's just trying to, yeah. But then when he canceled all of those executive orders that were written or signed by the Autopen, kind of makes sense now. I agree with that.
Automatic immunity for so many also.
Well, for Jill Biden at least.
I think there was quite a list when they left office.
Yeah. Yeah. There's quite a few people that are on the hook for that. I'm sure the DOJ is going to look into that. For whatever.
Maybe play it a little faster. I kicked it up to 1.5 because we were at 1.25 because of the one young lady. Whatever, it was hard to understand her. Down to the shiny says, or show some ladies with huge boobies while playing the audio.
Well,
that's fair.
It might work. It might help.
Wouldn't help me. I'm sure that would be a distraction for me.
Right.
How
Just
come
be a
everybody
distraction.
turned off their? How come everybody turned off their camera all of a
Be like,
sudden?
be like, did you hear what they just said?
Right.
Did you hear what they just said one more time or whatever? I'd be like, no, what? What did she say? Those three men are boring.
See, I was going to go, but I can't go now, obviously. I'll need to give it 10 minutes. God damn it.
Once control is really loose. Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Oman to control the Strait, and would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the Strait's going to be open to everybody. It's international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, and we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
Oman will behave, or we're gonna blow them up.
There it is. The gauntlet has been thrown. Right.
Well, it's like, I don't know if you've, I'm sure you guys have caught some of the TikTok clips and some of the things that are out there at the moment. It's just in the inflammatory comment here and there is just spiking the oil markets just here and there. So hey, well, looks like a deal. You know what? They're not agreeing to the deal. We're just going to blow the shit out of them. They're playing with the market so unbelievably at the moment. The amount of money that's been made is disgusting. Oh, there's the market's just went back up again. Say something else. They know what they're doing.
Right?
Yeah, man.
Pressure you feel to get the Strait of Hormuz open?
Well, you have to say, the United States has so much oil that we are an exporter of oil. So we have plenty of oil. We're very lucky. We're blessed with the greatest piece of land in the world from that standpoint, and we have more than anybody else. And now when you add Venezuela to it, we have, I think, 64% of the world's oil. And we're getting along very well with Venezuela, by the way. It's being run really beautifully. The big companies are moving in. It's going to be amazing because it's also, like us, they're very blessed in that sense.
Because it's easier to politicize the shit out of it and go ahead and drum those prices up and make it look like it's something that's, they're at war, prices are up. And
the other thing that Congress did recently was allowing all gas companies to add ethanol to their 85 and 87 octane supply.
Ethanol.
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 Destroy
One of
engines.
the
It's going to. You get less fuel mileage with it. It causes much worse respiratory issues.
Hey, one of the first medicinal marijuana product in the world was from a UK pharmaceutical company, and it was called Sativex, and it was mainly directed at people who had multiple sclerosis. And one of the ingredients in Sativex was ethanol. Ethanol that can actually attack the main sort of like nervous system. Now, what the CDC eventually sort of like made this safe was saying that taking on a minimalized dose, right, said it doesn't do any long-term harm. But anybody who's taking a medication every single day for the rest of their life isn't a minimalized dose. And ethanol was in a so-called medicinal marijuana product called Sativex, one of the first medicinal marijuana products on the planet. Ethanol. Wow.
Yeah.
Do you think they might be trying to keep us ill?
Right.
So stupid.
Well, and so what they do then is when you go to the pump and you look at it, now the gas that I should be putting in my vehicle, I should not be putting ethanol in my vehicle. I have an older vehicle and it will rot out the rubber gaskets and boots and all of that and just cause all kinds of havoc on my vehicle. However, if I were to put that in, it would be almost $6 a gallon for my gasoline that I have to do. However, the one with ethanol is $2 cheaper. Yeah.
Yep.
They squeeze you financially and then they say, well, here's this cheaper option. Don't mind that it's got ethanol in it. Yeah. They call it E85.
It's a nice little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice little number.
Yeah. E85. It kind of, it sits next to the E87.
Yep.
I think Puff and Frogbot got something going on.
Okay. That happens.
I mean, it's just a bot. It's
What
just
the-
a bot.
Puff is a bot?
Maybe.
No. No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think Puff is a bot.
But I think Puff
The
might have
Frogbot
just,
is a bot.
might have just proposed to
Like an actual AI
Frogbot.
bot?
Yeah.
That's a thing, though. That's a thing. You can have this
Oh, I did
online
not.
thing.
Oh, you
That's
shouldn't
why.
have
That's
told me
why
that.
earlier when he said he's gonna ask the AI, I said ask the bot.
Well, some bots are just dumb bots, and then you have actual chat bots, and I didn't know you had
Right.
installed
This
that.
this one when you ask it certain questions, like I asked it questions about the age of Donald Trump Jr. earlier, and it gave me the answer.
Excellent. All right.
So I'm saying, just ask the bot.
This could be why we have genetically
natural
modified
energy that no other
corn,
country
yeah.
has. We have more than anybody else. So it's really a world problem because most of the world doesn't have that. And we're making it available. During the closing, I don't know if you've seen some of the satellite pictures, boats, hundreds of boats lined up. It looks like, I used to say, the Long Island Expressway with cars. They're lined up and they're coming to Texas, Louisiana, they're coming to Alaska to fill up their boat. They're big boats. Some of them are really big, 2 billion gallons. Even bigger than that now they make them. They make them up to 4, Chris, I hear. Now they make them up to 4. The 4 are now the big ones. Used to be the ones. Now it's 4 million barrels of, think of that, 4 million barrels of oil in one boat. But they're lined up and they're right now heading to Texas and they've already filled up and they've gone back. In addition to that, you have a lot of boats, you have about 1,500 boats in the strait wanting to get out, and at the right time we'll release them.
But the American people are seeing higher gas prices.
Yeah, they
It's
are.
come down a little bit, but it's still $4.
No, it's come down. Oh, it'll come down a lot. It'll come down to where it was before. We had it when I was in Iowa. We had we're driving by and we saw gas stations $1.90 a gallon, $1.85, $1.87 were the three that we saw. We had it down in some places below, and we can't help it.
RPP, did you eat a bunch of corn?
California, where they charge so much tax that you lower it and they charge tax. They've got to straighten the act out in California. But we had gasoline down to a very low number. I think we'll be hitting that number shortly after that whole excursion ends.
Shortly after the excursion ends. How long will it take for the excursion to end, sir?
It's shortly after the other thing finishes.
Can you give us a date and how long that will be?
How long is a piece of policy?
But regardless of anything, as Marco said better than anybody can say it, you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They would use it instantly. They wouldn't think about it. They would use it instantly. I've gotten to know them. They would use it instantly.
Does that give you more urgency, Mr. President? You've said that you're in no rush to make a deal, but with gas prices so high across the country, people are paying more for travel. Does that give you more urgency to make a deal? Why doesn't
Well, I'll tell you the primary urgency. I said this wasn't covered properly, but the primary urgency.
Sub Nomad. Trump. He's the man. He can do it. I sure as fuck can't. I mean, he tries to do it, but you know, sometimes you try really hard and still fail.
You thought I was joking when I told you that he's buried his first wife in a Scottish golf course under a bunker because he understood it was a tax break.
Oh, thank you, Cancel.
Yeah. I just noticed
Cancel
that.
Hatred is now a monthly supporter. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Wow, it was very red.
Very red. I like that.
That's as red as I feel, man. Burning up, man.
And I get a little castle, all right.
Right, you get the
Yeah.
castle.
Right.
Trump
Check
is
me.
better
Castles
than
in the
everyone
sky.
here. I mean, true. Trump is a better man than everyone here.
Frogbot is broken or something.
Yeah, I think we broke it. It didn't answer my question either.
It got all fuzzled by.
Yeah, I asked it too many questions at the same time.
Maybe that's what it was.
Maybe.
Cancel Hatred asking it about the airspeed of birds, and I'm asking it why my socks disappear in the dryer.
I always start off with that question, though. It's a question from Monty Python. But it also gives me an indication of how intelligent the bot is when it replies.
Yeah.
It's true. I mean, maybe he's
There you
consummating.
go. It's
Frogbot.
alive again. Go ask it. One of you ask it a question.
I thought maybe Frogbot was consummating the marriage.
I want to ask my question again.
Yeah, sweet. Correct. They're on their honeymoon.
Is that we can't let.
But
But at the same time, we have a tremendous.
that is the moon that's coming. It is the honey moon that's on its way. That's for sure. It's a good time of year.
It's on its way. It showed up last night.
Honey moon.
Okay.
24
Early
miles
this
an hour
morning.
is pretty quick.
Early this morning, 4:45 in the morning, or whatever it was.
That is
supposed to be.
accurate information, too, so.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Go right ahead there with your question if you'd like. Anyway, back to the council.
Repeat your questions.
people are paying more for travel? Does that give you more
They're
urgency
almost
to why
done.
Well, I'll tell you the primary urgency. I said this, it wasn't covered properly, but the primary urgency is that we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. But at the same time, we have a tremendous amount of oil.
See, he always puts that as number one. He always puts that as number one, no matter what. But whenever anything else lists anything, they're always not at number one. Fuck. 5 minutes for the other thing. Let's see if we can hammer this out.
Tremendous
real
amounts
quick.
of energy. We're blessed with something very special. Those prices are going to come down. They're going to come down fast. I think that you'll see, actually, Todd, I think you're going to see lower prices than we had even before we did this. Now, I knew there'd be an increase. I said, we have a choice. We don't have to do anything. And in 2
I don't
years
want to
or
bring
1
this
year or 2
back
months,
at the
because
6 hour
Iran
mark.
would have had, if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks from that date, because they were ready to go. And if they had a nuclear weapon, it would have been used already. It also would have been used had I not terminated the Obama deal, the Iran nuclear deal, as we call it. That was in my first term. Had I not terminated that, they would have had a nuclear weapon a long time ago. I would say it was a guarantee that it would have been used. And it would have blown up Israel. It would have blown up the entire Middle East. And that's never going to happen. Yeah, please.
Would you be comfortable with Russia or China taking their stockpile of used uranium and they offered?
No, I wouldn't be comfortable. That would not make me comfortable.
Do you think that's considering easing sanctions on Iran to allow Iran to sell its original yet?
No, we're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money. No sanctions, no money, no nothing. We have control of money that they claim is theirs. We'll keep control of that money. When they behave properly and when they do what's right, we'll let them have their money. But right now, we're not doing that, and it's not. One thing is not contingent on the other.
Mr. President, on the shooting last weekend, it came barely a month after the third assassination attempt against you.
Try it again, Johnny.
When you first heard about the big shooting, what gives you the courage to really keep doing your job effectively without thinking about these threats every day?
Well, I can't think about it, because if I thought about it a lot, I would be a very good president. I wouldn't be here, probably. I'd be up in some room with a locked door and say, just leave me alone. So I can't really think about it. It's just something that, it's a sad part of life. It's a dangerous business. What I'm doing is a dangerous business. And they say, and look, we have been maybe the most consequential, but we certainly have been one of the most consequential. This group has been a very consequential administration. And they say if you're not consequential, you don't have so much problem. If you are consequential, you do. So you have to look at that. But It's a shame. It's a very sad fact of life. Look, anybody in office, not only in this country, in other countries too, but when you are a consequential president, your life is in grave danger. I knew that. Yeah.
Mr. President, how would you characterize the current state of the talks with Iran? I guess if it were a football field, what yard line would you be on?
Well, I think we're doing very well. I think they are starting to give us the things that they have to give us, and if they do, that's great. And if they won't, then the man on my left is going to finish them off.
Is there a time frame in your mind?
What?
Is there a time frame in your mind for?
I mean, it happens quickly. The problem is every time I mention a time frame, for instance, I see, we've been doing this for a few months.
You might have to
Vietnam
send
lasted 19
Brad
years. Korea lasted 8 years. Afghanistan lasted many years.
He has
many years, and we're into it for a few months. And I read about you people like
He
you.
has one. He has to check his DMs. He'll see
We
it.
lost between two big wars, Venezuela and Iran. We lost 13 souls, 13 great people at the Paris, great people, and it's a terrible thing. But 13. If you look at the war casualties and the deaths in wars from Vietnam and all that, they lost hundreds of thousands of people in numerous of these wars. We're very cognizant of that. We want to lose very few. We want very few to be injured. We're very careful. But war's dangerous. But we lost 13. I saw the Democrats took an ad putting in the 13 people that were lost. And when you look at hundreds of thousands of people that were lost in the Middle East, Iraq, all the different wars we were in, we have done an amazing job. With that being said, I hate to lose 13. I hate to lose one. But we've been very capable. And when you think of it, we took over Venezuela in one day. We have done a similar job. But we said, well, give them a chance at the request of somebody that we greatly respect from Pakistan, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. They've been great. They asked us, would we pause the war for a little while because they'd like to take, so we'll do that. But we had them beat. No better now. We could close it out very quickly. If we can do it in a different way, that'd be good. If we get everything we want, but we could close it out very, very quickly, and we may have to. I don't think so, but we may have to.
The World Cup, if I could. You have spent a lot of money getting the World Cup here and increasing infrastructure. Does the economic benefit outweigh the cost?
No, the World Cup is great. It's the most successful they've ever had ticket-wise. They've never had anything that sold so quickly. It's amazing.
I mean, I don't have a choice. The thing's going to end in a minute here, whatever. It's going to restart itself. I will legit be right back. Anybody that's here listening, you've missed the message that went through the chat that explains that, whatever it be. I'll legit be right back. There's a few things that need to happen because of F-Mux just kind of likes to say, go fuck yourself. I mean, it's not that bad of a deal when it comes down to it, but I went and canceled the Pro on it because I don't want to spend $50 a month. $50 a month is ridiculous. I'll go back and do the $25 plan. But I had to actually not go ahead. I need to let it cancel itself out. So once this is over, some things need to happen. I'll be right back.
Yeah, hang out. Hang out with us. We'll be right back in a couple minutes.
Smash some buttons.
No, EV Mux, Brad. EV Mux.
Do.
But it's basically the same thing as Discord. It's just a different program.
Sounds like a
No, I'm
German
curious. No, there's been something where they said that it wasn't going to actually go away. You could actually go for longer. It was just the recording. And I've each time that I've done this, it's actually kicked itself at some rate several seconds after. So, really seriously, hopefully they fixed it and it will allow it to just do that. I'd prefer it.
So it only records.
I don't really give a damn if it was recording or not.
So
Because it's still recording out in the world.
It only record. You can only save the first 6 hours in the EV Mux. So right.
Right, and that's what I'm like.
I mean,
hopefully they fixed it because it was kicking me, legit kicking me at that 6 hour mark.
I mean, I guess if
Gotta
you
get out
wanted
here, brother. Leave some room for Brad. Yes.
Well,
There's plenty of room. What do you mean?
What up, bro?